Welcome back to Worlds of Protheka audiobooks. And if this is your first time, be warned. Once you step into Protheka, you'll never want to leave. With beasts who will stop at nothing to protect the women they love, and women who are only just finding out what a real man can be, you'll lose yourself in the dark romance of these fantasy stories. To bring you these free full audiobooks, we have to listen to this platform's guidelines, and they say that Protheka's steamiest scenes aren't allowed. But you can still get them from the unabridged version of any Prothekan audiobook. All you have to do is go to worldsofprotheka.com. With promo code YouTube30, we're offering you the opportunity to get 30% off of any audiobook, ebook, or bundle. We appreciate you subscribing to the channel, as it makes bringing these free full audiobooks to you possible. Don't forget to like and comment to let us know what you think. Protheka's magic is eternal, and this story is just the beginning. Chapter 1. Seline. The sentry tower burns behind me, orange flames licking the night sky like desperate fingers. My bare feet slam against the rocky ground, each step sending shockwaves of pain up my legs. The iron shackles around my ankles clank with every stride, a death knell that'll bring them straight to me if I don't move faster. Run, just run. The desert scrub tears at my legs, drawing fresh blood to mix with the old. My lungs burn, each breath a ragged gasp that tastes of smoke and copper. Behind me, the death camp erupts in chaos. Shouting voices, the thunder of boots, the sharp crack of whips cutting air instead of flesh for once. I stumble over a root and nearly go down, my hands scraping against thorned zabilla as I catch myself. The sticky sap clings to my palms, but I don't stop to let it work on the cuts. Can't stop, won't stop. The guard's blood is still under my fingernails. My heart hammers against my ribs as I weave between the mechixter trees, their gnarled branches casting twisted shadows in the moonlight. The lunar goddess bathes everything in silver, and I curse her for it. Too bright. They'll see me too easily. A howl cuts through the night. Not human, not orc. Wergs. Of course they'd set the wergs loose. I press myself against a boulder, chest heaving, and listen. Distant shouts grow fainter, but the wet panting of the pack grows closer. My throat constricts. I've seen what wergs do to escapees. What's left barely qualifies as human. Move. I push off from the rock and sprint deeper into the scrub, ignoring the way my vision blurs at the edges. When did I last eat? 2 days ago? 3? Hard to keep track when survival becomes the only currency that matters. A branch catches my hair, yanking my head back. I bite down on a scream and tear free, leaving copper strands behind like breadcrumbs. The brand on my collarbone throbs, the ancient mark burning as if it remembers being carved into my flesh with red-hot iron. Another howl, closer this time. I scramble up a steep incline, my fingers digging into loose rock and dirt. Pebbles cascade down behind me with each desperate grab for purchase. At the top, I risk a glance back toward the camp. The tower still burns, but smaller fires have broken out across the compound. Good. Let it all burn. The descent on the other side nearly kills me. I half slide, half fall down the rocky slope, my skin tearing on jagged stones. Pain becomes background noise, just another sensation to catalogue and ignore. At the bottom, I find myself in a narrow ravine filled with filvet grass. Perfect. I grab handfuls of the healing plant and press them against the worst of my cuts. The immediate sting gives way to blessed numbness. Not a cure, but it'll keep me moving. The werg's howls echo off the ravine walls now, distorted and multiplied until it sounds like a dozen packs instead of one. I wade through the knee-high grass, heading for the far end where moonlight hints at an opening. Don't look back. Don't think about what happens if they catch you. But I do think about it. I think about the other girls who tried to run. About Mira, who made it 3 miles before they dragged her back. about what they did to her in front of the rest of us as a lesson. I think about the guard whose throat I opened with a shard of metal I'd been sharpening for weeks, the surprise in his eyes when the blade found its mark, the way he'd grabbed at his neck like he could hold his life in. He deserved it. The ravine opens onto a wider plain, dotted with more zabilla and the occasional stand of goligan trees. Their needle-like leaves whisper in the desert wind, a sound like hushed warnings. I force myself to walk now instead of run. Need to preserve what strength I have left. My stomach cramps, reminding me it's been empty for far too long. But there's nothing safe to forage here, and I don't dare risk stopping long enough to properly search. Every second counts. The howling fades behind me, replaced by the steady whisper of wind through stone. Either I've outrun them, or they've found an easier trail to follow. Neither option offers much comfort. I trudge across the plain, my shadow stretching long and thin in the moonlight. The shackles have rubbed my ankles raw, leaving bloody rings that match the ones around my wrists. Souvenirs from my time in hell. 3 days, maybe 4. Then what? No point thinking that far ahead. Right now, survival means putting one foot in front of the other, means ignoring the way my legs shake with exhaustion, means pretending I have a plan beyond get away. The scrub gives way to harder ground scattered with loose rock, easier walking but nowhere to hide if they come for me. I stick to the shadows where I can, always moving, always listening. A sound stops me cold, the rhythmic thud of hoofbeats. Multiple riders, moving fast. My blood turns to ice as I scan the landscape for cover. Nothing but open ground for 100 yards in every direction. I drop flat behind a cluster of rocks barely big enough to hide a child, pressing my face into the dirt. The hoofbeats grow louder, accompanied now by harsh voices shouting in that guttural tone of orcs. Not the camp guards. Something else. The riders thunder past close enough that I feel the vibration through the ground. Dust clouds kicked up by their mounts settle over me like a burial shroud. I don't move, don't breathe, until the sound fades into the distance. When I finally lift my head, my whole body trembles with more than just cold. Orcs this far from the Aucklands means raiding parties. Means I've traded one nightmare for another. I need shelter. Somewhere to wait out whatever's coming. The landscape offers nothing but scattered rocks and scrub brush. But there, a shallow ravine cuts across the wasteland like a scar. If I can reach it, maybe I can find an overhang or cave to hide in until the danger passes. I'm halfway across the open ground when the earth starts trembling again. This time it's not just hoofbeats, it's the thunder of a full war party. Dozens of riders, maybe more, their battle cries echoing off the rocks like the howls of demons. My legs pump desperately as I sprint for the ravine, but it's too far, too exposed. The sound grows louder behind me, accompanied by guttural shouts and the clash of metal. They're coming fast, and I'll never make it. A shadow falls across me, just as I reach the edge of the ravine. Massive hands seize my arms and haul me upright like I weigh nothing. The orc holding me has skin the colour of old bronze, marbled with darker veins that look like cracks in weathered stone. His tusks curve wickedly from his lower jaw, and when he grins, I see teeth filed to points. "Look what crawled out of the desert," he rumbles, his voice like grinding millstones. Other orcs gather around us, a dozen warriors mounted on creatures that look like equus crossed with nightmares. Their steeds snort and paw at the ground, foam speckling their midnight coats. The riders themselves are a study in barely contained violence, all scarred hide armour and weapons that have tasted blood recently. "Human female," another orc observes, dismounting with predatory grace. This one's smaller than the rest, but moves like a blade given flesh. Been running hard by the look of her. My legs shake, whether from exhaustion or terror I can't tell. Both, probably. The brand on my collarbone burns like it's been freshly applied, and I wonder if they can sense what I am, what I carry. Don't show fear. Don't give them the satisfaction. But my body betrays me, trembling hands, rapid breathing, the way I flinch when one of them steps closer. They smell of smoke and iron, of blood that's not their own. Everything about them screams predator, and I'm just another piece of prey that wandered into their territory. "Tie her up," the bronze-skinned orc orders. "She'll fetch a good price at the next settlement." Rough hands bind my wrists with coarse rope that bites into the raw wounds left by my shackles. They boost me onto one of their mounts, settling me in front of a warrior who reeks of old sweat and something else. Something that makes my stomach turn. His arm circles my waist like an iron band, holding me in place. We ride hard through the night, the landscape blurring past in shades of silver and black. My captor doesn't speak, but I feel his eyes on me constantly, assessing, calculating. The other orcs joke among themselves in their harsh tones, their laughter like the sound of breaking bones. By dawn, we're climbing through rocky hills that jut from the earth like broken teeth. The air grows thick with salt and the crash of distant waves. We're heading for the coast, toward the Orclands proper. The settlement appears without warning, carved into the cliff tops like a wound in the stone. Gorthul. Even the name sounds like a curse. Blackened wooden palisades topped with bones, human bones, I realise with a chill, rise from the rocky ground. Smoke curls from dozens of fires, carrying the scent of charred meat and something fouler. Crude dwellings built from driftwood and hide cluster along the cliff's edge, connected by narrow walkways that look like they'd collapse in a strong wind. Everything about this place speaks of violence held barely in check, of a people who've carved their existence from stone and suffering. The gates swing open with a groan of tortured metal. More orcs gather as we ride through, warriors, craftsmen, even a few females watching from doorways with calculating eyes. They all turn to stare at me, and the weight of their attention makes my skin crawl. We stop in what passes for the settlement's centre, a circular space surrounded by the largest longhouses. A fire pit dominates the middle, its flames casting dancing shadows on the assembled crowd. The orc behind me dismounts and hauls me down after him, my legs nearly buckling when they hit solid ground. "Spoils from the desert raid," he announces, his voice carrying easily over the murmur of the crowd. "Human female, young and healthy." The orcs press closer, examining me like livestock at market. Hands reach out to test the muscle in my arms, to lift my chin and peer at my face. I jerk away from their touch, earning amused chuckles. "Stay strong. Don't let them see how terrified you are." But I am terrified. Bone-deep, soul-shaking terror that makes my vision blur at the edges. I've heard stories about what orcs do to human captives, about the lucky ones who die quickly. A figure pushes through the crowd, and the other orcs step aside with visible reluctance. This one's different, leaner than the others but no less dangerous. His skin has a greyish cast that makes him look carved from storm clouds, and ritual scars cover his tusks in intricate patterns. When he moves, it's with the fluid grace of a born killer. "Varrock!" someone calls out, and the name sends a ripple through the gathered orcs. So this is Varrock. Even without knowing who he is, I can tell he's important by the way the others defer to him, by the cold calculation in his dark eyes as he looks me over. He circles me slowly, taking in every detail. The torn remnants of my prison clothes, the healing cuts on my arms and legs, the way I hold myself despite the exhaustion and fear. When he stops in front of me, close enough that I can see my reflection in his pupils, I force myself to meet his gaze. "Damaged goods," he says finally, his voice carrying across the suddenly silent crowd. "But serviceable." He reaches toward me, and every instinct screams to run. But there's nowhere to go, nowhere to hide. His fingers are inches from my throat when another voice cuts through the air like a blade. I get first look at the spoils. The effect is immediate. Varrock's hand freezes mid-reach, and his expression shifts from predatory satisfaction to barely concealed rage. The crowd turns as one toward the source of the voice, and I see several orcs actually step back. Varrok's jaw clenches, the muscles in his neck standing out like cables. For a moment I think he might refuse, might challenge whoever dared interrupt him. Then he takes a deliberate step backward, his hands curling into fists at his sides. "Of course," he says, the words ground out between clenched teeth. My heart hammers against my ribs as footsteps approach from behind me, heavy, measured, carrying the weight of absolute authority. The crowd parts further, creating a clear path, and the fear in the air becomes thick enough to taste. I don't turn around. Can't turn around. Because somehow I know that whatever's coming will be worse than Varrok. Worse than anything I've faced so far. The footsteps stop directly behind me, close enough that I can feel body heat radiating against my back. Feel the subtle shift in the air that comes with something large and dangerous occupying the same space. This is it. This is where I die.
Chapter 2. Korath. The human female stands rigid in the center of my warriors, chin lifted despite the terror I can smell rolling off her in waves. Blood streaks her pale skin, dirt cakes her copper hair, and those gray-blue eyes burn with a defiance that should have died in whatever hell she crawled out of. She should be cowering, should be begging. Instead, she meets Varrok's predatory stare like she's the one holding the blade. Something twists in my chest. Recognition, maybe, or respect for prey that refuses to break even when the wolves circle. Either way, it makes me act before thought can catch up. I get first look at the spoils. The words leave my mouth before I fully understand why I'm speaking them. My voice cuts through the crowd's murmur like an axe through bone, instant and absolute. Every orc in the circle snaps to attention, their casual bloodlust replaced by wary alertness. Varrok's hand freezes inches from the girl's throat, his fingers curling into claws. The muscle in his jaw jumps as he fights against every instinct telling him to finish what he started. But even Varrok isn't stupid enough to challenge me directly. Not here, not in front of the entire clan. Of course, he grinds out, stepping back with visible reluctance. I move through the crowd, and they part before me like water around a stone. 8 years of leadership, 8 years of spilled blood and hard choices have taught them when to yield without question. The girl doesn't turn to face me, but I see her shoulders tense as my footsteps echo off the rocky ground. Smart. She knows a predator when she hears one. I stop directly behind her, close enough to count the vertebrae visible through her torn shirt. She's smaller than I expected. The top of her head would barely reach my chest. But there's steel in her spine that has nothing to do with size. Her breathing stays controlled despite what has to be bone-deep exhaustion. What am I doing? The question hammers through my skull as I study the fragile curve of her neck, the way her hands shake despite her efforts to hide it. She's human. Weak. A mouth to feed when we can barely sustain ourselves. Everything about this goes against the Vrayim code that's guided every decision I've made since my parents' blood stained the stones of this very circle. But those eyes... she's mine. The declaration rolls across the gathering like thunder, final and unforgiving. Murmurs ripple through the crowd. Surprise, confusion, barely concealed disapproval. I catch fragments of whispered conversations. Gone soft. Should have left her for the wargs. Her weakness will be our ruin. The last one hits too close to home. Weakness brings ruin. First tenet of the Vrayim code. And what is this if not weakness? Letting sentiment override strategy. Mercy corrupt judgment. Varrok's laugh cuts through the noise, sharp and bitter. Generous of you, brother. Though I wonder what use a broken human has for the mighty Korath dragon. The title drips with mockery, and I see several warriors shift uncomfortably. They know that tone. Know what it means when Varrok decides to push boundaries that should stay fixed. Are you questioning my judgment? I let iron creep into my voice, the same tone I use before ordering executions. Varrok's smirk falters, but only slightly. He's too clever to back down completely. That would show weakness in front of the clan. Too ambitious to submit without testing how far he can push. Never, he says, spreading his hands in surrender. I'm simply curious about your sudden interest in charity work. The crowd holds its breath. Challenge and submission dance on the knife's edge, and everyone knows how quickly these moments can turn deadly. I've killed orcs for less than what Varrok just implied. But killing him now would fracture the clan. Too many warriors follow him, believe his vision of conquest over survival. Better to let him think he's won this round while I figure out what the hell I'm actually doing. My reasons are my own. I reach past the girl's shoulder and grab the rope binding her wrists. She flinches at the contact, but doesn't pull away, another sign of intelligence over instinct. The knots are tight enough to cut off circulation, and I make a mental note to find whoever tied them and demonstrate proper restraint techniques on their own wrists. Come. I don't wait for a response, just turn and stride toward my longhouse. The girl stumbles but recovers quickly, matching my pace despite the obvious exhaustion weighing down her steps. Behind us, the crowd disperses with the reluctant shuffle of orcs denied entertainment. My dwelling squats at the far end of the settlement, built into the cliff face where stone meets sky. Larger than the others, a necessity of leadership rather than luxury, but just as crude. Driftwood walls chinked with mud and scraps of hide. A roof that leaks when the storms blow in from the sea. Home such as it is. I kick open the door hard enough to rattle the frame and drag the girl inside. The main room stretches before us, rough-hewn furniture, weapons hanging from wall pegs, a fire pit that fills the space with smoke and dancing shadows. She takes it all in with those sharp eyes, cataloging exits and potential weapons with the practiced gaze of someone who's learned to expect violence. Definitely not just another refugee. The thought should worry me more than it does. Instead, I find myself curious about what kind of life teaches that level of wariness. What kind of hell produces that particular combination of terror and defiance? This way. I lead her down a narrow corridor lined with furs and bones, trophies from hunts, reminders of battles won, and enemies defeated. She keeps close to the opposite wall, as far from me as the cramped space allows. Smart again. The room I choose sits at the back of the longhouse, small and windowless, but secure. A sleeping pallet, a wooden chest, not much else. It's where I keep things that need protecting. Maps, weapons, plans that can't fall into the wrong hands. Now, apparently, I'm adding humans to that list. I cut her bonds with a quick slice of my blade, and she immediately starts rubbing circulation back into her wrists. Red welts mark where the rope bit deep, and I catch myself wondering how long she was tied before my warriors found her. How far she ran before exhaustion forced her to stop. None of your business. Stay here, I growl, backing toward the door. Don't try to leave. Don't try to run. My warriors would consider it entertainment to bring you back in pieces. She nods once, sharp and businesslike. No pleading, no tears, no promises of good behavior. Just acknowledgement of reality and the terms of her survival. I pause at the threshold, not even sure why I ask. What is your name? Her voice is soft but doesn't shake. Seline. With a nod of my head, I slam the door behind me and slide the heavy bar into place. The sound echoes through the longhouse like a judgment, final and irrevocable. Whatever I just committed myself to, there's no taking it back now. My boots thunder against the wooden floor as I pace the main room, trying to make sense of the chaos in my head. 20 years of leadership, 20 years of putting clan survival above everything else, above comfort, above mercy, above the luxury of conscience. And I throw it all away for what? A pair of defiant eyes and spine that refuses to bend? Strength, blood, kin, earth. The 4 pillars of the Faram Code, echo through my mind like a chant, like the rhythm of my parents' dying breaths. Everything I've built, everything I've sacrificed rests on those foundations. They've guided every choice, every battle, every necessary cruelty that's kept my people alive in a world that wants us dead. But which pillar does this serve? Claiming a human captive doesn't make us stronger. It makes us a target for other clans who will see weakness where they should see strength. It doesn't honor blood. Human blood means nothing to the ancestors watching from their stone beads. It doesn't protect kin. If anything, it puts Thalira and the others at risk. And what does the sacred stone care for human lives? I stop pacing and grip the edge of my table hard enough to leave dents in the wood. The grain bites into my palms, grounding me in something solid, while my thoughts spiral into chaos. So why? The question hammers through my skull with the persistence of waves against stone. Why risk everything for a stranger? Why let instinct override decades of hard-won wisdom? The answer hovers at the edge of consciousness, maddeningly close but impossibly distant. Something about the way she held herself in the circle. Something about that moment when she looked at Varrock like she was measuring him for a grave instead of begging for her life. Something familiar. A scratch at the door interrupts my brooding, followed by Thalira's voice calling my name. I cross the room in 3 strides and yank the door open to find my sister standing on the threshold with her arms crossed and that expression that means I'm about to get lectured. By a 9-year-old, no less. What in the ancestors' names are you thinking?
Chapter 3. Seline. The silence in this cramped room presses against my eardrums like water at the bottom of a well. Every creak of the longhouse settling, every distant murmur of orc voices sets my nerves jangling like broken glass. I sit on the edge of the rough sleeping pallet, hands clasped tight enough to leave nail marks in my palms, and wait for whatever fresh hell this chieftain has planned. The room itself tells a story I don't want to read. Weapons hang from iron pegs driven into the wooden walls, curved blades that gleam with recent sharpening, a warhammer whose head bears suspicious dark stains, throwing axes arranged with the precision of someone who knows exactly how much force it takes to split a skull. Furs drape every surface, some still bearing claw marks from whatever beast died screaming to provide them. The air tastes of smoke, old blood, and something else, something metallic that makes my teeth ache. This is where he brings his victims. The thought crawls through my mind like a parasite, feeding on every shadow that dances in the flickering light seeping under the door. I've heard the stories whispered around campfires, seen the evidence carved into survivors who escaped orc raids. They don't just kill, they make art of suffering, stretch death into something that lasts for days. And this one, this Korath with his molten gold eyes and scarred tusks, he's their leader. Whatever twisted appetites the others indulge, his will be worse, more creative. The kind of cruelty that comes from intelligence married to absolute power. My fingers trace the mark of Nephthyrus hidden beneath my torn shirt, the raised flesh still tender even after all these months. If he discovers it, if he realizes what I am, the death camps will seem like mercy compared to what orcs do with magic-touched humans. I've seen the empty sockets where they carved out eyes that saw too much, the stumps where they took hands that channeled power they couldn't control. Minutes crawl by like wounded animals. My stomach clenches with hunger I've learned to ignore, but the exhaustion is harder to push aside. When did I last sleep? Really sleep, not the half-conscious fugue state that passes for rest when every sound might signal discovery. 3 days ago? 4? The bar across the door shifts with a grinding scrape of wood against wood. I'm on my feet before conscious thought catches up, every muscle coiled to fight or flee, despite knowing both options lead to the same bloody end. The door swings open with deliberate slowness, designed to maximize fear, and I brace myself for the sight of Korath's hulking frame. Instead, a child slips through the gap. She can't be more than 9 or 10, all wild black hair and curious amber eyes that seem too large for her moss-green face. Ivory tusks just beginning to push through her gums catch the light as she grins at me with the kind of fearless enthusiasm that makes my chest tighten with old grief. She carries a wooden bowl in hands still soft with youth, and her bare feet make no sound against the stone floor. A trick. Has to be a trick. Orcs don't have children. That's what everyone knows, what the stories all agree on. They spring from the earth fully formed and bloodthirsty, born with weapons in their fists and violence in their hearts. This is something else. Some sick game designed to lower my guard before the real horror begins. But she moves with genuine childish awkwardness, bumping her hip against the doorframe and nearly dropping the bowl in her eagerness. Her eyes hold no malice, no calculated cruelty, just bright curiosity and something that might be sympathy. They're using a child. These bastards are actually using a child. The thought hits me like a physical blow, rage and revulsion twisting in my gut until I taste bile. Bad enough that orcs exist, that they hunt and kill and feast on suffering, but to corrupt innocence, to teach cruelty to something so young. "Hello." The girl's voice rings with genuine warmth, like she's greeting a friend instead of a captive. "I brought you food. Are you hungry?" She holds out the bowl with both hands, the gesture so earnest it makes my throat close up. Inside, I catch glimpses of what might be stew, chunks of meat in dark broth, steam rising like small prayers. My stomach clenches hard enough to double me over, betraying just how long it's been since I've eaten anything more substantial than berries and stream water. Don't take it. Don't trust it. This is how they break you, small kindnesses before the real pain starts. But she just stands there waiting, head tilted to one side like a curious bird. No impatience, no threat lurking behind the offer. Just a child holding food and watching me with those impossible amber eyes. "You don't have to be scared," she says, stepping closer despite every instinct that should be screaming at her to run. "Korath won't hurt you." He promised. Korath, the chieftain. The name sits heavy on her tongue, spoken with the kind of absolute faith that only children can manage. She believes it completely, believes that this monster capable of leading a clan of killers somehow transformed into a protector because he gave his word. The naivety should be laughable. Instead, it makes something crack open in my chest, some carefully maintained wall that's kept me functional through months of running and hiding. She looks at me like I'm a person instead of prey, like my survival matters for reasons beyond entertainment value. It's not real. It can't be real. I want to shake her, to explain that trust is a luxury that gets you killed, that believing in promises from predators is the fastest way to end up as bones scattered across campgrounds. But she's already settling cross-legged on the floor, placing the bowl between us like an offering to some benevolent god. "I'm Thalira," she announces, like we're meeting at a market instead of in a prison cell. "But everyone calls me Thali." "What's your name?" The question hangs in the air between us, innocent and terrible in its simplicity. Names have power. Every survivor knows that. Give someone your real name and they can use it to hunt you, to call in favours from people who knew you before the world ended. But this is a child. A child whose smile hasn't yet learned to hide knives, whose hands haven't yet learned the weight of weapons. Everything about her radiates the kind of genuine warmth I thought died in the camps, the kind of uncomplicated kindness that belongs to a world where people still believe in good endings. She's going to get herself killed. The thought comes with surprising clarity, cutting through the fog of exhaustion and fear that's clouded my thinking for days. This sweetness, this trust, it won't survive first contact with the real world. Someone will teach her that mercy is weakness, that compassion only makes the blade cut deeper. They'll take everything bright about her and grind it into the same grey ash that coats everything else in this God's damned existence. Unless what? Unless you save her, You can't even save yourself." The bitter voice in my head speaks truth, but I can't stop staring at her expectant face, can't stop thinking about all the children who didn't make it out of the camps, all the bright spirits snuffed out before they had a chance to learn that hope was just another word for delayed disappointment. "Seline," I hear myself say, the name slipping out before I can stop it. "My name is Seline." Her smile could power a lighthouse, brilliant and warm and utterly unguarded. She claps her hands together like I've just given her the most wonderful gift instead of a single word that could destroy us both. "Seline!" That's pretty. I've never met a human before. She leans forward conspiratorially, lowering her voice like we're sharing secrets. "Are you really as fragile as everyone says? You look tougher than that." The casual way she discusses my species like we're some exotic creature makes my skin crawl. But there's no malice in it. Just the innocent curiosity of someone too young to understand that humans and orcs don't trade compliments, they trade blood. What kind of place is this? What kind of clan lets children wander free while captives wait in locked rooms?
Chapter 4. Korath. Sleep eludes me like smoke through clenched fists. I stand at the narrow window carved into the eastern wall of my longhouse, watching the sky bleed from black to deep purple. Dawn crawls toward Gorthel with the patience of a hunting predator, but my mind refuses the peace that should come with another night survived. Instead, it circles back to the same impossible puzzle. The human woman locked 3 doors down from where I stand. Seline. Her name tastes strange on my tongue, foreign syllables that don't belong in Orcish mouths. But I find myself turning it over anyway, the way a warrior examines a new blade for flaws that might prove fatal in battle. There's something about the shape of it, the way it settles against my thoughts like familiar weight. This is madness. I press my palms against the stone windowsill hard enough to leave impressions in the mortar. The rough texture grounds me, reminds me of what I am. Korath Dragon, chieftain of the Blackmaw clan, keeper of the Bloodforge magic that flows like molten neptherium through my veins. I don't obsess over captives. I don't lose sleep wondering about the thoughts behind enemy eyes. Yet here I stand, muscles coiled with tension that has nothing to do with the coming sunrise and everything to do with a pair of gray-blue eyes that refuse to show proper fear. Most humans break within hours of arriving at Gorthul. The sight of our bone palisades, the smell of smoke and old blood that clings to everything, the knowledge that they've entered a place where their kind comes to die. It strips away whatever courage they might have carried. They weep or beg or bargain with gods who've already abandoned them. They curl into themselves like frightened children, all fight bleeding out through their eyes. Seline did none of those things. She stood in my longhouse like she belonged there, spine straight despite exhaustion, chin lifted despite knowing exactly what kind of monster held her life in his hands. When I spoke, she listened with the intensity of someone cataloging weaknesses for future exploitation. When I moved, she tracked every shift like a warrior, gauging an opponent's reach. Dangerous. The word whispers through my thoughts with the certainty of ancestral wisdom. Everything about her screams threat, not in the obvious way of drawn steel or bared fangs, but in the subtle wrongness that makes seasoned fighters reach for weapons before they understand why. She's too calm, too observant, too unbroken for someone who should be shattered by now. I should have handed her over to Varrock immediately. Let him break her in whatever twisted way brings him pleasure, then toss what remains to the others for sport. That's what a proper chieftain would do. Maintain order, show strength, prove that even his momentary interest in a captive doesn't supersede clan law. Instead, I locked her away like some precious thing worth protecting. The admission sits in my gut like swallowed glass, cutting deeper with every breath. I, who have never shown mercy to enemies, who built my reputation on the bones of those who challenged Blackmaw authority, am keeping a human female safe from my own warriors. The implications of that weakness could destroy everything I've spent 15 years building. Yet the thought of Varrock's hands on her, of watching that bright defiance dim under calculated cruelty, fills me with rage so pure it threatens to crack my molars. My vision shifts, golden magic flickering behind my eyes as blood responds to emotion. The windowsill groans under my grip, stone actually beginning to yield to the force I'm applying. What is wrong with me? I force my hands to release their hold, step back before I accidentally blood-forge the entire wall into something sharp enough to cut. The magic settles reluctantly, leaving behind the familiar ache that comes from power barely leashed. My tusks throb where ritual scars mark coming-of-age trials, old wounds that never quite stopped hurting. This isn't how desire works for orcs. We take what we want with the directness of apex predators, no complexity or confusion clouding the hunt. If I wanted her body, I'd claim it. If I wanted her submission, I'd break her until nothing else remained. The Vram Code teaches that strength determines worth, that hesitation breeds death. But when I close my eyes, I see her standing in torchlight like some fallen goddess refusing to acknowledge her defeat. Copper gold hair escaped from its braid, framing a face that bears the kind of sharp beauty forged by hardship. Sun-scorched freckles scattered across pale skin that probably once knew softness, before whatever hell carved the wariness from her bones. She looked at me without flinching. Actually looked like she could see past the scars and ritual markings to whatever human remnant might lurk beneath. For one impossible moment, I felt exposed in ways that had nothing to do with physical vulnerability and everything to do with being truly seen. Foolishness. She's prey studying a predator, nothing more. But even as I tell myself this, I know it's a lie. There was recognition in her gaze, acknowledgement of something I don't understand but can't dismiss. Like calling to like across species lines that should be absolute. The sky lightens by degrees, purple giving way to deep blue that will soon bleed orange and gold. In an hour, maybe two, Gorthul will wake to another day of survival carved from hostile stone. My warriors will expect orders, direction, the kind of unwavering leadership that's kept us alive when larger clans fell to human expansion or dark elf manipulation. I should be planning raids, reviewing our food stores, checking the neptherium veins that run through the cliffs beneath our feet. Instead, I'm calculating how long I can keep one human female locked away before someone challenges my authority directly. Too long already. Varrock's not stupid. Ambitious and vicious, but far from stupid. He'll have noticed my interest. We'll be gathering allies among the warriors who think I've grown soft. The longer I delay, the stronger his position becomes. Eventually, he'll force a confrontation over leadership, and then everything I've built dies in a pool of blood while Gorthul tears itself apart. The smart choice, the only choice that preserves the clan, is to give him what he wants. One human life weighed against the survival of my people shouldn't even register as a decision. So why does the thought of her broken and discarded make my blood sing with violence that has nothing to do with blood-forged magic? I turn from the window, pacing the length of my sleeping chamber like a caged wolf. The walls close in despite their generous span, decorated with weapons that suddenly feel inadequate for the war brewing in my chest. Ancestor beads click softly in my hair with each step, bone touching bone in rhythms that should be comforting, but only remind me of all the dead who earned their place in my braids. She's just another human. Fragile, temporary, meaningless. But her eyes weren't meaningless. They held depths I recognized from my own reflection, the kind of complicated pain that comes from surviving things that should have killed you. She's been broken before, but I can see it in the careful way she holds herself, the unconscious scanning for threats that marks someone who's learned to expect betrayal. Yet she endures. Whatever hell forged her, it failed to crush the core of steel that keeps her spine straight and her gaze steady. That kind of strength is rare in any species, precious in ways that have nothing to do with desire and everything to do with recognition. I'm losing my mind. The admission comes with crystalline clarity, cutting through the fog of confusion that's clouded my thinking since yesterday's raid. This obsession, this protective rage that flares whenever I imagine harm coming to her, it's not natural. Not for an orc. Not for someone who spent his entire adult life viewing humans as resources to be exploited or obstacles to be removed. Something is wrong with me. Something fundamental has shifted. Some crucial piece of my identity fractured beyond repair. The chieftain who dragged her from that merchant cart wouldn't recognize the fool standing here at dawn, wrestling with concepts like mercy and protection. But I can't bring myself to care about the wrongness. All that matters is keeping her safe, even from myself. Especially from myself. Standing here wrestling with my own thoughts accomplishes nothing. Better to face the day. Lose myself in the familiar rhythms of leadership that have carried me through 8 years of keeping this clan alive. I need to check the sentries, review our stores, plan the next raid. Anything that doesn't involve obsessing over gray-blue eyes and copper hair. I turn toward the door, already calculating which tasks demand immediate attention when movement in the corridor catches my eye. A small figure creeps along the far wall with the exaggerated stealth of someone who thinks they're invisible. Wild black hair adorned with feathers and bone charms, bare feet silent against stone, a patchwork tunic that's seen better seasons. Thali! My sister moves like liquid shadow despite her youth, already displaying the natural grace that marks our bloodline. She pauses outside the third door down, the one I barred with my own hands last night, and produces something from the folds of her tunic. A key. Where in the depths did she get a key? Thala! My voice cuts through the morning quiet like drawn steel. She freezes mid-reach toward the lock, shoulders hunching with guilt that would be comical if I weren't so stunned by her audacity. Slowly, she turns to face me, amber gold eyes wide with the kind of innocence that fools everyone except the brother who raised her. Oh, morning, Korath. She attempts a smile that doesn't quite hide the stubborn set of her jaw. You're up early. What are you doing? The question comes out sharper than intended, carrying the edge of authority that makes seasoned warriors step back. But Thali is 9 years old and fearless in the way only children can be. Instead of wilting under my glare, she straightens her spine and lifts her chin, a gesture so reminiscent of our father that something twists in my chest. Someone has to take care of her. She gestures toward the barred door with righteous indignation. You locked her up without food or water. That's not how we treat guests. She's not a guest, Thali. She's... What? A prisoner? Her voice climbs an octave, taking on the righteous fury that surfaces whenever she encounters something that offends her sense of justice. Then why aren't you feeding your prisoner? Even captured enemies get bread and water, Korath. You taught me that. The accusation hits like a physical blow, driving home just how completely I've failed to think this through. Yesterday's impulse to protect her from Varrock seems so clear, so necessary. Lock her away. Keep her safe. Figure out the rest later. But I never considered the basics. Food, water, the simple human needs that separate captivity from slow execution. I scrub both hands down my face, feeling every one of my 32 years pressing against my shoulders like ancestral ghosts. She's not a prisoner. Then what is she? The question hangs between us, deceptively simple yet impossible to answer. What is Seline? Not prisoner, not guest, not slave. Something undefined that exists in the spaces between classifications. The human woman who looked at me without fear, who carries herself like broken nobility, who makes my blood sing with protective rage I don't understand. I don't know. The admission tastes like defeat on my tongue. Thali studies me with the unsettling perception that marks our bloodline, reading emotions I thought I'd hidden behind stoic resolve. Her expression softens from indignation to something dangerously close to pity, and I realize how far I've fallen when a 9-year-old feels sorry for me. She's scared, Korath, and hungry. I heard her stomach growling through the door. Of course she did. My sister has always possessed hearing sharp enough to catch whispered conversations 3 longhouses away, a gift that saved us from more than one midnight attack. If Seline's suffering, Thali would know about it before anyone else. You can't just keep her locked up forever, she continues, warming to her theme with the passion of youth convinced it knows better than experience. That's what cowards do. Are you a coward? The question stings more than it should, carrying echoes of childhood taunts and coming-of-age trials where weakness meant death. I am many things, killer, chieftain, keeper of blood-forged magic that marks me as both blessed and cursed. But coward has never been among them. No. Then why are you acting like one? Because admitting what I really want would destroy everything we've built here. Because showing interest in a human female makes me vulnerable in ways that could get us all killed. Because the moment I acknowledge that Seline means something to me, Vorok will use that knowledge like a weapon aimed at my throat. But I can't say any of that to Thali. She sees the world in absolutes, right and wrong, kind and cruel, brave and cowardly. The complex calculations that govern clan leadership would only confuse her, steal away the innocence that's one of the few pure things left in this blood-soaked place. It's complicated. No, it's not. She crosses her arms over her chest, a gesture that transforms her from child to miniature warrior in the span of a heartbeat. You like her. She needs help. Help her. The simplicity of it almost makes me laugh. Would if the situation weren't so completely messed up beyond repair. In Thali's world, attraction equals action. Need demands response. She hasn't learned yet that desire can be poison, that showing weakness invites death. But maybe she has a point about the immediate problem. Keeping Seline locked away without basic necessities serves no purpose except demonstrating my complete inability to plan beyond the next impulse. If I'm going to protect her, I need to do it properly. Fine. The word scrapes out of my throat like ground glass. She doesn't have to stay locked up. But I hold up a hand before Thali can explode into celebration. She's your responsibility. You watch her, you keep her safe, you make sure she doesn't try to escape. Can you handle that? The grin that splits her face could outshine the morning sun, pure joy radiating from every inch of her small frame. For a moment she looks exactly like she did at only a year old, before the weight of our father's death settled onto shoulders too young to bear it. I can handle it. I promise, Korath. I'll take good care of her. The earnest sincerity in her voice makes my chest tighten with emotions I can't afford to examine too closely. This is what I've been trying to protect. Not just Thali's life, but her capacity for happiness, in a world that specializes in crushing hope. She gets lonely here among warriors who measure worth in scars and strength, surrounded by adults who've forgotten how to laugh without cruelty. Maybe having Seline around will help with that loneliness. Maybe they'll find some common ground in being strong females in a place built for violence. Maybe I'm grasping at justifications because I can't bear the thought of locking either of them away. Good. I force authority back into my voice, even as guilt gnaws at my ribs like hungry wolves. But Thali, if anything happens, if she tries to run or hurt someone or cause trouble, you come find me immediately. Understood? Understood. She bounces on her toes, already reaching for that mysterious key again. Can I go get her now? She must be starving. The eagerness in her voice reminds me exactly why this arrangement terrifies me. Thali doesn't see enemies or threats. She sees potential friends, kindred spirits, someone who might fill the hollow spaces that clan life leaves in a child's heart. She's going to get attached, and when this inevitably goes wrong, it'll shatter something precious I've spent years trying to preserve. But the alternative is worse. Leaving Seline locked away like a forgotten trophy serves no one, protects nothing, accomplishes less than nothing. At least this way I can pretend I'm showing mercy instead of weakness. Go ahead. I step aside, gesture toward the door that's become the center of my personal hell. But feed her first. And find her proper clothes, something that fits. Thali nods eagerly. I'm gonna like her, I think. That's what I'm afraid of. But I keep the thought to myself, watching my sister disappear into the room with the kind of fearless enthusiasm that both defines and terrifies me. Through the open doorway, I catch a glimpse of copper hair and pale skin. Hear the soft murmur of voices as two females who shouldn't have anything in common find each other across the divide of species and circumstance. I should walk away. Let Tolly handle whatever comes next. Focus on the clan responsibilities that actually matter for our survival. Instead, I find myself frozen in place, listening to the sound of my sister's laughter filtering through stone walls. It's been too long since I heard her laugh like that. Pure and uncomplicated, free from the shadows that have haunted us both since the day our father died screaming.
Chapter 5. Seline. The first thing Thalie brings me this morning is water. Not the murky, questionable liquid I expected from an orc encampment, but clean water in a wooden cup carved with intricate patterns. She sets it on the fur-covered ground beside me with ceremonial care, like she's performing some sacred ritual. You must be thirsty. Her amber gold eyes study my face with unsettling intensity. You can trust me and Korath, I promise. Korath. The name sends an unwelcome shiver down my spine, memories of molten gold eyes and scarred tusks flooding back, despite my efforts to push them away. I haven't seen him since he locked me in this room, and I spent all night wondering when he'll return to claim whatever prize he thinks I represent. Thank you. The words scrape out of my throat, rough from disuse and dehydration. I take the cup with hands that shake slightly, pride warring with desperation. Pride loses. The water tastes like salvation. Thalie settles cross-legged on the furs across from me, wild black hair adorned with feathers and bone charms that click softly when she moves. She's smaller than I initially thought, all knobby knees and sharp elbows beneath her patchwork tunic. Young enough that her tusks are barely beginning to push through, just tiny ivory points that catch the light from the oil lamp. Are you hungry? I brought bread and dried tora meat. Oh, and some fialon berries I found yesterday. She produces items from hidden pockets with the enthusiasm of a child showing off treasures. The berries are really good, sweet, not tart like when they're green. The casual generosity confuses me more than outright cruelty would. I understand violence, manipulation, the calculated kindness that comes with expectations attached. But this feels different, genuine, like she actually cares whether I starve. Why are you helping me? The question hangs between us while she arranges food on a wooden plate with careful precision. Her small hands move with surprising grace, each berry placed just so, bread torn into equal pieces. When she finishes, she looks up with eyes that hold depths I didn't expect from someone so young. Because you're sad and scared, and nobody should be alone when they're both. The simple honesty hits harder than any blow I've endured. For a moment, my carefully constructed walls threaten to crumble, emotion clawing at my throat with desperate fingers. I force it down, wrap numbness around my chest like armour. She's a child, an orc child. This doesn't mean anything. But even as I think it, I'm reaching for the bread she's offered, accepting kindness I don't understand from an enemy who should want me dead. The next day brings clothes. Thalie appears early, arms full of fabric that smells faintly of wood smoke and something herbal. She spreads the garments across the furs with the same careful attention she gave the food. A tunic of soft brown leather, pants that might actually fit, even undergarments that look clean. These were my mother's. She runs small fingers along the tunic's embroidered edges, tracing patterns I don't recognise. She died when I was born, but Korath kept some of her things. Said I might want them someday. The casual mention of death, the matter-of-fact way she discusses losing her mother, it reminds me that this child has known loss in ways I'm only beginning to understand. My own grief over family feels suddenly selfish, hollow compared to growing up without ever knowing a mother's touch. They're beautiful. The lie comes easily, though part of me is surprised to find it's not entirely false. The leather is supple, well crafted, decorated with geometric designs that speak of patient skill. Are you sure you want me to have them? You can't keep wearing those rags. She gestures at my torn dress with practical disdain. Besides, you're about her size. Korath said so. Korath again. I wonder what else he's said about me, what observations he's shared with his sister. The thought of him studying me closely enough to judge my size makes my skin prickle with awareness I don't want to examine. There's a bathing room through that door. Thalie points to a curtained alcove I hadn't noticed before. Hot water, soap, everything you need. Take your time, I'll wait out here. The bath proves to be a revelation, not the crude bucket and cold water I expected, but an actual tub carved from dark stone, filled with water that steams invitingly. Soap that smells of resin herb instead of lye. Even a cloth for washing that's softer than anything I've touched in months. I sink into the heat with a groan that comes from somewhere deep in my bones, feeling weeks of accumulated grime and fear begin to dissolve. For the first time since the merchant cart, since the death camps before that, I allow myself a moment of pure physical comfort. The water cradles me like a gentle embrace, washing away more than just dirt. When I emerge, clean and dressed in leather that fits like it was made for me, Thalie claps her hands with delight. Much better. You look almost normal now. Almost normal feels like the highest compliment I've received in years. By the third day, I'm ready to risk everything for a glimpse of the sky. Please. I keep my voice low, aware that stone walls might carry sound to unwelcome ears. Just for a few minutes, I need to see something besides these four walls. Thalie chews her lower lip, clearly torn between desire to help and whatever instructions her brother left. She's been good company, chattering about clan life, asking endless questions about human customs, bringing me books written in Orcish I can't read but appreciate anyway. But the walls are closing in, suffocating me inch by inevitable inch. Korath said you have to stay with me, she finally admits. He didn't say you had to stay inside. The loophole makes my heart race with desperate hope. So we could go outside? Together? I know a place. Excitement brightens her amber eyes. A cove where I collect shells and pretty stones. It's not far, and nobody ever goes there during the day. The promise of open air, of space to breathe without feeling trapped, overwhelms every instinct screaming warnings about venturing into an orc stronghold. I need this. Need it more than food or water or the dubious safety of these stone walls. Lead the way. Sneaking out proves easier than expected. Thalie knows every shadow, every blind spot in the corridors. She moves with liquid grace despite her youth, gesturing for silence with fingers that could belong to a seasoned scout. I follow as closely as I dare, heart hammering against my ribs with each step that takes us further from my prison. The first glimpse of Gorthul steals my breath. Bone palisades rise from cliff-carved stone like the remains of some ancient giant, bleached white and sharp enough to gut an unwary climber. Longhouses crouch between them, structures built from driftwood and hide that speak of people who take what the sea provides and make it serve their needs. Smoke rises from countless fires, carrying scents of roasted meat and something metallic I don't want to identify. Everything here exists on the edge of violence. In the first courtyard we pass, two warriors circle each other with drawn blades, blood already flowing from shallow cuts that decorate their arms. Others watch with casual interest, occasionally calling out suggestions or insults. When one fighter's guard drops, his opponent's blade opens a gash across his ribs that would send a human to a healer. The wounded orc just grins, tusks gleaming with savage pride. Honor combat, Thalie explains when she notices my stare. They're settling some argument about hunting rights. The matter-of-fact way she discusses ritualized violence chills me. This is normal here. Expected. Children grow up watching blood flow for sport, learning that strength determines worth and weakness invites death. We pass a training ground where younger orcs, some barely older than Tharli, practice with weapons that could cleave a person in half. Their instructor barks corrections while demonstrating techniques that would be considered war crimes in human lands. One child, probably no more than 12, executes a spinning attack that would have decapitated his practice dummy if it were alive. Further on, a group hauls 3 figures in chains toward what can only be an execution ground. The prisoners stumble with exhaustion and despair, faces bearing the kind of hopeless resignation I remember from the camps. One trips, and his guard kicks him with casual brutality until he regains his feet. That could be me tomorrow. Or next week. Or whenever Korath grows tired of whatever game he's playing. The thought sits in my stomach like swallowed ice, reminding me that Tharli's kindness doesn't change my fundamental situation. I'm still a captive in a place where human life holds less value than the weapons used to end it. One wrong move, one moment of inattention, and I'll join those shuffling figures on their final walk. But Tharli tugs my sleeve, drawing my attention away from horrors I can't prevent. This way. The path gets steep, but there's a rope to help. The rope proves necessary as we descend a cliff face that would challenge an experienced climber. Tharli navigates it with the confidence of long practice, while I focus on not looking down at waves that crash against rocks far below. The wind whips my hair into tangles, salt spray stinging my eyes, but after days of stale air, the wildness feels like rebirth. The cove, when we reach it, takes my breath away. A perfect crescent of dark sand sheltered by towering cliff walls, scattered with shells and sea glass that catch the light like scattered jewels. Waves foam against the shore with rhythmic persistence, their sound drowning out the noise from the encampment above. For the first time since my capture, I feel like I can breathe properly. Isn't it beautiful? Tharli drops to her knees beside a tide pool, already searching for treasures with practiced efficiency. I come here when Korath gets too serious or the warriors start being stupid. I watch her gather shells with childish enthusiasm, amber eyes bright with simple pleasure. She arranges them by size and colour, creating patterns only she understands. When she finds a particularly perfect specimen, iridescent purple with delicate ridges, she holds it up for my approval like it's precious beyond measure. This one's special. Feel how smooth it is. Despite every instinct warning me against lowering my guard, I find myself kneeling beside her in the sand. The shell is smooth, worn by countless tides into something approaching perfection. Holding it feels like touching a piece of the ocean's heart. It's lovely. The words come without calculation, honest appreciation for beauty that exists independent of the violence surrounding it. Tharli beams like I've given her the greatest gift imaginable. You can keep it, as a present. The simple generosity undoes something inside my chest, emotion threatening to spill past barriers I've built from necessity and pain. This child, this enemy child, offers friendship with the innocent directness of someone who hasn't learned that kindness can be weaponized. Don't trust her. Don't trust anyone here. They're orcs and your prey. But sitting here in the sand with salt wind tangling our hair, watching Tharli arrange shells with artistic precision, it becomes harder to maintain the fear that's kept me alive this long. She asks questions about human customs with genuine curiosity, listens to my answers with the focus of someone truly interested in learning. When I mention gardens, she wants to know what flowers smell like. When I describe cities, she peppers me with questions about buildings that reach toward the sky. Korath took me to see Tershav once, she says, referring to what I assume is another settlement. But it was mostly just bigger longhouses and more warriors. Nothing like what you're describing. The wistful note in her voice reveals depths of loneliness I recognize too well. She's isolated here, surrounded by adults who measure worth in violence and children trained for war. No wonder she's drawn to someone who represents a different way of living. She's lonely, and you're lonely. That doesn't make this safe. The internal warning comes just as Thali asks another question, this one more personal than the others. Do human families really stay together, even when children grow up? The naked vulnerability in her voice makes my throat tight. Sometimes. When they're lucky. What happened to yours? The question I've been dreading, delivered with the innocent directness that defines her. For a moment, I consider lying, creating some comfortable fiction about parents who died peacefully in their sleep, siblings scattered by time rather than violence. But something about her expectant face, about the trust she's placed in a stranger who should be her enemy, demands honesty. They're dead. The words taste like ashes. Soldiers came to our village when I was 16. My parents tried to protect us, but... I shrug, gesture helplessly at memories that never fade. Sometimes trying isn't enough. Thali nods with understanding that cuts too deep for someone her age. My parents are dead too. Mama died having me, and Papa died when I was little. Raiders killed him while he was hunting. Korath had to become chieftain when he was barely grown. The matter-of-fact recitation of tragedy, the way she discusses loss like discussing weather, reminds me again that suffering isn't uniquely human. This child has known grief, abandonment, the weight of growing up too fast in a world that specialises in taking away everything you love. We're not so different. The thought arrives unbidden, unwelcome, dangerous in its implications. I can't afford to see commonalities, to find connections that might weaken my resolve when survival depends on remembering exactly what these people are capable of. But as Thali continues gathering shells with focused determination, occasionally holding up particularly beautiful specimens for my admiration, I feel something treacherous unfurling in my chest. Not trust, I'm not that foolish yet, but the first tentative threads of something that might, given time and safety I don't possess, grow into genuine affection. You're being an idiot. This is how they break you, not with violence, but with kindness that makes you forget they're the enemy. Yet when Thali loops her arm through mine with casual affection, pointing out a family of seabirds nesting in the cliff face, I don't pull away. The contact feels natural, comforting in ways I'd forgotten were possible. Fear and loneliness gnaw at my resolve with patient persistence, wearing down walls I've built from necessity and bitter experience. This child offers something I haven't had in years. Companionship without conditions. Conversation without hidden agendas. The simple pleasure of shared discovery. Don't soften. Don't forget what you are here. One wrong move and you're dead. But as we climb back up the cliff face with pockets full of shells and sea glass, Thali chattering about the patterns she plans to make with her treasures, I find myself smiling despite every warning screaming in my head.
Escape this world and step into one where romance and magic intertwine across realms, with stories that are not just standalone tales, but part of a vast, interconnected universe.
Imagine not just one, but 100 stories, where characters, destinies, and legends cross paths in unexpected ways.
100 audiobooks from the Romantasy 100 book bundle.
These aren't just isolated stories. They share themes, worlds, and threads that make every journey feel part of something grander.
Fated lovers, ancient prophecies, and the delicate balance between power and passion.
Get all of these stories today for a mind-blowing 90% off. That's right, 100 audiobooks for the price of 10.
800 hours of audio where these alpha males prove just how puny the human men of Protheka are. 12 complete series where they show their human women what they've been missing and more.
One-time purchase, lifetime access to a universe of interconnected magic and romance.
Protheka's magic is eternal. With the Romantasy 100 book bundle, your pleasure will be too. Chapter 6. Korath. The morning air carries the stench of blood and sweat as I review patrol reports with Grockle, our head scout. Standard information: no human settlements spotted within 3 days' ride. Coastal waters clear of warships. The usual petty disputes over hunting territories with neighboring clans. Double the watch on the eastern approach. I hand back the parchment, mind already moving to the next pressing matter. Varrok's been pushing boundaries since the raid. I want to know if he's planning something stupid. Grockle nods, scarred face grim with understanding. Varrok's been testing my authority ever since I claimed the human girl, making pointed comments about weakness and soft leadership. The kind of talk that spreads like infection if left unchecked. Chieftain! Another warrior approaches, this one bearing news I like even less. Supply count from the last raid. We're running low on Neptherium. The weapons need. A roar of rage cuts through the morning calm, followed by the distinctive clash of steel on steel. Not the controlled sounds of training, but the vicious, desperate noise of warriors trying to kill each other. Damn. I'm moving before conscious thought takes hold, boots pounding across hard-packed earth toward the training grounds. Behind me, Grockle and the others follow, but I'm already focused on the knot of bodies surrounding two fighters who've clearly moved past practice into something uglier. Jorth and Mazg circle each other with drawn blades, both streaming blood from cuts that speak of serious intent. The crowd around them bays encouragement, but there's an edge to the noise that sets my teeth on edge. This isn't honor combat or settled disputes. This is the kind of violence that spreads, that turns warriors against each other when enemies press from outside. Stand down! My voice cuts through the chaos, carrying the full weight of authority I've built through 8 years of leadership. Most of the crowd shifts nervously, but the fighters ignore me completely. Jorth lunges with his curved blade, aiming for Mazg's throat. Mazg deflects, but stumbles, and I see the moment when steel will find flesh, when one of my warriors will die for no better reason than tensions running too high and pride running too hot. The rage that rises in response feels different from usual anger, deeper, hotter, like molten metal flowing through my veins instead of blood. My palm finds the ritual knife at my belt without conscious thought, drawing the blade across my wrist in one smooth motion. Blood wells immediately, dark crimson that carries the weight of ancestral power passed down through generations of dragon warriors. I let it spill onto the iron-rich earth at my feet, feeling the familiar tingle as magic responds to sacrifice. But this time, the response isn't familiar at all. The ground beneath my feet ripples like water, stone and packed earth flowing in ways that shouldn't be possible. The tremor spreads outward in expanding rings, throwing both fighters off balance as their footing becomes suddenly uncertain. Shocked curses rise from the watching crowd as warriors struggle to keep their feet on ground that moves like a living thing. What the hell? The thought breaks off as my magic surges beyond anything I've ever experienced. Usually, blood forging requires careful control, precise application of will to shape stone and metal according to my intent. This feels like trying to direct a river in flood, power flowing through me with an intensity that should tear me apart. Jorth's blade begins to twist in his grip, iron flowing like heated wax despite the morning's cool air. The metal wraps around his wrist like a living serpent, binding his sword arm, while the edge curls harmlessly away from his opponent. Mazg's weapon suffers the same fate, steel reshaping itself into an elaborate knot that would take a blacksmith hours to untangle. The earth continues its unnatural movement, forming barriers between the fighters and pushing them apart with inexorable force. Stone rises in jagged walls, creating a maze that separates not just Jorth and Mazg, but the entire crowd, isolating each warrior in his own small space where violence becomes impossible. I said, stand down. My voice carries new weight now, backed by power that makes the air itself tremble. Both fighters stare at their ruined weapons with expressions caught between awe and terror. The watching crowd has gone completely silent, eyes fixed on me with the kind of reverence reserved for legends made flesh. This isn't right. The magic's never been this strong. But even as the thought forms, I'm pushing harder, letting the power flow through me in ways that should leave me unconscious. The stone barriers grow taller, more elaborate, while veins of ore-rich rock spiral up from deep earth to reinforce my commands. Metal weapons throughout the crowd begin to resonate, humming with sympathetic vibrations that speak of magic barely held in check. Stop! Pull back before you! The warning comes too late. Power that felt limitless moments before suddenly cuts off, leaving me hollow and shaking as the last echoes of blood-forged magic fade from the air. The stone barriers remain, testament to forces I don't fully understand. But the cost hits like a physical blow. Weakness floods my limbs, familiar but less severe than expected. Usually, major workings leave me unconscious for hours, body drained by the effort of channeling ancestral power through mortal flesh. This time, I'm still standing, tired, but functional. Like the magic demanded less of me somehow. That's not possible. But before I can examine the impossibility further, movement at the edge of my vision catches my attention. Two small figures stand at the entrance to the training ground, one instantly recognizable despite the distance. Thali, and beside her, wearing clothes I recognize as belonging to her mother, stands the human girl, Seline. Her face holds an expression I can't immediately identify. Shock, certainly, but something deeper. Horror, maybe, or fear so profound it's transformed into something approaching awe. Her gray-blue eyes are fixed on the twisted metal and reshaped stone with a kind of intensity that speaks of recognition rather than simple amazement. She's seen magic before. The realization hits with uncomfortable certainty. Most humans react to blood forging with superstitious terror or complete disbelief. This girl watches like someone who understands exactly what she's witnessing, even if she wishes she didn't. As I let the last traces of power fade from my consciousness, she raises one hand to her collarbone in a gesture that looks almost involuntary. Her fingers press against something hidden beneath the leather tunic, and her face twists with what looks like pain, or recognition, or both. What's she hiding? The question burns with sudden urgency, though I can't explain why her reaction matters more than the dozen other concerns demanding my attention. She's just a human captive, valuable only for whatever information she might possess about coastal defenses or trade routes. Her opinion of my magic shouldn't register beyond academic curiosity about enemy capabilities. But as I watch her struggle with whatever she's feeling, pressing fingers against her collarbone like she's trying to contain something that wants to escape, I find myself caring about her response in ways that make no strategic sense. The crowd begins to disperse around us, warriors helping to free Jorth and Mazg from their metal bonds, while others examine the stone barriers with professional interest. But my attention remains fixed on the girl who watches my magic with knowing eyes and hides secrets beneath borrowed leather. I force myself to look away from Seline's unsettling stare, focusing instead on the more immediate problem of my sister standing where she absolutely shouldn't be. The training grounds are no place for a child, especially not when tensions run high enough to turn practice into bloodshed. Thali. My voice carries the sharp edge of authority mixed with genuine concern. What are you doing here? She shifts from foot to foot, amber gold eyes bright with defiance that reminds me uncomfortably of myself at that age. The little bone charms woven into her wild black hair catch the morning light as she tilts her head, considering how much trouble she's willing to court. Wanted to show Seline the warrior's training. The words come out in a rush, like she thinks speed might make them more acceptable. She asked about... I don't care what she asked about. I cut through her excuse with the kind of finality that usually ends arguments before they begin. You know better than to bring anyone here during weapons practice, and you especially know better than to bring her. The emphasis on the last word makes Seline flinch slightly, though she tries to hide the reaction. But her fingers continue their restless movement against her collarbone, pressing through the leather tunic like she's trying to contain something that wants to break free. What is she hiding under there? But I pushed the curiosity aside, focusing on the more pressing concern of keeping my sister safe in a world that wants to devour everything soft and innocent. The encampment is dangerous enough without adding the chaos of warriors whose blood runs hot from interrupted combat. Too many orcs will be looking at both of you once Jorth and Mazg finish being sorted out. The words come harder than they should, weighted with implications I don't want to examine too closely. I don't like that kind of attention on either of you. Thali's chin lifts with stubborn pride, the gesture so familiar it makes my chest tighten. She's been making that exact expression since she could hold her head up, refusing to back down even when common sense demanded retreat. You said as long as Seline stays with me, it's fine. Her voice carries the precise tone of someone quoting exact words back to their source. Those were your rules, Korath. She's with me. The logic is sound, technically speaking, but logic doesn't account for the way power-drunk warriors look at things they want to claim. My display of magic has only made the situation more volatile, reminding everyone present that I possess capabilities most of them can barely comprehend. Some will see that as reason to follow more faithfully. Others will view it as a challenge worth accepting, and all of them will notice the human girl who stands at my side, drawing conclusions I'm not ready to face. My rules assumed you'd use basic sense about where you took her. The rebuke carries less heat than intended, undermined by my own awareness that Thali's interpretation isn't entirely wrong. The training grounds during live steel practice doesn't qualify as safe, little sister. Seline's stare intensifies during our exchange, gray-blue eyes moving between my face and the twisted metal weapons scattered around the practice area. She's trying to understand something, working through connections that clearly disturb her. The hand at her collarbone presses harder, knuckles white with tension as she fights some internal battle I can't begin to decipher. She knows something about blood forging. But that's impossible. Humans don't have access to ancestral magic. The thought sends an uncomfortable chill down my spine, raising questions I don't have time to pursue. Whatever secrets she carries beneath that borrowed leather, they're clearly connected to what she just witnessed. The way she watches me feels different now, charged with recognition that goes beyond simple fear of orc magic. For a moment, everything else fades. The scattered crowd of warriors, Thali's stubborn defiance, the lingering echoes of violence barely contained. All of it becomes background noise as I focus on the girl who stares at me like I'm a puzzle she desperately needs to solve. The weakness in my limbs continues to ebb, strength returning faster than it should after such an extensive use of blood forging. Usually major workings leave me drained for hours, my body struggling to recover from channeling forces that human flesh wasn't designed to contain. This time feels different, easier. Like the magic flowed through me with unusual efficiency, demanding less sacrifice for greater effect. Why? But before I can examine the impossibility further, Thali's voice cuts through my concentration like a blade through silk. Korath? Her tone carries concern now, amber eyes fixed on my face with the kind of intensity that suggests I've been staring too long. Are you all right? The question snaps me back to immediate reality. The training ground littered with evidence of uncontrolled power, my sister standing in the middle of potential chaos, and the human girl whose secrets might be more dangerous than her obvious vulnerability. Get home. Both of you. The command comes out rougher than intended, weighted with frustrations I can't afford to examine. Now. Thali's mouth opens like she wants to argue, but something in my expression must convince her that discretion represents the better part of valor. She nods once, and then turns to Seline with a kind of gentle authority that makes my chest tighten with pride and terror in equal measure. Come on. She tries to sound chipper, but it's clear she's unhappy. We go back now. Seline nods without taking her eyes off me, fingers finally releasing their desperate grip on whatever lies hidden beneath the leather tunic. But the way she moves suggests the gesture costs her something, like she's forcing herself to let go of a lifeline in stormy waters. They walk away together, Thali's wild black hair bouncing with each step, while Seline moves with the careful grace of someone who's learned to hide weakness in plain sight. I watch until they disappear behind the bone and iron palisades that separate the training grounds from the residential areas, noting how naturally they fall into step beside each other. My sister's getting attached. That's going to be a problem when... I cut off the thought before it can form completely, unwilling to examine the implications of what will eventually happen to a human captive in an orc encampment. Some realities are better left unacknowledged until they become unavoidable. But as their figures fade into the distance, I find myself thinking less about strategic necessities and more about gray-blue eyes that hold secrets I need to understand, about the way strength returned to my body faster than it should have, about the questions that multiply every time I try to find simple answers. Behind me, the cleanup continues as warriors work to free weapons from their metal bonds and dismantle the stone barriers I raised in a moment of uncontrolled power. The normal sounds of camp life resume gradually, but the undercurrent of tension remains. Word of what happened here will spread quickly through the encampment, along with speculation about why my magic felt different today. Let them wonder. I've got bigger problems to solve. But even as I turn to deal with the immediate aftermath of violence barely contained, part of my attention remains fixed on the path where they disappeared, wondering what secrets hide beneath borrowed leather and why those secrets make my magic burn brighter than it should.
Chapter 7. Seline. Tharli's small hand tugs at my sleeve, chattering in that mix of orcish and broken human words she's been practicing, but her voice sounds like it's coming from underwater. My fingers won't stop moving against my collarbone, pressing through the rough leather of the borrowed tunic like I can somehow contain what's happening beneath my skin. The mark burns. Not the dull ache I've grown accustomed to over the past year, but actual fire racing along the raised edges of the sigil carved into my flesh. The pain spreads outward in pulsing waves, each beat matching the rhythm of my heart as we walk further from the training grounds. Seline? Tharli's voice carries concern now, amber eyes searching my face with the kind of perceptiveness that makes her dangerous despite her age. You look... pale? I force my expression into something resembling calm, though sweat beads along my hairline from the effort of not doubling over. The burning intensifies with each step, like whatever's branded into my skin is trying to claw its way out through muscle and bone. Just tired. The lie comes easier than it should, wrapped in the kind of hollow smile I perfected during my time in the camps. Can I rest for a while? Her face brightens with the eagerness of someone who thinks she's being helpful. Yes. Your room is nice now. I took all the sharp things out and found more furs to make it soft. The memory of that first night surfaces unbidden, weapons covering every surface, steel gleaming in the lamplight, while I huddled in the corner expecting torture or worse. The contrast with Tharli's earnest desire to make me comfortable would be touching if I weren't fighting the urge to scratch at my collarbone until I draw blood. Blood magic. The realization hits like cold water, cutting through the haze of pain with crystalline clarity. That's what Korath did back there. I watched him slice his wrist open and pour his blood onto the ground, then twist metal and stone like they were made of clay instead of iron and earth. I know that magic. I've seen it before, in that death camp. The thought makes my stomach lurch with implications I don't want to examine. Whatever they did to me there, whatever purpose this mark serves, it's still active, still responding to forces I barely understand. We reach the longhouse that's become my prison, though Tharli insists on calling it my room, like I chose to be here. The space has changed dramatically since that first terrifying night. Weapons removed, additional furs spread across the floor to create something approaching comfort. Even a small oil lamp burning steadily in one corner. See? Much better now. Tharli bounces on her toes, clearly proud of her improvements. And I brought you more clothes too. Human clothes are strange, but these should fit. She gestures toward a pile of garments I hadn't noticed before. simple tunics and pants that look like they came from other captives. The thought of wearing dead people's clothing should disturb me, but after a year of survival by any means necessary, such concerns feel like luxuries I can't afford. Thank you. The words come out more genuine than intended, though the burning in my chest makes it hard to focus on gratitude. You've done good work here. Her smile could power half the encampment, bright and uncomplicated in the way that only children can manage. For a moment, I almost forget that she's an orc, that her people are my captors, that this kindness might be nothing more than elaborate cruelty designed to break my spirit. Almost. I'll let you rest now. She moves toward the door, then pauses with the kind of hesitation that suggests she wants to say something more. Korath seemed different today, after the magic. Did you notice? Did I notice? The question would be funny if it weren't so terrifying. I noticed everything. The way his golden eyes blazed brighter during the working, the unusual strength of power that should have left him unconscious, the way he stared at me afterward like I was a puzzle he needed to solve. Different how? I managed to ask, though my voice sounds strained even to my own ears. Stronger, but also confused? Her brow furrows with the effort of finding the right words. Like he didn't understand what happened either. Did he feel something because of me? His confusion should be comforting. If he doesn't understand the connection, he can't use it against me. But instead, it feels like standing on the edge of a cliff, knowing that one wrong step will send me tumbling into an abyss I can't escape. I'm sure he's fine. Another lie, smoother this time. Your brother seems like he can handle anything. Thali nods with the absolute confidence of someone who's never seen their hero fail. He takes care of everything. Always has. She slips out through the heavy door, leaving me alone with the fire spreading through my chest like molten metal. The moment her footsteps fade, I collapse onto the furs, fingers clawing at the tunic with desperate urgency. The fabric comes away easily enough, revealing skin that looks like it's been held too close to a forge. The mark of Nephtheris stands out in stark relief against my pale flesh. An intricate sigil burned deep into the hollow of my collarbone, its raised edges now bright red and inflamed. Damn. The mark pulses with each heartbeat, radiating heat that makes the surrounding skin feel tight and raw. I trace its outline with trembling fingers, feeling the familiar pattern of lines and curves that have haunted my nightmares for the past year. The memory hits without warning, dragging me back to being strapped to a metal table while orcs leaned over me, doing things I never understood. As they pressed heated ore to my skin, but then used magic to do something more than burn me. The pain that followed defied description, not just physical agony as they burned the sigil into my flesh, but something deeper, like they were carving channels directly into my soul, creating pathways for forces that human bodies weren't meant to contain. Most of the other test subjects died during the procedure. The lucky ones simply stopped breathing. The others screamed until their voices gave out, then kept screaming silently until their hearts finally stopped from the strain. I survived. Lucky me. But I never understood what the mark actually did until today, watching Korath's magic surge beyond anything that should have been possible. The way his blood forging responded to my presence, growing stronger and more controlled despite the massive amount of power he channeled. I made him stronger. Just by standing there, I amplified his magic. The implications cascade through my mind like falling stones, each one carrying the weight of potential disaster. If the orcs discover what I am, what I can do, they won't just kill me quickly. They'll use me, drain every drop of enhancement from my body until there's nothing left but an empty husk marked with scars. But the worst part, the part that makes my hands shake with something beyond fear, is the way I felt when his magic flowed through me. For just a moment, standing there in the training ground with power crackling between us, I felt connected, complete, like some missing piece of myself had finally clicked into place. That's not possible. I'm human. I don't have magic. But the mark burns with truth I can't deny, reminding me that the line between human and something else blurred the moment they carved their sigil into my flesh. Whatever I am now, whatever they made me, it responds to Korath's blood-forged power in ways that terrify and attract me in equal measure. I press my face against the cool furs, trying to escape the heat radiating from my chest. The pain is already starting to fade, settling back into the familiar ache I've learned to ignore, but the memory of that connection lingers like an addiction waiting to be fed. I need to stay away from him, need to avoid triggering the mark again. But even as I form the thought, I know it's a lie. Every instinct I've developed over the past year screams that understanding Korath represents my best chance for survival. If I can figure out how his magic works, how the mark responds to it, maybe I can find a way to control the connection instead of being controlled by it. It's just strategy. Gathering intelligence on the enemy. Another lie sweeter than the others. Because the truth lurking beneath my rationalizations is far more dangerous than simple survival tactics. The truth is that I want to feel that connection again, want to experience the rush of power flowing between us, even if it kills me. The truth is that I'm drawn to him despite every logical reason to fear and hate everything he represents. Just for safety, I tell myself, pulling the leather tunic back over the mark's angry red outline. I need to watch him to understand what I'm dealing with. That's all. But my hands continue to shake as I settle deeper into the furs, and the taste of lies sits bitter on my tongue.
Chapter 8. Korath. The blood forge leaves me hollow for 3 days, though it is nowhere the severity it usually is. My wrist throbs where I open the vein. The ritual scars along my tusks ache like fresh wounds, and every movement feels like pushing through thick mud. It's always this way after a major working. The price of shaping stone and metal with nothing but will and lifeblood. But this exhaustion runs deeper than usual, settling into my bones like a winter cold that won't break. I should be planning the next raid, reviewing our defenses, checking weapon stores. Instead, I find myself sprawled in the main room of my longhouse, watching Thali dart between the kitchen and the humans' quarters like a moss-green whirlwind. "She likes the shells better than the stones," my sister announces, dropping into the chair across from me with the boneless grace only children possess. Her amber eyes shine with excitement as she arranges her latest treasures on the wooden table. Smooth river rocks, fragments of colored glass, and several spiral shells she must have collected from the stream beds. "Does she?" The words come out flatter than intended, but Thali doesn't seem to notice my lack of enthusiasm. "Yes, and she knows things about them too, like how the big ones make sounds when you blow through them, and how some shells used to be alive." She picks up a particularly large specimen, holding it up to catch the lamplight. "She told me stories about creatures that live in the water and build houses out of their own bodies." I grunt acknowledgement while studying my sister's animated face. In the 8 years since our parents died, I've seen her excited about new weapons, successful hunts, even the occasional pretty bauble some trader brought through camp. But this enthusiasm feels different, warmer, more open. Like she's finally found something that speaks to the part of her that isn't being shaped into a warrior. The thought should please me. Should make me glad that she has someone to talk to besides blood-soaked clansmen and their endless discussions of violence. But instead, it sits in my gut like undigested meat, heavy and wrong. "Where is she now?" I ask, though I'm not sure why the question matters. "Getting dressed." I brought her new clothes today. Well, not new, but cleaner than what she had. Human clothes are strange, Korath. So many layers and ties and... "Thali!" My sister stops mid-sentence, recognizing the tone that means she's wandering too far from the point. It's a voice I've used with her since she was barely walking, the one that says focus without crushing her spirit entirely. Right. She should be ready soon. I thought maybe we could show her the rest of camp. She's been in that room for almost a week. No. The response comes without thought, automatic as breathing. She stays in the longhouse. But she needs to stay here, Thali. I thought you said she wasn't a prisoner. Well, if that's what you need to see her as to keep her here, then she is. Even as I say it, the words taste strange in my mouth. Because if Seline is just a prisoner, why did I take her from Varrock instead of letting him have his prize? Why do I find myself listening for her voice through the walls, tension coiling in my shoulders whenever too much time passes without some sign that she's still breathing? Thali's face scrunches into the stubborn expression I know all too well, the one that usually precedes her most spectacular acts of defiance. But before she can marshal her arguments, the door to the humans' quarters opens and Seline emerges. The sight of her stops whatever protest was forming on my sister's lips, stops my own thoughts dead in their tracks. She's cleaned up since that first night, hair braided back in a style that reveals the sharp angles of her face. The clothes Thali brought fit well enough, a simple brown tunic and dark pants that don't hide the lean muscle beneath. But it's her eyes that catch me, gray-blue like storm clouds, scanning the room with the careful attention of someone mapping escape routes and potential weapons. Those eyes find mine for a heartbeat before sliding away, but the impact lingers like a physical blow. There's fire in that gaze, not the broken terror I expected, but something hotter and more dangerous. Something that recognizes me as a threat while refusing to submit to that recognition. See? Much better, Thali says, apparently oblivious to the sudden tension crackling through the air. Now you look like... well, like you instead of a wild thing dragged in from the rain. Seline's mouth twitches. Not quite a smile, but something close to it. The expression transforms her face completely, softening edges that seemed carved from stone, and revealing glimpses of the woman she might have been before whatever hell she escaped from. Thank you, she says, and her voice carries that same careful quality as her gaze. Each word measured, tested for hidden traps before being released. The clothes are... comfortable. She doesn't look at me again, but I feel her awareness like heat against my skin. She knows exactly where I'm sitting, knows that my attention hasn't wavered from her since she entered the room. The knowledge should be uncomfortable. Being watched by prey tends to make most humans either cower or attempt something foolishly brave. Instead, she moves with fluid grace to examine Thali's collection of shells and stones, her focus apparently captured by my sister's treasures while somehow managing to keep me in her peripheral vision. It's a masterful display of situational awareness disguised as casual interest. This one's particularly beautiful, she says, lifting one of the spiral shells with fingers that don't quite shake. Where did you find it? And just like that, Thali launches into an animated description of her morning expedition to the creek beds, complete with dramatic reenactments of her near tumble into the water while reaching for the perfect specimen. She gestures wildly as she speaks, her words occasionally rushing together with excitement. I should be watching my sister, should be cataloging this new enthusiasm, this glimpse of the child she still is beneath her warrior training. But my attention keeps drifting to the human, studying the way she listens with complete focus, how she nods encouragingly when Thali stumbles over difficult words, the careful patience in her responses. She's playing a part, has to be. No one survives whatever she's been through without learning to manipulate their captors, to find weak points and exploit them. Thali's obvious affection represents the perfect leverage. A child's emotions are easily bent, easily used against those who care about them. But watching her now, seeing the way her eyes soften when Thali laughs, how her guard drops just fractionally when faced with genuine enthusiasm. Either she's the most accomplished actress I've ever encountered, or there's something real happening here. Dangerous thinking. I shift in my chair, the movement drawing both sets of eyes toward me. Thali's gaze holds simple curiosity. She's grown used to my brooding silences, accepts them as part of my nature. But Seline's attention lands like a physical weight, searching my face for clues about my intentions. For a moment, we stare at each other across the space that separates predator from prey. Her chin lifts slightly, a gesture I'm beginning to recognize as her version of drawing a sword. She won't back down from this. Silent confrontation won't give me the satisfaction of seeing her flinch. There. That fire I glimpsed in her eyes burns brighter now, defiant and unbroken despite everything she's endured. Most humans learn to hide such emotions around orcs. We tend to view defiance as a challenge that needs crushing. But she either doesn't understand that truth or simply doesn't care. The realization should infuriate me, should trigger the same violent response that any challenge to my authority demands. Instead, I find myself intrigued, wondering how long that fire will last before reality grinds it down to ash and memory. Wondering if I want to be the one to extinguish it, or if some part of me hopes it burns bright enough to survive. Korath? Thali's voice cuts through the strange tension building between Seline and me. Can I show her the forge? Just the outside part where you work on small things? No. The word comes out harder than intended, sharp enough to make my sister flinch. But it has the opposite effect on Seline. Her eyes narrow slightly like she's filing away this information for future use. She's smart. Too smart for someone who's supposed to be a broken refugee, grateful for basic kindness. She's not leaving the longhouse, I continue, moderating my tone for Thali's sake. Not until I say otherwise. But she's been good, my sister protests. She hasn't tried to run or hurt anyone. And she tells such interesting stories about the outside world, about places with great waters that stretch to the horizon and... Holly. The single word carries enough warning to silence further argument, though I can see rebellion simmering in her amber eyes. She'll push this again later, when she thinks I'm in a better mood or distracted by clan business. It's what she always does when something matters to her. What disturbs me is realizing that the human has already learned this pattern too. I catch the slight tightening around Seline's eyes, the way she files away this exchange for future reference. She's reading the dynamics between Thali and me, mapping the territory of our relationship like a scout preparing for invasion. She's dangerous. The thought should be followed by action, a knife between the ribs, a quick trip to the execution pit. Simple solutions to complex problems. But my hands remain still, and the moment passes without violence. Because beneath the careful calculation and obvious intelligence, beneath the defiance that should be crushed before it spreads, there's something else. Something in the way she looks at Thali, not with the calculating interest of someone planning manipulation, but with genuine warmth. As if my sister's enthusiasm touches some part of her that still remembers what innocence looks like. Or she's better at this game than I thought. The uncertainty gnaws at me like an infected wound. I pride myself on reading people quickly and accurately. It's kept me alive through more battles than I care to count. But this human refuses to fit into any category I understand. She's not broken enough to be dismissed, not compliant enough to be trusted, and not openly hostile enough to justify immediate execution. She's a puzzle wrapped in contradiction, and puzzles have always been my weakness.
Chapter 9. Seline. The days blur together in a rhythm I don't want to acknowledge. Thali appears each morning like clockwork, her small hands carrying plates of food that smell better than anything I've tasted in months. She chatters while I eat, filling the silence with stories about camp life, about the time she caught her first fish, about the scar on Korath's left tusk from when he defended their territory against raiders from the Ironjaw clan. I tell myself I'm only listening to gather information. Knowledge about this place, these people, might prove useful later. But the truth sits heavier in my chest. I'm starting to look forward to her visits, starting to anticipate the way her amber eyes light up when she discovers something new to share. The miners are building nests in the bone spires again, she announces one morning, settling cross-legged on the furs beside my makeshift bed. Korath says they're too stupid to realise the bones make poor foundations, but I think they like the height. They can see danger coming from up there. She tears off a piece of dark bread, handing half to me while keeping the other for herself. It's become our routine, sharing meals like equals rather than captor and captive. The gesture should mean nothing, but something warm unfurls in my chest each time she does it. Smart birds, I manage, though my throat feels tight. When was the last time someone shared food with me? When was the last time anyone treated me like I mattered enough to include in their daily rituals? Don't think about it. Don't let this matter. But Thali makes it impossible to maintain distance. She shows me how to weave grass into simple patterns, her small fingers patient as she corrects my clumsy attempts. She brings me smooth stones from the creek, each one carefully selected for its colour or interesting markings. What they mean, like ones for good luck or a strong harvest or friendship. That last one catches in my throat when she says it, looking at me with complete certainty. As if friendship is just another fact of nature, like sunrise or the changing tides. I don't have friends, I tell her quietly, but she just tilts her head like she doesn't understand the concept of chosen solitude. Everyone has friends. Even Korath has Varrock, though they argue more than they agree. The mention of her brother sends familiar tension through my shoulders. Korath remains a constant looming presence, even when he's not in the room. I hear his voice through the walls, deep, commanding, always edged with authority that brooks no contradiction. Sometimes he passes through the main room while Thali and I are talking, his golden eyes sweeping over us with unreadable intensity before he continues about his business. He never speaks to me directly, never acknowledges my existence beyond ensuring I'm still breathing and contained. But I feel his attention like weight against my skin, heavy and assessing. Tell me about the shells again, Thali says, pulling my focus back to safer ground. The ones that sing when the wind blows through them. So I do. I tell her about conch shells large enough to hold in 2 hands, about the haunting sounds they make when air passes through their spiral chambers. I describe tide pools filled with creatures that build their homes from calcium and time, tiny architects creating beauty without conscious thought. Her eyes grow wide with wonder, and something inside me cracks a little more. This is dangerous. You're getting attached. But knowing the risk doesn't stop me from continuing the stories, from watching her face light up with each new detail. Doesn't stop the warmth that spreads through my chest when she laughs at my description of hermit crabs fighting over prime real estate. 3 days later, she suggests we sneak out to find our own shells. There's a stream just past the eastern palisade, she whispers, even though Korath left hours ago to oversee weapon training. It flows down from the mountains, and there's always interesting things washed up along the banks. My first instinct is absolute refusal. I've seen enough of this camp to know it's filled with violence barely held in check. Men who would view an escaped human as entertainment. Children who've been raised to see cruelty as normal. The thought of Thali exposed to that kind of danger makes my stomach clench. But she's already moving toward the door, excitement vibrating through her small frame like contained lightning. Wait. The word comes out sharper than intended, and she turns back with curious eyes. If we're going, we stay together. And we come straight back here afterward. Her grin could outshine the sun. You mean it? You'll come with me. What am I doing? But I'm already nodding, already following her toward the door because the alternative, letting her go alone, is unthinkable. Whatever maternal instincts I thought the camps had beaten out of me stir to protective life. She's not my responsibility, not my concern, but the thought of something happening to her while I sat safely in this room makes my hands shake. The stream turns out to be a narrow ribbon of clear water cutting through dark stone, its banks littered with exactly the kind of treasures Thali hoped to find. Smooth river rocks in shades of grey and brown, fragments of what might once have been pottery, and yes, shells. Not the large ocean specimens from my stories, but delicate freshwater varieties that catch the afternoon light like tiny jewels. Thalie wades in without hesitation, her bare feet sure on the slippery stones. I stay on the bank, eyes constantly scanning our surroundings for threats, while she searches for perfect specimens. "Look at this one!" She holds up a shell no bigger than my thumbnail, its surface striped with bands of cream and amber. It's like it's wearing little rings. Despite my nerves, I find myself smiling at her enthusiasm. She approaches everything with such pure joy, such complete faith that the world exists to provide her with small wonders. It's heartbreaking and beautiful and completely at odds with everything I know about survival. We spend perhaps an hour by the water, Thalie building a collection of treasures while I keep watch. When voices echo from somewhere deeper in the camp, I make the call to head back. She doesn't argue. Maybe she senses my tension, or maybe she simply trusts my judgment. The walk back to the longhouse passes without incident, but I don't truly relax until we're safely inside. Only then do I realise how tightly I was holding myself, how ready I was to fight anyone who threatened her. When did I start caring this much? Thalie spreads her new collection on the table, arranging shells and stones with careful precision. She's humming under her breath, some orc melody I don't recognise, and the sound fills the space with unexpected warmth. That's when Korath returns. I hear his boots on the steps outside, the familiar weight of his presence approaching. Thalie looks up from her treasures, a smile already blooming across her face. "Korath! Look what we found by the stream. Seline helped me pick out the best ones and she knows so much about—" The door opens and he fills the frame, all 6'9" of controlled power and barely contained violence. His golden eyes sweep the scene, the shells scattered across the table, Thalie's excited chatter, my position near the window where I was pretending to study the view. Those eyes find mine and hold for a heartbeat. There's something different in his expression, some shift I can't quite identify. Not anger, exactly, but a kind of wary assessment that makes my skin prickle. "You went to the stream," he says, not a question. Thalie nods enthusiastically, apparently missing the undercurrents in his tone. Seline came with me. She made sure we stayed safe and came right back. She knows all about shells and water creatures and— Did she? This time his attention fixes on me completely, and I force myself to meet that burning gaze without flinching. Whatever game we're playing here, showing weakness isn't an option. The camp is dangerous, I say quietly. For her. Something flickers across his features. Surprise, maybe, or approval. It's gone too quickly to be sure. "It is," he agrees, and there's something almost like respect in his voice. "Good that you understand that." He moves deeper into the room, his massive frame somehow managing not to dominate the space completely. When he settles into his usual chair, it's with the fluid grace of a predator conserving energy. But his eyes remain on Thalie, watching her arrange her treasures with an expression so tender it stops my breath. This is the man who terrifies his enemies, who can shape metal with blood and will. But when he looks at his sister, all that violence transforms into something else entirely. Something protective and fierce and utterly devoted. "Show me what you found," he says, and his voice gentles in a way I didn't know it could. Thalie launches into animated descriptions of each shell, her small hands gesturing wildly as she explains the significance of every find. Korath listens with complete attention, asking questions that encourage her enthusiasm rather than dampening it. I should feel like an intruder watching this moment, should retreat to my room and leave them to their family ritual. But I find myself frozen in place, unable to look away from this glimpse of who Korath becomes when the armour comes off. He notices my attention, of course. Those golden eyes flick toward me briefly, catching me in the act of staring. But instead of the usual cold assessment, there's something almost like acknowledgement in his gaze, as if he's recognizing something in me that wasn't there before. He sees that I care about her. The realization should terrify me. Caring about anything in this place is weakness, a vulnerability that can be exploited. But as I watch him listen to Thali's excited chatter, see the way his entire posture softens around her, I understand something fundamental about the dynamic in this longhouse. He's not keeping me here as a prisoner or a plaything. He's keeping me here because somehow, inexplicably, I've become part of whatever fragile ecosystem exists between him and Thali. Part of the careful balance that lets her remain a child, despite growing up surrounded by violence. The thought should horrify me, should send me running for the nearest exit because being needed is just another kind of chain. But as Thali holds up another shell for his inspection, her face glowing with pride when he nods approval, I find myself settling deeper into my chair. Just for now. Just until I figure out what comes next.
Chapter 10. Korath. The morning air carries the scent of smoke and blood, familiar companions that have marked every dawn in Gorthul for as long as I can remember. I move through the camp with measured steps, cataloging the rhythm of daily survival that keeps my clan breathing. The weapon racks gleam with freshly sharpened steel. The cooking fires burn steady and hot. Children practice their forms with wooden spears while their mothers mend nets and sharpen blades. Everything appears as it should. Yet something sits wrong beneath my ribs, a restlessness that's been building for days like storm clouds gathering on the horizon. Korath. Varrock's voice cuts through my inspection, his tone carrying that particular edge that means he's been waiting for this moment. We need to discuss the human. I don't pause in my examination of the perimeter stakes, though every muscle in my shoulders tightens. Her name is Seline. Her name doesn't matter. His boots crunch on gravel as he falls into step beside me, matching my pace with the easy confidence of someone who stood at my right hand for 5 years. What matters is that she's been here too long without purpose. The restlessness under my ribs sharpens into something with teeth. She has purpose. Amusing your sister isn't purpose. It's weakness. My hands curl into fists at my sides, the familiar burn of magic stirring beneath my skin like molten metal seeking release. But I force my voice to remain level, controlled. Explain. Varrock stops walking, forcing me to turn and face him fully. His gray-green skin bears the ritual scars of a full warrior, tusks decorated with bands of black iron that catch the morning light. Everything about his stance speaks of challenge barely held in check. The clan brought spoils from the coastal raid, he says, words carefully measured. Spoils are meant to be used. Broken, discarded when they've served their purpose. His amber eyes narrow. Not coddled like prized livestock. The truth of his words hits like a blade between the ribs. When I claimed Seline that night, standing over her defiant form while the clan watched, they expected me to drag her away and use her body until it broke. Expected her screams to echo through the longhouse walls as proof of my dominance, her eventual death to serve as entertainment for warriors drunk on successful raiding. The thought makes acid rise in my throat. She serves her purpose, I repeat, but the words taste like ash. By playing with shells? By teaching Thali human ways? Varrock's voice drops to something dangerous. The men are starting to talk, Korath. They're saying their war chief has gone soft, that you keep a human pet while they bleed for every scrap of territory we hold. I meet his stare with golden fire, letting enough magic simmer behind my eyes to remind him exactly who he's addressing. Let them talk. Words from weaklings carry no weight. But even as I say it, I know he's right about the whispers. I felt the subtle shift in how the warriors watch me, the questioning looks when they think I'm not paying attention. Leadership among orcs isn't granted by birthright or ceremony. It's earned through strength and maintained through fear. Show weakness, show hesitation, and the pack will turn on you faster than starving wargs. Varrock must see something in my expression because he presses forward, scenting blood in the water. The Vrayim code demands strength, Korath. Your father understood that. Your grandfather understood that. What would they say about a war chief who keeps enemies alive out of sentiment? My father. The mention of him sends familiar pain lancing through my chest, followed immediately by rage that burns hotter than any forge. Aldrich Dragon died because he showed mercy to raiders from the Ironjaw clan, believing their promises of peace. They slit his throat while he slept, then came for the rest of us in the night. I was 24 when I found his body, when I lifted Thali from her blood-soaked bed and felt her tiny heart beating against my chest like a terrified bird. 24 when I carved the names of our enemies into my tusks with his own blade, when I swore by stone and steel that sentiment would never make me weak again. Yet here I stand, defending a human woman whose gray-blue eyes haunt my dreams and whose laugh makes something forgotten stir in the deepest parts of my chest. My father is dead, I say quietly, letting the words carry all the violence they've always held, which means his opinions matter less than the wind. Varrock's jaw tightens, but he knows better than to push that particular wound. Instead, he shifts tactics, going for the throat in a different way. Fine. Keep her if you must, but at least make use of her. The men need to see that you haven't forgotten what humans are good for. His smile turns predatory. Break her properly and they'll respect the choice. Keep coddling her and they'll assume you've lost your edge entirely. The magic beneath my skin flares hot enough to make my vision shimmer red. The thought of touching Seline that way, of using my strength to shatter whatever fragile trust has built between us, makes my stomach turn. But worse than the physical revulsion is the deeper horror. The knowledge that part of me wants her in ways that have nothing to do with dominance or conquest. I want to hear her laugh again. Want to watch her eyes soften when she looks at Thali. Want to understand the shadows that live behind her carefully maintained walls, and the story written in the scars that mark her hands. These are not the thoughts of a war chief. These are the thoughts of a man, and men get their clans killed. I'll handle it, I tell Varrock, though I have no idea what that means. He studies my face for a long moment, searching for weakness, for any sign that his words have found their mark. Whatever he sees, there must satisfy him because he nods once, sharp and decisive. Council tonight, after the evening meal. His tone makes it clear this isn't a request. We need to settle this before it festers any further. He turns and walks away, leaving me standing alone among the perimeter stakes, with the taste of coming conflict bitter on my tongue. Around me, the camp continues its daily rhythm, but I can feel eyes watching from the shadows, measuring, calculating. The restlessness under my ribs has transformed into something sharper now, something with claws and teeth that tears at my insides. Because Varrock is right about one thing. This can't continue indefinitely. Eventually, the clan will demand action, will force my hand in ways that leave no room for the careful balance I've been trying to maintain. And when that moment comes, I'll have to choose between the woman who makes Thali smile and the authority that keeps us all alive. The council fire burns low between us, casting shifting shadows across faces carved by violence and marked by survival. It's a small gathering. It has to be, with a clan our size. But these 4 men represent every voice that matters in Gorthul. Every decision that shapes our future gets hammered out in this circle. Grockle sits to my right, his scarred hands working steadily at sharpening his hunting knife. Our head scout has always been a man of few words, preferring to speak through action, but his presence here carries weight. When Grockle talks, warriors listen. Beside him, Onog shifts restlessly, the head guard's massive frame making the log beneath him creak with protest. His tusks bear the deep grooves of a veteran fighter, someone who's earned his position through blood and bone. Next to him, Mole, Onog's right hand, maintains his characteristic stillness, amber eyes reflecting firelight as he watches the flames dance. And across from me, Varrock waits with the patience of a hunting cat. He knows he holds the stronger position tonight, knows the others share his concerns even if they haven't voiced them yet. The knowledge sits in his posture, in the confident way he meets my gaze. "The human has been here 12 days, he begins without preamble, his voice carrying easily in the enclosed space. 12 days of eating our food, sleeping under our protection, contributing nothing to the clan's survival. She helps with Thali, I point out, though even to my own ears the words sound weak. She plays with Thali, Varrock corrects. There's a difference between helping and entertainment. Grakul looks up from his blade, weathered features thoughtful. The girl does seem lighter, happier. He tests the edge against his thumb, drawing a thin line of blood. Haven't heard her laugh that much since before the winter raids. Happiness is a luxury we can't afford, Varrock snaps. Not when it comes at the cost of our reputation. What reputation? The question comes from Onog, surprising everyone. The head guard rarely speaks during council, preferring to listen and observe. When he does contribute, it usually carries significant weight. Varrock's eyes narrow. The reputation that keeps other clans from testing our borders. The reputation that makes coastal traders think twice before hiring protection against us. They already think we're savages, Onog rumbles, his voice like grinding stone. One human more or less won't change that. It's not about what they think of us, Varrock snarls, frustration bleeding through his controlled facade. It's about what we think of ourselves. About maintaining the standards that have kept this clan alive for generations. The fire pops, sending sparks spiraling toward the smoke hole above us. In the brief flare of light, I catch Maul watching me with unreadable intensity. He hasn't spoken yet, but his silence feels loaded with unspoken judgment. Speak your mind, Maul, I order quietly. He leans forward, elbows resting on his knees as he considers his words. The men are restless, he says finally. They see you taking spoils but not using them. They wonder if their war chief has forgotten the taste for blood. Heat builds behind my eyes, magic responding to the implied challenge. My taste for blood is well documented. Is it? Varrock seizes the opening, voice sharp as a blade. When was the last time you killed in front of the clan? When was the last time you reminded them what happens to those who cross the Black Maw? The questions hit like physical blows because he's right. I've been leading from the shadows lately, handling threats quietly rather than making public examples, trying to shield Thali from the worst of what leadership requires, trying to maintain some semblance of civilization in our small corner of the Longhouse. The human needs to serve her purpose, Varrock continues, pressing his advantage. Either break her properly so the clan sees you haven't gone soft, or kill her and move on. But this, whatever this is, it's undermining everything we've built. And if I refuse? The words slip out before I can stop them, carrying more challenge than I intended. The silence that follows feels heavy as stone. Grakul's knife stills against the whetstone. Onog's massive frame goes perfectly motionless. Even Mole's breathing seems to pause as the implications of my questions settle between us. Varrock's smile is all teeth and promise. Then you'll have chosen to put one human above the welfare of your entire clan. And we'll all have to decide what that means for our future. The threat hangs in the air like smoke, visible and choking, not direct enough to constitute open rebellion, but clear enough that everyone understands the stakes. My authority rests on the consent of these men, on their belief that I can lead them to survival and victory. Challenge that belief, and the whole structure comes tumbling down. Magic surges beneath my skin, hot and demanding. The urge to reach for my blade, to remind them all exactly why they follow me, pounds through my veins like molten metal. But that path leads only to civil war, to the clan tearing itself apart while enemies circle like carrion birds. Instead, I let the power build behind my eyes until they glow like forge fires in the darkness. Let it leak into my voice when I speak, turning each word into a weapon. I am War Chief of the Blackmaw clan, I say quietly, and the temperature in the room seems to drop several degrees. I've led you through 3 successful raids this season. I have kept you fed, armed, and alive while larger clans bleed themselves dry fighting over scraps. The golden fire in my gaze sweeps across each face in turn, marking them, claiming them. My decisions are not subject to committee approval. If you question my judgment, challenge me properly or hold your tongues. Grackle is the first to lower his eyes, followed quickly by Mole. Onog takes longer, but eventually his gaze drops as well. Only Varrock maintains eye contact, Amber meeting Gold in a contest of wills that could shatter everything we've built. Finally, he inclines his head in the barest suggestion of submission. Of course, War Chief. But the clan's concerns remain valid. The clan's concerns are noted, I reply, letting enough ice creep into my voice to freeze blood. And will be addressed as I see fit. I rise from my position by the fire, using my full height to loom over the seated figures. Council is dismissed. They file out in silence, but I can feel the weight of their displeasure like a physical thing. Varrock is the last to leave, pausing at the entrance to look back with an expression that promises this conversation is far from over. When I'm finally alone, I sink back down beside the dying fire and bury my face in my hands. The magic slowly ebbs from my system, leaving behind exhaustion and the bitter taste of Pyrrhic victory. I've won tonight's battle, but at the cost of isolating myself from my own inner circle. Varrock will be watching for any sign of continued weakness, ready to strike the moment my authority wavers. The others will be questioning my decisions, wondering if their war chief has indeed lost his edge. And through it all, Selina sleeps peacefully in the next room, unaware that her very existence is tearing my clan apart at the seams.
Chapter 11. Seline. The morning sun glints off the river's surface like scattered coins, and I watch Thali's small hands dart through the shallows with practiced ease. She's hunting for the perfect stones again, ones with interesting shapes or colours that catch her eye. Her moss-green skin gleams wet in the light, and she chatters constantly about everything and nothing. "Look at this one, Seline." She holds up a smooth grey rock shot through with veins of white. It looks like lightning frozen in stone. I can't help but smile at her enthusiasm. These daily trips to the river have become our routine, our escape from the suffocating tension of the longhouse. Out here, surrounded by running water and open sky, I can almost forget that I'm a prisoner, almost forget the weight of eyes watching my every move back at camp. "It's beautiful," I tell her, and mean it. Thali beams at the praise, carefully adding the stone to her growing collection in the leather pouch at her waist. The truth is, I look forward to these excursions as much as she does. They're the only time I feel like I can breathe properly, when the walls don't seem to be closing in around me. I've thought about using these moments to scout, to gather information about the surrounding area that might help me escape. But every time the idea crosses my mind, I look at Thali's trusting face and know I can't risk it. She'd follow me. No matter how dangerous, no matter how far, she'd try to come with me, and I won't be responsible for getting a child killed. So instead, we collect rocks and shells, splash in the shallows, and pretend we're just two friends enjoying the morning air. It's a fragile kind of peace, but it's all I have. "We should head back soon," I say, watching the sun climb higher. "Your brother will expect us before midday." Thali nods, though she makes no move to leave the water yet. "Can we stop by the herb patches on the way?" Korath mentioned we were running low on Gankoya root. The request surprises me. Over the past week, Thali and I have fallen into the habit of gathering useful plants on our way back from the river. Nothing major, just wild herbs that grow along the path, berries that haven't been picked over by the camp's foragers. Small contributions that somehow make me feel less like dead weight. What surprises me is that Korath has noticed. More than noticed, he actually seemed grateful yesterday when Tharli brought home a pouch full of Rurzid blossoms, mentioning how they'd help preserve the dried meat stores. For a moment, his golden eyes had met mine with something that looked almost like appreciation. Of course, I tell her, though I'm not sure I can tell Gankoya from regular grass yet. Tharli giggles. That's why you have me. I've been learning plants since I could walk. We make our way along the riverbank, Tharli pointing out various useful specimens while I try to commit their appearances to memory. The Gankoya turns out to be a stubby plant with thick, segmented leaves that smell faintly of spice when crushed. We gather enough to fill a small pouch, along with some wild onions and a handful of late-season berries. It's peaceful work, meditative in a way that reminds me of better times. Before the camps, before the brands and betrayals, I used to help my mother tend our little garden. The memory comes with its usual sharp edge of loss, but for once it doesn't cut quite as deep. Seline? Tharli's voice carries a note of uncertainty that makes me look up from the herb patch. 2 orc warriors stand blocking the path ahead of us, their expressions ranging from amused to predatory. I recognise them from around the camp, Jorth and Mazg, mid-level guards who've always watched me with calculating eyes. Neither looks particularly friendly right now. Ice floods my veins, but I force my face to remain calm. Tharli, come here. She scrambles to my side immediately, her small hand finding mine. I can feel her trembling slightly, picking up on the danger even if she doesn't fully understand it. Well, well, Jorth says, his voice carrying the lazy confidence of someone who knows he holds all the power. He's younger than Korath, maybe mid-20s, with ritual scars covering his arms and tusks decorated with copper bands. Look what we have here. Just the human and the chief's little sister, Mazg adds, stepping closer. He's bulkier than his companion, with grey-green skin mottled by old battle wounds, out for another one of their little adventures. I take a careful step backward, pulling Tharli with me. We were just heading back to camp. Were you now? Jorth's smile reveals teeth filed to sharp points. That's interesting, because I've been wondering something. He circles us slowly, like a predator sizing up prey. My heart hammers against my ribs, but I keep my breathing steady. Show fear and they'll pounce. Show weakness and they'll tear you apart. I've been wondering, he continues, what's so special about you that the war chief keeps you breathing? You don't look like much to me. Mazg chuckles, the sound like gravel in a crusher. Maybe we should find out for ourselves. Give you a proper test run before the chief decides you're not worth the trouble anymore. The blood in my veins turns to liquid nitrogen. I've heard that tone before, in the camps, in the moments before everything went to hell. But I can't run, not with Tharli beside me. Can't fight, not against 2 trained warriors. All I can do is back away slowly and hope they don't decide to press the issue. Or maybe, Mazg says thoughtfully, she's more dangerous than we thought. Maybe she's gotten into the chief's head somehow, made him weak. That would explain a lot, Jorth agrees. The way he's been acting lately, keeping enemies alive, going soft on discipline. Maybe we should put her down as a favour to him. You can't touch her, Tharli snaps suddenly, her young voice crackling with outrage. She's under the chief's protection. You don't cross the chieftain. Both warriors laugh, but there's something forced about the sound. Even they understand the truth in Tharli's words. Korath's authority is absolute within the clan, and challenging his decisions directly would be tantamount to rebellion. Smart little whelp, Jorth says, but he takes a half-step back. But the chief's not here right now, is he? He doesn't need to be, I say quietly, finding my voice again. You know exactly what would happen if you touched either of us. The question is whether you think it's worth the consequences. For a long moment, we stand frozen in tableau, two warriors weighing their options against a human woman and a child. The only sounds are the river flowing behind us and the distant calls of birds in the trees. Finally, Mazg spits into the dirt. "Not worth the trouble," he mutters. "Yet." They step aside, allowing us to pass, but I can feel their eyes burning into my back as we hurry down the path. Thali's hand stays locked in mine, her small fingers gripping tight enough to cut off circulation. We don't speak until we're safely within sight of the longhouse. Only then does Thali release my hand, her shoulders sagging with relief. "Are you all right?" I ask, crouching down to meet her eyes. She nods, but I can see the fear lingering in her amber gaze. They were just trying to scare us. They wouldn't really. They know better. Of course they do, I agree, though the words taste like ash. The truth is, I'm not sure what those men might do if they caught us alone and far enough from camp. The only thing that saved us was Korath's reputation and their uncertainty about how far they could push. But that protection feels thinner now, more fragile than it did this morning. Fear has settled into my bones like winter cold, and it's still there hours later when I hear Korath's heavy footsteps approaching the longhouse. I'm sitting by the fire, trying to focus on mending one of Thali's tunics, but my hands shake so badly I keep pricking my fingers with the needle. Thali notices, of course. She's been watching me with worried eyes since we returned, though she hasn't said anything. Smart girl. She knows something's wrong even if she doesn't understand what. The door opens and Korath steps inside, bringing the sense of weapon oil and cold air. His golden eyes sweep the room, taking in the domestic scene, before settling on me with uncomfortable intensity. "You're shaking," he observes, his voice carefully neutral. I set down the needle and thread, hiding my trembling hands in my lap. "Just cold. The fire's hot enough to melt iron." He moves closer, and I catch the way his nostrils flare slightly, testing the air for signs of distress, reading emotions the way a hunter reads tracks. Thali looks between us, clearly sensing the tension. "I'll go organise my stones," she announces, gathering her collection and disappearing into her room with the door closing behind her. Smart girl. She knows when adults need to talk. Korath settles into the chair across from me, his massive frame making the furniture creak. "What happened?" "Nothing happened." The lie comes automatically, a reflex born from years of surviving by keeping my mouth shut, but my voice cracks on the words, betraying me. His eyes narrow. "Try again." I want to tell him. The urge surprises me with its intensity, this desperate need to share the burden, to let someone else carry the weight of fear for just a moment. But admitting weakness feels like handing him a weapon to use against me. "We ran into some of your guards on the way back from the river," I say finally. "They were curious about your protection." Something dangerous flickers behind his golden gaze. "Which guards?" "Does it matter?" "They didn't actually do anything." I stand abruptly, needing to move, needing to burn off the nervous energy that's been building all afternoon. "Just made it clear that they think you're making a mistake keeping me alive." "Their opinions carry no weight." "Don't they?" I whirl to face him, anger finally overwhelming caution. "Because from where I sit, it seems like a lot of people in your clan think the same thing, that I'm some kind of weakness you can't afford." Korath rises slowly, his full height casting shadows across the room. But instead of the intimidation I expect, there's something almost careful in his movements, like he's trying not to spook a wounded animal. "You're under my protection," he says quietly. "That should be enough." Should be. The words taste bitter. But it's not, is it? Every day I stay here, Every day you don't kill me or break me or whatever it is they expect, your authority gets questioned a little more. The fire crackles between us, casting dancing shadows on the walls. I can see weapons gleaming in the flickering light, constant reminders of the violence that rules this place. So why? The question tears itself from my throat before I can stop it. Why keep me alive if it's causing you so much trouble? What's the point? He doesn't answer immediately, and the silence stretches between us like a blade. When he finally speaks, his voice is rough with something I can't identify. I don't know. The honesty in those 3 words hits me like a physical blow. I'd expected lies or threats or cold calculation, not this raw admission of uncertainty from a man who radiates absolute control. That's not good enough, I whisper. Not when people are talking about putting me down as a favour to you. Not when your own guards think I'm somehow corrupting you. They're wrong. Are they? I step closer, close enough to see the flecks of bronze in his golden eyes. Because I look at you sometimes, and I see something I don't understand. Something that shouldn't exist between a war chief and his prisoner. The air between us feels charged, electric with unspoken tension. I can smell the metallic scent of magic that always clings to him, can see the way his pupils dilate as I move closer. This is dangerous. Everything about this moment screams danger, from the way he's looking at me to the rapid pulse I can see beating in his throat. But I can't seem to stop myself. So tell me, I breathe, close enough now that I have to tilt my head back to meet his eyes. What am I to you? Prisoner? Pet? Some kind of sick entertainment? His jaw clenches, muscles jumping beneath scarred green skin. For a moment I think he might actually answer, might give me the truth I'm desperate to hear. Instead, his hand moves to cut my cheek, thumb tracing the line of my cheekbone with surprising gentleness. Your trouble, he says quietly, his voice rougher than stone. The kind of trouble that gets people killed. My breath catches in my throat. The warmth of his palm against my skin sends shivers racing down my spine, and I hate how right it feels. Hate how my body wants to lean into his touch despite everything. Then maybe you should kill me, I whisper. Save yourself the headache. His thumb stills against my skin. Maybe I should. But he doesn't move away. Doesn't drop his hand or step back or do any of the things a smart man would do. Instead, he stares down at me with those molten gold eyes, and I can see my own confusion reflected back at me. Whatever this is between us, whatever force keeps drawing us together, despite every rational reason to stay apart, it's getting stronger, more dangerous, and I have no idea what that means for either of us.
In a world of elves, demons, and liches.
What would you choose?
Power?
Or passion?
Would you stab the monster in the back?
Or take him to bed?
The Immersive Fantasy Audiobook bundle has it all.
Go to worldsofprotheka.com to get access.
Use code YouTube30 to get an additional 30% off.
Protheka's magic is eternal. Audio bundles will make it immersive.
Chapter 12. Korath. I need to step away, but I can't. I can't take my hands off of her, and I really, really don't want to. She wets her lips, and I can't stop my gaze from dropping to them. Are you going to... Her question hangs in the air between us like a blade waiting to fall. Should I kill you? I wonder. The words echo in my mind, but all I can focus on is the way her gray-blue eyes hold mine without flinching. No fear, just defiance wrapped in something that looks dangerously close to invitation. Damn, she's beautiful. Standing here in the firelight, copper hair escaping its braid to frame her face, skin flushed with anger and something else I'm afraid to name. Every rational part of my mind screams that I should step back, put distance between us, remember that she's human and I'm orc, and this can only end in disaster. But rationality has been slipping away from me since the moment I first laid eyes on her. There's something about Seline that calls to something deep in my bones, something that makes my blood sing and my magic stir restlessly beneath my skin. I've tried to ignore it, tried to tell myself it's just the novelty of having a human woman under my roof. I was lying to myself. There are so many other things I'd rather do to you. The words rumble from my chest before I can stop them, rough and honest and charged with weeks of suppressed hunger. Her breath catches, pupils dilating as she stares up at me. The pulse in her throat flutters like a trapped bird, and I want to press my mouth there, taste the proof of her racing heart. Then do them, she whispers, and those 3 words shatter every last thread of my restraint. I move without thinking, hands spanning her waist as I lift her against me. Her legs wrap around my hips instinctively, arms winding around my neck, and the feel of her body pressed against mine sends lightning through my veins. She's smaller than I am, delicate in the way humans are, but there's nothing fragile about the way she clings to me. When I claim her mouth, it's with all the hunger I've been fighting for weeks, all the need I've refused to acknowledge. Her lips are soft and warm, and they part under mine with a gasp that I swallow down like salvation. Sorry for the interruption. I know you were gearing up for a steamy scene, but it's way too hot for this platform.
If we want to keep sharing our stories for free, we have to abide by this platform's guidelines.
To get the full unabridged audiobook, go to worldsofprotheka.com.
Browse through unabridged audiobooks, countless ebooks and bundles offered at a discount.
If the thought of me whispering all the dirty details into your ear isn't enticing enough, use discount code YouTube30 to get 30% off of all digital products.
Story after story, audiobook after audiobook, the Worlds of Protheka are waiting for you.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
But unabridged, it's unforgettable.
We cling to each other as the aftershocks roll through us, breathing hard, hearts pounding in sync. My magic is still screaming beneath my skin, more intense than it's ever been. I can't shake the feeling that something fundamental has just shifted between us, something I'm not sure I'm ready to face.
Chapter 13. Seline. I don't mean to fall asleep. The plan was to slip back to my room before anyone noticed, to pretend this never happened, and go back to the careful distance I've been maintaining. But Korath's arms are warm and solid around me, his chest rising and falling in a steady rhythm beneath my cheek, and for the first time since I escaped the camps, I feel safe. That realization should terrify me. It should send me scrambling from his bed immediately. Instead, I sink deeper into his embrace, letting the sound of his heartbeat lull me into the first peaceful sleep I've had in months. I wake to the pale grey light of dawn filtering through the gaps in the hide covering his window. For a moment, I'm disoriented. The scent is wrong, the feel of the furs beneath me unfamiliar. Then awareness crashes back, and I remember exactly where I am and what I've done. My heart lurches as I realise how completely I've messed up. Tharli will be looking for me soon. She always comes to my room early, chattering about whatever adventure she has planned for the day, and if she finds me here. The thought of that innocent child discovering me naked in her brother's bed makes my stomach clench with shame. But it's not just the impropriety that has me scrambling to untangle myself from Korath's arms. It's the way I feel lying here with him. The bone-deep contentment, the rightness of it that makes me want to stay forever. That terrifies me more than anything. I slip from the furs as carefully as I can, trying not to disturb him. In sleep, the harsh lines of his face have softened, making him look younger, less forbidding. One hand is stretched across the furs where I was lying, as if he's reaching for something that's no longer there. The sight makes my chest ache in ways I don't want to examine. I dress quickly, my hands shaking as I pull on my pants and straighten my tunic. The mark on my collarbone throbs with a dull heat, a reminder of whatever happened between us last night. His magic had surged through me like molten metal, leaving me feeling raw and exposed and fundamentally changed. Even now, I can feel something humming beneath my skin. An energy that wasn't there before. A connection to something I can't name or understand. It should frighten me. Everything about this situation should send me running as far and as fast as I can. Instead, I have to fight the urge to crawl back into that bed and lose myself in his arms again. What the hell is wrong with me? I've spent years building walls around myself, learning not to trust, not to feel, not to want anything beyond basic survival. I've made it this far by being smart, by being careful, by never letting anyone close enough to hurt me again. And in one night, I've let this orc, this brutal, dangerous man who could snap my neck without thinking twice, tear down every defense I've built. The worst part is how right it felt, how perfectly I fit against him, how his touch set every nerve ending on fire, how for those few hours I forgot about everything except the way he looked at me like I was something precious instead of something broken. Desire and self-loathing twist in my chest like twin serpents, each feeding off the other until I can barely breathe. I'm a fool. A weak, desperate fool who's forgotten every lesson I learned in those camps about what happens when you trust the wrong person. But I can't make myself regret it. Even now, with shame burning in my throat, I can't make myself wish it hadn't happened. I slip through the doorway into the main room, my bare feet silent on the stone floor. The fire has burned down to glowing embers, and the longhouse is quiet except for the distant sound of the ocean and the soft snores coming from what I assume is Thali's room. Perfect. I can make it back to my own space, pretend I spent the night alone, act like nothing has changed. Maybe if I'm convincing enough, I can even fool myself. I'm halfway across the room when I hear the soft patter of small feet. My heart stops as Thali's door creaks open, and she pokes her head out, dark hair wild with sleep. Seline! She blinks at me in confusion, taking in my rumpled appearance and the fact that I'm coming from the wrong direction. What are you doing? Think fast. Come up with something believable. Anything that doesn't involve explaining why I was in her brother's bed. I couldn't sleep, I say, which is technically not a lie. I was just looking at the fire. She accepts this with the easy trust of childhood, padding over to me with a sleepy smile. Bad dreams? Something like that. She slips her small hand into mine, and the simple gesture makes my throat tight. This child trusts me completely, looks at me like I'm someone worth caring about, and I've been lying to her from the moment we met. About who I am, about what I've done, about the mark burned into my skin that seems to react to her brother's magic in ways I don't understand. Come on, she says, tugging me toward the kitchen area. I'll make breakfast. That always makes me feel better when I'm sad. Sad. Is that what I am? The emotion churning in my chest is too complex for such a simple word, but I let her pull me along anyway. We work together in comfortable silence, Thali chattering about the shells she wants to look for today while I focus on the mundane task of cutting fruit and arranging it on wooden plates. It's peaceful, normal, exactly what I need to convince myself that last night was an aberration, a moment of weakness that won't be repeated. Then Korath emerges from his room, and my carefully constructed calm crumbles to dust. He's wearing only pants, his chest bare and marked with scratches that I remember making with my own nails. His dark hair is mussed from sleep, or from my fingers running through it, and there's something in his golden eyes that makes my stomach flutter with nervous energy. Those eyes go straight to me, pinning me in place with an intensity that makes my skin flush hot. I force myself to look away, focusing on the fruit in front of me like it's the most fascinating thing I've ever seen. But I can feel his gaze on me, can sense the confusion and something that might be hurt in the way he stands there watching me. Did he expect me to still be there when he woke up? Did he think I would want to stay, to talk about what happened between us, to pretend like it meant something more than a moment of weakness. My mind flashes to when he started to pull back, to give me respect I didn't know an orc would ever give a human. The thought makes my chest tight with emotions I refuse to name. "Brother!" Tharli bounces over to him, apparently oblivious to the tension crackling in the air. "Don't you have clan work to do today? Grakul was looking for you yesterday." I risk a glance up and immediately regret it. Korath's eyes are still fixed on me, and there's definitely hurt there now, mixed with something that looks dangerously close to anger. His jaw is tight, his massive frame radiating the kind of barely controlled energy that usually precedes violence. Does he think I'm dismissing what happened? That I'm trying to pretend it meant nothing? Maybe I am. Maybe that's exactly what I should do. "I thought I'd come to the stream with you today," he says, his voice carefully neutral. But his eyes never leave mine, and I can hear the challenge in those words. "I need to check the encampment by the bank anyway." Tharli lets out a squeal of delight that makes me wince. "Really? You want to come with us?" The pure joy in her voice cuts through me like a blade. This is what she's been wanting, for her brother to spend time with us, to be part of whatever friendship she thinks she's building between the three of us. She has no idea that she's walking into the middle of a minefield. "That sounds wonderful," I manage, though the words taste like ash in my mouth. Korath's expression shifts slightly, some of the hurt fading into something more speculative. He's watching me like he's trying to solve a puzzle, trying to figure out what game I'm playing. The problem is, I don't know either. All I know is that the thought of spending the day with him, of being close enough to touch, to smell his scent, to remember exactly how it felt to have his hands on my skin, fills me with equal parts anticipation and dread. We gather what we need for the trip, and I try to pretend that everything is normal, that I'm not hyper-aware of every movement Korath makes, every time his massive frame passes close enough for me to feel the heat radiating from his skin, that I don't notice the way his muscles flex when he reaches for something, or how his hair catches the morning light streaming through the windows. He's being careful not to touch me, I realise, keeping just enough distance that we don't accidentally brush against each other, but close enough that I'm constantly aware of his presence. It's deliberate, calculated, and it's driving me slowly insane. When we leave the longhouse, Tharli skips ahead, chattering excitedly about the adventure ahead. Korath falls into step beside me, close enough that I can smell the clean scent of his skin, mixed with something darker, more masculine. "Sleep well?" he asks quietly, his voice pitched low enough that Tharli can't hear. The casual question hits me like a punch to the gut. There's nothing casual about the way he's looking at me, nothing innocent about the way his eyes drop to my mouth before flicking back to meet my gaze. "Fine," I lie, because admitting that I slept better in his arms than I have anywhere else would be giving him a weapon I can't afford to hand over. His jaw tightens, and I know he doesn't believe me. Hell, I wouldn't believe me either. But he doesn't push, just nods and looks ahead to where Tharli is gathering interesting rocks from the path. We walk in silence for a while, the tension between us thick enough to cut with a blade. Occasionally his arm brushes mine as we navigate the narrow path down to the stream, and each contact sends sparks racing along my nerves. My mark throbs in response, that strange energy humming beneath my skin like a tuning fork that's been struck. Something happened last night that I can't explain. Something beyond just sex, beyond just physical attraction. When he touched me, when his magic surged through both of us, it felt like something fundamental shifted between us, like we'd crossed a line that can't be uncrossed. That should terrify me. Every survival instinct I've honed over the past months is screaming at me to run, to put as much distance between us as possible before this connection, whatever it is, gets strong enough to destroy me. But another part of me, a part I thought had died in those camps, wants to lean into it, wants to see where this impossible attraction might lead, even if it means risking everything I've fought so hard to protect. My heart is at war with itself, and I don't know which side is going to win.
Chapter 14. Karath. I lean against the rough bark of a tifu tree, my eyes fixed on the two figures crouched by the water's edge. Thali's excited chatter drifts across the stream as she holds up shell after shell for Seline's inspection, her small hands animated as she explains the merits of each treasure. Seline listens with the kind of patient attention I've only ever seen her give my sister, nodding seriously at whatever criteria Thali has established for their collection. The sight does something strange to my chest, a pulling sensation that has nothing to do with magic and everything to do with watching the two most important things in my world fit together so perfectly. When did that happen? When did this human woman become important to me? When did I start thinking of her as something precious instead of just a captive? The answer burns in my memory like a brand. Last night, when I felt her body arch against mine, when I heard my name on her lips like a prayer, when something inside me shifted so fundamentally that I can't imagine going back to who I was before. My magic still thrums beneath my skin, not the drained, hollow feeling I usually carry after using blood-forged power, but something alive and electric. Whatever happened between us last night didn't just satisfy a physical need. It awakened something that makes my very bones sing with energy. I shouldn't feel this alive after what I did to Jack yesterday. The amount of blood I spilled to reshape that iron should have left me weak for days. Instead, I feel like I could tear apart mountains with my bare hands, and I know exactly what caused the change. Seline. She's beautiful in the morning light, her copper hair catching the sun as she leans forward to examine something Thali has found. The simple tunic she wears does nothing to hide the graceful lines of her body, lines I traced with my hands and mouth just hours ago. Her skin is pale except for the sun-scorched freckles across her nose, and I find myself wanting to kiss every single one of them. The hunger that rises in me is immediate and fierce. I want to stride across that stream, pull her into my arms, and claim her mouth the way I claimed her body last night. I want to hear her gasp my name again. I want to feel her nails dig into my shoulders as she comes apart beneath me. But she won't even look at me. All morning she's been acting like nothing happened. Polite distance, careful words, eyes that look everywhere except directly at me. When she woke up and slipped from my bed without a word, I told myself she was just being cautious, smart. We both know how dangerous this thing between us could be. But watching her now, seeing how carefully she avoids any real interaction with me, the rational explanations start to crumble. Did last night mean nothing to her? Was it just a momentary lapse in judgment she now regrets? The thought makes my jaw clench hard enough to crack teeth. She's human, I remind myself. Fragile. A risk to everything you've built. It's true. Varrock is already questioning my leadership, already pushing for me to prove I haven't gone soft. Keeping a human woman as more than just a temporary plaything will only give him more ammunition. It will make the council question whether I'm still fit to lead the Blackmaw clan. But I can't let her go. The very idea sends something violent and possessive clawing through my chest. She's mine now. I claimed her, marked her with my scent and my touch, and the thought of anyone else having her makes me want to spill blood. Even worse is watching how Seline looks at her. My sister's face is bright with joy as she shows Seline each shell, seeking approval and praise with the same trust she used to reserve only for me. She's never warmed to anyone this quickly, never let anyone into her world with such complete acceptance. Seline has become too much to both of us. Too important. Too necessary. And that makes her the most dangerous thing I've ever brought into our lives. This one. Thali's voice carries across the water as she holds up a shell with swirling patterns of blue and white. This one is perfect for the collection. Seline smiles. A real smile, not the careful mask she wears around me. And the sight hits me like a physical blow. She's gentle with Thali, patient in a way that speaks of genuine affection rather than mere tolerance. There's no calculation in how she responds to my sister, no hidden agenda. Just pure honest care. It's beautiful. It's terrifying. It's everything I never knew I wanted and everything I can't afford to keep. I straighten from the tree, gathering the bag they've designated for the chosen treasures. Time to head back. I've already been away from the encampment longer than I should have, and there's clan business that needs my attention. But I'm reluctant to break this moment, to return to the harsh realities of leadership and the constant pressure to prove my strength. Out here, it's just the three of us. No politics, no power struggles, no reminders of how impossible the situation really is. Come, I call out, my voice rougher than I intended. We should return. Thalie pouts but starts gathering her final selections. Seline rises gracefully, water dripping from her fingers as she helps my sister organize their treasures. She still won't look directly at me, but I catch her stealing glances when she thinks I'm not paying attention. Good. At least I'm not the only one affected by what happened between us. We start back toward the longhouse, Thalie chattering about where she wants to display each shell while I carry the bag of their findings. The weight is negligible, but I find myself treasuring the small burden. How many times have I carried weapons, supplies, the spoils of raids? But this feels different. This feels like carrying pieces of home. I let myself fall back slightly, using the excuse of checking our surroundings to put some distance between myself and the two of them. Old habits from years of raids and warfare die hard. Even on our own territory, I automatically scan for threats, for signs that enemies might have penetrated our defenses. Thalie's laughter echoes off the rocks as she darts ahead of Seline, clearly excited to get back and arrange her new treasures. There may be 30 paces ahead of me when I hear the voices. Male. Orc. Coming from the direction of the longhouse. My blood turns cold as I recognize the tones, mocking, cruel, predatory. I break into a run, my heart hammering against my ribs as I push through the underbrush. I burst into a small clearing just as Jorth steps into Seline's path, his scarred face twisted into an ugly grin. Mazg flanks him, blocking any escape route back toward the stream. They haven't seen me yet. Their attention is entirely focused on Seline, who has Thalie pressed protectively behind her. Damn, the way she protects my little sister does something to me. Well, well, Jorth says, his voice thick with malice. Look what we found wandering around without their master. Again. My blood doesn't just heat, it ignites. Everything in me screams to spill their blood across the rocks, to teach them exactly why crossing me is the last mistake they'll ever make. These worthless dogs dare to threaten what's mine? Dare to put fear in my sister's eyes? Once was a coincidence. Mazg adds, taking a step closer. But twice, it's like she wants us. The rage that fills me is beyond anything I've felt since the night my parents died. It's not just anger. It's something primal and violent that turns my vision red around the edges. My hands shake with the need to tear them apart, to paint the ground with their entrails. Mole's words echo in my mind. The men think you've lost your taste for blood. Maybe it's time to remind them exactly why they should fear me. Chief Korath doesn't share his toys, Jorth continues, apparently oblivious to his impending doom. But maybe it's time someone reminded him that he's not the only one with needs. I don't announce myself. I don't give warning. I simply move. My hand closes around Jorth's throat before he even realizes I'm there, lifting him off his feet with enough force to crush his windpipe. His eyes bulge with shock and terror as he claws uselessly at my arm. You seem to have forgotten something, I say, my voice deadly quiet. Let me remind you. I draw the blade from my belt. Not my ceremonial weapon, just a simple iron knife meant for practical tasks. But iron is iron, and in my hands any blade becomes an instrument of absolute destruction. I drag the edge across Jorth's cheek, not deep enough to kill, but deep enough to leave a scar he'll carry for the rest of his worthless life. His scream echoes off the rocks as blood streams down his face. I am Korath Dragon, I continue conversationally, as if I'm discussing the weather instead of carving up his flesh. Chief of the Blackmaw clan. Son of Rake the Destroyer. I have spilled more blood than you've seen in your miserable existence. Mask tries to run. I drop Jorth like the worthless sack of meat he is and catch his companion before he makes it 3 steps. My fist connects with his jaw hard enough to crack bone, and he goes down hard. "And you," I say, grabbing Mask by his hair and hauling him to his knees. "Thought you could threaten what belongs to me?" The knife finds his face next, a shallow cut across the jaw that will heal so that a scar marks him as well. Every time he looks in a mirror, he'll remember this moment. He'll remember what happens to those who test my patience. Both of them are staring up at me now, equal parts fear and anger on their faces as blood drips down them. Good. Fear's the only language they understand, and I've given them a lesson they won't soon forget. "If I ever see you within 50 paces of either of them again," I say, my voice carrying the promise of death, "I will not be so merciful. I will take my time. I will make it last days. And when I'm finally done with you, I'll feed what's left to the wargs." I straighten, wiping the blood from my blade on Jorth's shirt before sheathing it. Both orcs scramble away like the cowards they are, leaving trails of blood in their wake. Only then do I turn to face Seline and Thali. My sister looks a little shaken but unharmed, pressed against Seline's side with her small fists clenched. But it's Seline's expression that gives me pause. She's not looking at me with horror or fear. There's a slight edge of relief in that expression, and I feel like a bit of respect. The violence is still singing in my veins, the satisfaction of spilled blood making my magic hum with contentment. This is who I am. This is what I do. I'm not a gentle man, not someone who can be softened by a woman's touch or a child's laughter. I am a killer, a destroyer, and I've just reminded everyone within earshot exactly why that should terrify them. The problem is, I know I've also just handed Varrock exactly the ammunition he's been looking for. He'll hear about this within the hour. How the great Chief Korath lost his temper over threats to his human pet. How he spilled clan blood over a woman who should mean nothing to him. But as I look at Seline and Thali, as I see them safe and unharmed, I find I don't give a damn about Varrock's opinion. Some things are worth the risk. "Come," I say, my voice still rough with lingering rage. "We're going home."
Chapter 15. Seline. The confines of the Longhouse have become both sanctuary and prison over the past few days. I've told Thali we need to stay inside, spinning elaborate excuses about wanting to perfect her shell collection or learn new ways to prepare the dried meats hanging from the rafters. She accepts my reasoning with the easy trust of a child, but I catch her watching me sometimes with those amber gold eyes that are far too knowing for someone her age. "This one needs more polishing," Thali announces, holding up a spiral shell that already gleams like polished bone. She sits cross-legged on the thick furs, her collection spread around her in careful patterns that only she understands. It looks perfect to me. I run my thumb over the shell's smooth surface, marvelling at the intricate whorls nature carved into its surface. But if you think it needs more work... She beams at me and returns to her task with the focused intensity that makes her so endearing. Everything Thali does, she does completely. Whether it's polishing shells, asking endless questions about the human world, or defending her collection from imaginary threats. I settle back against the furs, trying to focus on the simple rhythm of her work, instead of the constant knot of anxiety in my stomach. 3 days. 3 days since Korath's hands mapped every inch of my body, since he made me forget everything but the sound of my name on his lips. 3 days since I felt truly safe. Not that what we did was safe. Nothing about this situation is safe, especially not the way my body still responds to the memory of his touch. Even now, just thinking about it makes heat pool low in my belly, makes me remember the weight of him above me and the fierce tenderness in his golden eyes when he... Stop! I force myself to focus on Thali, on the present moment, on anything except the ache between my legs that hasn't fully faded. The problem isn't just the physical memory, it's the way something fundamental shifted that night. The way I can't seem to rebuild the walls I spent years constructing around my heart. Every instinct I've developed since the camps tells me to run, to protect myself, to never trust anyone completely. But Korath and Thali have wormed their way past those defences with a combination of fierce protection and genuine care that I don't know how to handle. "Are you worried about Korath?" Thali asks suddenly, not looking up from her polishing. My hand still on the shell I'm holding. "What makes you think that?" "You keep looking at the door. And you haven't eaten much today, and yesterday, and the day before." She finally glances up, those two perceptive eyes studying my face. "You always look at the door when you're worried about him. Clever girl. Too clever for her own good sometimes." "I'm not." I start to deny it, then realise there's no point. Thali sees everything, notices details that most adults would miss. Maybe a little. He's been dealing with clan business. Important things. "Boring things," she corrects with a wrinkle of her nose. "Standing around arguing with the other warriors about territory and supplies and who gets to go on the next raid. I don't know why they can't just let Korath decide everything. He's the smartest." Her simple faith in her brother makes my chest tight. She has no idea how precarious his position really is, how much pressure he's under from Varrock and the others. She just sees the man who raised her, who protects her, who would burn down the world before letting anything hurt her. The same man who kissed me like I was something precious instead of just another captive. "Politics are complicated," I say carefully, "even for chiefs. Politics are stupid." Thali returns to her polishing with more force than necessary. "If people would just listen to Korath instead of questioning everything he does, we wouldn't need so many meetings." Before I can respond, pain explodes across my collarbone like liquid fire. The shell tumbles from my numb fingers as I gasp, one hand flying to the mark hidden beneath my tunic. The familiar burn of Nephtherium magic sears through my skin, but this time it's stronger, more urgent. Something's wrong. Something's happening to Korath. I'm on my feet and moving before conscious thought takes over, my body responding to the pull of magic that connects us in ways I still don't understand. The longhouse door slams behind me as I stumble into the afternoon light, following the invisible thread that draws me toward the centre of the encampment. The scene that greets me stops my heart. Korath stands in the middle of a loose circle of warriors, his face twisted with rage as blood streams from cuts on both palms. The crimson droplets hit the packed earth and immediately begin to smoke, reshaping themselves into wicked spikes of iron that gleam in the sunlight. His golden eyes burn with fury as he focuses on another orc. Mole, I think, though it's hard to tell with the way the air shimmers around them. But it's not just Korath's magic I can feel. The mark on my collarbone blazes like a brand, responding to his power with a resonance that makes my bones ache. Every drop of blood he spills sends another wave of fire through my chest, and I can see the exact moment his magic flares brighter in response to my presence. The iron spikes grow longer, sharper, more deadly. The shimmer in the air becomes a visible distortion that makes the other orcs step back with expressions of alarm. Whatever argument started this, it's rapidly spiralling beyond normal clan discipline into something far more dangerous. I take another step forward, drawn by the connection I can't break, and Korath's head snaps up. Our eyes meet across the circle of warriors, and I see the exact moment he realises what's happening. The fury in his gaze transforms into something like horror as he takes in my pale face, the way I'm clutching at my collarbone. He cuts off the flow of magic immediately, the iron spikes clattering to the ground as lifeless metal. But it's too late. The damage is already done. My mark feels like it's been set on fire all over again, the skin beneath my tunic burning with the memory of the brand that created it. The pain is so intense that black spots dance at the edges of my vision. My knees buckle. Strong arms catch me before I hit the ground, lifting me against a familiar chest that smells of leather and metal and something uniquely Korath. He's saying something, but I can't make out the words over the roaring in my ears. All I can focus on is the way his hands shake as he holds me, the barely controlled violence still radiating from his massive frame. Then his fingers find the neck of my tunic, and I hear the sharp sound of tearing fabric. Cool air hits my collarbone, and I know he can see the mark now, see the way the skin is red and blistered, as if it's been burned fresh. My stomach churns with a combination of pain and terror. My secret, the one thing that could get me killed if the wrong people learned about it, is now exposed for everyone to see. What kind of secret have you been keeping from us, brother? The voice belongs to Onog, and it cuts through the haze of pain like a blade. I force my eyes open to find him standing just a few feet away, his weathered face creased with suspicion and something that might be concern. Behind him, other warriors press closer, trying to get a better look at whatever they think they've discovered. Korath's arms tighten around me, shifting so that his broad chest blocks their view of the torn fabric and exposed skin. But I can feel the tension in his body, the way every muscle has gone rigid with the effort of maintaining control. "I don't know what you're talking about," he says. But even I can hear the lie in his voice. "Don't try to fool us." Mol pushes forward, his eyes bright with curiosity and calculation. "I've seen your blood magic 100 times, Korath. It's never acted like that before. Never responded to anything except your own will." The other warriors murmur agreement, and I can see the pieces clicking together in their minds. They don't know what the mark means, don't understand the connection between Nephtherium ore and blood-forged magic. But they know something unnatural just happened, something that involves me. "She's cursed," Mol continues, his voice carrying easily across the circle. "Has to be. Nothing else would explain why your magic flared like that when she appeared." "Cursed," Onog repeats, and the word seems to hang in the air like a physical weight. "Or blessed. Either way, she's not what she appears to be." I press my face against Korath's chest, trying to make myself smaller, trying to disappear entirely. But there's nowhere to hide now. They all stare at me with expressions ranging from suspicion to outright fear, and I know that everything has changed. My secret is out, even if they don't understand its full implications. They know I'm connected to Korath's magic in ways that shouldn't be possible. They know I'm more than just another human captive, and that knowledge could destroy us both. I clutch at Korath's shirt with trembling fingers, feeling the steady beat of his heart beneath my palm. Whatever happens next, whatever consequences we face for this moment of exposed truth, I know he won't let them take me without a fight. The question is whether that will be enough.
Chapter 16. Korath. The walk back to the longhouse feels like the longest of my life. Seline's weight in my arms should be nothing. I've carried fallen warriors twice her size from battlefields, but every step sends tremors through my chest that have nothing to do with physical strain. Her face is ashen against my shoulder, breath coming in shallow pants that make something primal and protective roar to life in my blood. She hid this from me. The thought circles like a scavenger bird, picking at the edges of my consciousness. Whatever that mark on her collarbone means, whatever power flows between us when I bleed iron into existence, she knew. She's known this entire time and said nothing. The betrayal should anger me, should make me want to shake answers from her until she tells me every secret she's been hoarding. Instead, all I can think about is the way her skin blistered under my touch, the agony that twisted her features when my magic responded to her presence. What did they do to her? The mark looked fresh despite clearly being old, raised flesh that bore the distinctive pattern of deliberate scarring. Someone burned that symbol into her skin with purpose, with intent. The question is whether she volunteered for it, or if it was forced on her in whatever hell she escaped from. Thalia appears in the doorway before I reach it, her small face creased with worry as she takes in Seline's pale complexion and my grim expression. "What happened?" she demands, following us inside with the quick steps of someone trying not to be left behind. "Is she hurt? Did someone... She's going to be fine." The lie comes easier than it should. Truth is, I don't know what the hell is happening to either of us. But I need you to help me take care of her. I push through the main room toward my private chambers, the space I've never brought anyone else into. The bed frame I carved from driftwood years ago dominates one wall, thick furs piled high enough to cushion even my massive frame. Weapons line the walls in careful arrangement, not for intimidation like in the room where I first kept Seline, but because this is where I maintain my personal arsenal. Seline's eyes flutter open as I lower her onto the furs, those gray-blue depths immediately focusing on my face with an intensity that makes my chest tight. "You saw," she whispers, and there's something like defeat in her voice that makes my jaw clench. "I saw." I don't soften the words, don't try to spare her feelings, and we're going to talk about what it means. But first, we're going to take care of the damage. Her fingers move instinctively toward her collarbone, then stop as if she's afraid to touch the inflamed skin. It's not as bad as it looks. "Don't." The word comes out harder than I intended, sharp enough to make her flinch. "Don't lie to me. Not about this." Thalia hovers at the edge of the bed, her amber gold eyes wide with concern and curiosity. She can sense the tension between us, the undercurrent of something larger and more dangerous than a simple injury. "Thalia." I turn to face my sister, forcing my voice into something approaching calm. "I need you to bring me the burn cream from the forge. The clay pot with the green mark on the side." She nods and disappears without question, her bare feet silent against the wooden floor. That's one of the things I've always loved about Tali. She knows when to ask questions and when to simply act. Alone with Seline, I settle onto the edge of the bed and reach for the torn edges of her tunic. She tenses but doesn't pull away, watching my face with an expression I can't quite read. Fear, yes, but also something that might be resignation. The fabric tears easily under my hands, exposing the full extent of the mark burned into her skin. It's intricate, a series of interlocking symbols that seem to shift and writhe when I'm not looking directly at them. Fresh blisters have formed over the old scar tissue, angry red welts that speak to the intensity of whatever connection exists between us. Nephtherium, I say, recognizing the distinctive pattern even though I've never seen it used like this. Someone branded you with Nephtherium ore. Her laugh is bitter, hollow. Among other things. The words lodge in my throat like broken glass. I want to demand details. Want to know exactly what was done to her and who needs to die for it. But the fresh pain in her eyes stops me. Whatever happened, pushing for answers now will only drive her further away. Thalia returns with the cream, setting the clay pot beside me with careful precision. The mixture inside smells of herbs and metal, something I developed years ago for treating forge burns and blade cuts. It saved my skin more times than I can count. This will help, I tell Seline, scooping out a generous amount of the pale green cream. It might sting at first. She nods, but I catch the way her hands clench in the furs as I bring my fingers toward her collarbone. The first touch makes her gasp, back arching slightly off the bed. Whether from pain or something else, I can't tell. The cream spreads easily over the inflamed skin, and I work with the careful precision I use when forging delicate pieces. Each stroke of my fingers traces the edges of the mark, following lines that seem to pulse with their own internal rhythm. There's power here. I can feel it humming against my palms like a forge at full heat. This is why my magic feels different. The realization hits me with the force of a physical blow. Since the moment I claimed Seline, since I first drew blood in her presence, everything has changed. My power burns brighter, lasts longer, leaves me less drained than it should. The iron responds more readily to my will, shapes itself with an ease that should be impossible. She's not just connected to my magic, she's amplifying it. The question is whether she knows how. Whether this is something she's doing consciously or if it's an effect of whatever was done to her. The tight line of her mouth suggests she's as confused by this as I am, but I've learned not to trust assumptions when it comes to Seline. There. I cap the pot and set it aside, studying my handiwork. The angry red of the blisters has already begun to fade, the cream working its way into the damaged tissue. That should help with the pain. Thank you. The words are quiet, almost lost in the sound of wind rattling the shutters. She pulls the torn edges of her tunic together with shaking fingers, trying to cover the mark again. I catch her hands before she can succeed, holding them gently but firmly against her chest. Seline. She meets my eyes reluctantly, and I see the fear there. Not of me, but of what I might do with the knowledge I've gained. I have to go face the council, I tell her, keeping my voice low enough that Thali can't overhear from where she's arranging shells on the small table by the window. They're going to want answers about what happened out there. I know. Her throat works as she swallows hard. I know what they'll want to do with me. Execute her. The unspoken words hang between us like a blade. Varrock has been pushing for exactly that since the moment I claimed her, and this will give him all the ammunition he needs. A human with mysterious powers, one who can somehow influence orcish blood magic. He'll paint her as a threat to the entire clan. Maybe she is a threat. Maybe I should be more concerned about the implications of whatever connection exists between us. But when I try to imagine handing her over to Varrock's tender mercies, something savage and protective unfurls in my chest like a warg defending its pack. Stay here, I command, releasing her hands to pull the thick furs up around her shoulders. Rest. Let the cream work. I turn to Thali, who's been pretending not to listen while obviously hanging on every word. Watch over her. Don't let anyone else in here, and don't leave her alone. My sister straightens, taking on the serious expression she wears when given important responsibilities. I'll keep her safe. You're both safer here than anywhere else right now. The thought follows me as I head for the door, leaving behind the warm sanctuary of my private chambers for the cold reality of clan politics. The walk to the council fire pit feels like preparing for battle. By the time I reach the center of the encampment, shadows have begun to lengthen across the packed earth. The fire burns high and bright, casting dancing light across the faces of the warriors already gathered around it. Varrock sits directly across from my usual position, his dark eyes glittering with something that might be satisfaction. He's been waiting for this moment, waiting for me to make a mistake large enough to justify challenging my leadership. Beside him, Maul leans forward with the eager attention of someone who smells blood in the water. Grockle occupies his customary spot to the left of the fire, weathered face impassive as always. He's been my father's friend longer than I've been alive, fought beside him in battles that shaped the clan's current territory. If anyone can be counted on for wisdom rather than political maneuvering, it's him. Onog settles into the remaining space with a grunt of effort, his bulk making the wooden seat creak ominously. He's been watching me carefully since the incident with my magic, those calculating eyes taking in details that others might miss. Whatever conclusions he's drawn, he's keeping them to himself for now. I take my place as the circle completes itself, the five of us representing the backbone of Blackmaw leadership. In times past, this council has made decisions that determined whether we lived or died, whether we raided or fortified, whether we accepted alliances or declared war. Tonight, we're here to decide the fate of one human woman who's managed to upend everything I thought I knew about magic and power. Varrock doesn't waste time with pleasantries. That woman is an abomination. His words hit the air like thrown stones, sharp and designed to draw blood. Around the fire, the other council members shift slightly, not quite taking sides yet, but preparing for the battle to come. She's a human, I reply evenly, refusing to let him see how his accusation affects me. Nothing more. Nothing more? Maul laughs, the sound harsh and mocking. We all saw what happened out there, Korath. Your magic, it changed when she appeared. Became something stronger, something unnatural. Magic responds to many things, Grockle says quietly. But there's something troubled in his voice. Blood, will, emotion. Perhaps what we witnessed was simply... Simply what? Varrock cuts him off, leaning forward into the firelight. Simply coincidence that his power flares every time she's near? Simply luck that his blood forging has become twice as strong since he claimed her? How much have they been watching? The question sends cold fury through my veins. I've tried to be careful, tried to keep my magic use limited when Seline might be present. But apparently I haven't been careful enough. You're suggesting she's controlling my magic? I keep my voice level despite the rage building in my chest. That a human woman somehow has power over Orcish blood forging? I'm suggesting she's cursed, Maul growls, his scarred face twisting with disgust, marked with something that gives her unnatural influence. Think about it. What do we really know about her? Where she came from? What was done to her before she reached us? The mark on Seline's collarbone burns in my memory, that intricate pattern of Neptherium scarring that spoke to deliberate purpose. Someone branded her with it, but whether it was done to give her power or to control her, I still don't know. She could be a weapon, Varrock continues, pressing his advantage. Sent by humans to weaken us from within, to make you dependent on whatever sorcery they've bound into her flesh. Or she could be leading them straight to our gates, Maul adds, his voice rising with conviction. Using her connection to your magic to signal our location, our strength. How do we know she hasn't already betrayed us? The accusations pile up like stones, each one designed to build a wall between me and any rational defense of Seline. They paint her as a threat, as an enemy, as something that needs to be eliminated before it can destroy us all. And part of me, the part that's been trained since childhood to put clan survival above everything else, knows they might be right. But then I remember the way she looked at me when my magic flared, the genuine shock and pain in her gray-blue eyes. Whatever power flows between us, whatever connection exists because of that mark burned into her skin, she's not controlling it any more than I am. She's not our enemy, I say finally, my voice cutting through their arguments like a blade through flesh. And I won't hand her over to be executed based on fear and speculation. Varrock's eyes narrow to dangerous slits. Then you're letting her curse cloud your judgment. This isn't about what you want, Korath. This is about the survival of our clan. Our clan survives because I make the right decisions, I snarl, letting some of the violence I've been holding back bleed into my voice. Not because I bow to paranoia and superstition. Right decisions? Maul surges to his feet, his bulk casting massive shadows across the fire. Like keeping a cursed human as a pet? Like letting her corrupt your magic? Like risking all our lives for whatever hold she has over you? The implication in his words, that I'm weak, that I've been compromised, that I can't be trusted to lead, makes fury explode behind my ribs like molten metal. I rise from my seat slowly, deliberately, letting them see exactly how much larger I am than even these seasoned warriors. Careful, Maul. The warning rumbles from deep in my chest, pitched low enough to promise violence. You're coming very close to challenging my authority. He takes a step back, but doesn't back down completely. Maybe someone needs to. Maybe it's time for new leadership. Leadership that won't be swayed by a human sorcery. Varrock stands as well, his hand dropping to rest on the hilt of his blade. The woman dies, Korath. Tonight, before whatever curse she carries spreads any further. No! The word comes out flat, final, carrying all the authority I can muster. Around the fire, the tension ratchets up another notch as the lines are drawn clear and sharp. She's under my protection, I continue, meeting each of their eyes in turn. Anyone who moves against her moves against me. Varroc's face twists with something like triumph, as if I've just handed him exactly what he wanted. Then you've chosen her over your own clan. Over the people who depend on you for survival. I've chosen not to murder someone based on fear and ignorance. Call it what you want, Mole growls, already turning away from the fire. But when that human brings ruin down on all our heads, remember that we tried to stop it. He stalks off into the darkness, his heavy footsteps echoing across the encampment. Varroc lingers just long enough to give me a look that promises this isn't over, then follows his ally into the night. The silence they leave behind feels heavy, oppressive. Grockle stares into the flames with the expression of someone who's seen too many councils end in division, too many clans tear themselves apart from within. You know what this means, he says finally, his voice carrying the weight of decades. You know what Varroc will do now. Challenge me. Openly. The thought doesn't surprise me. I've been expecting it ever since I claimed Seline. But knowing something is coming and being ready for it are two different things entirely. Make sure you're making the right choice, Grockle continues, rising from his seat with the careful movements of someone whose joints ache with old wounds. Because once blood is spilled over this, there's no taking it back. He walks away without another word, leaving me alone with Onog and the crackling fire. For a long moment, neither of us speaks. Then the older warrior shakes his head slowly, disappointment clear in every line of his weathered face. 30 years I've served this clan, he says quietly. 30 years of watching chiefs make decisions that determine who lives and who dies. And I've never seen one stake everything on something so uncertain. Uncertain. The word follows him as he disappears into the shadows, leaving me alone beside the dying fire with the weight of my choices pressing down like stone.
Chapter 17. Seline. The silence in Korath's chambers feels different after he leaves, heavier, like the air before a storm breaks. I pull the furs tighter around my shoulders, but the chill seeping through my bones has nothing to do with temperature. The burn cream he applied still tingles against my collarbone, a constant reminder of how exposed I am now. Thali perches on the edge of the bed, her amber gold eyes studying my face with the intensity of someone trying to solve a puzzle. She's arranged her collection of shells and stones on the small table by the window, but her attention keeps drifting back to me. "Does it hurt?" she asks, pointing toward where my tunic covers the mark. Not as much as it did. The lie comes easier than the truth, that the physical pain is nothing compared to the terror of what Korath's council might decide. "Your brother has skilled hands." Her face brightens at the praise, pride shining in her young features. "He taught me how to make the burn cream. We gather the herbs together when the seasons change." Family. The word hits me like a physical blow, unexpected and devastating. I've spent so long focused on survival, on escape, on simply making it through each day, that I forgot what it felt like to watch someone's face light up when they talk about the people they love. Footsteps echo outside the longhouse. Too many of them, moving with purpose rather than the casual gait of warriors returning from duties. Thali's head turns toward the sound, her expression shifting from contentment to confusion. "That's not Korath," she says, sliding off the bed to peer through the gap in the shutters. "He walks differently. He walks like he owns the world." The thought sends ice through my veins as I recognize the truth in her observation. Korath moves with the confidence of someone who's never had to question his place in the world. These footsteps belong to people who are still trying to claim theirs. The door to the main room crashes open with enough force to rattle the weapons hanging on the walls. Voices flood in, harsh, aggressive, though I can't make out the words. Thali spins toward me, her young face pale with sudden understanding. "We need to hide." Before I can respond, the door to the private chambers explodes inward. Varrock fills the doorway like a storm cloud given flesh, his dark eyes scanning the room until they lock onto me. Behind him, Jorth and Mazg crowd into the space, both wearing the eager expressions of predators who've finally cornered their prey. "There she is," Varrock growls, his tusks catching the lamplight as his lips pull back in something that might be a smile. "The human witch who's corrupted our chief. Get away from her!" Thali darts between us, her small frame dwarfed by the massive warriors, but her courage burning bright as forged iron. Korath said no one was allowed in here. Varrock's gaze flicks to her with something like amusement. "Korath is no longer in a position to give orders, little one." "Number." The word screams through my mind as the implications hit me. Either they've killed him, or they've moved against him while he was distracted at the council. Either way, the thin protection his claim provided is gone. "What did you do to him?" The question tears from my throat before I can stop it, raw with a fear I don't want to examine too closely. "Nothing yet," Jorth says, stepping closer with the lazy confidence of someone who knows his prey can't escape. "But that'll change once we drag you to the centre of camp and show everyone what happens to cursed humans." I surge to my feet, the furs falling away as adrenaline floods my system. My body remembers what it feels like to fight for survival, muscles coiling with the desperate strength of someone who has nothing left to lose. "Don't touch her." Thali throws herself at Jorth's legs, her small fists pounding against his thick hide armour. "Don't you dare touch her." She's defending me. The realization hits me, stealing what little breath I have left. This child, this fierce, brave, impossible child, is putting herself between me and 3 grown warriors because she thinks I'm worth protecting. Family. The word echoes again, but this time it doesn't feel like a foreign concept. It feels like something I'd kill to preserve. Jorth reaches down to brush Thali aside, not roughly but with the casual dismissal of someone moving an obstacle. The sight of his massive hands approaching her small form unleashes something primal and violent in my chest. I launch myself at him before conscious thought can intervene, fingernails raking across his scarred cheek as I slam into his side. He staggers but doesn't fall, surprise giving me a momentary advantage that I use to drive my knee toward his groin. "Wildcat!" he snarls, catching my leg and twisting until pain shoots through my hip. "Should have broken you properly the first time." Mazg moves to flank me while I'm struggling with Jorth, his broken jaw giving his face a lopsided appearance that makes his grin even more unsettling. "Chief said to bring her alive. Didn't say anything about bringing her unbroken. Alive. That single word tells me everything I need to know about what they have planned. Whatever public spectacle they want to make of my death, it requires me to be conscious for it." I wrench myself free from Jorth's grip and stumble toward the wall where Korath's weapons hang in careful arrangement. My fingers close around the handle of a curved blade, its weight unfamiliar, but reassuring in my palm. "Stay back," I gasp, raising the weapon with hands that shake more from rage than fear. "I swear I'll cut the first one of you who comes near her." Varrock laughs, the sound echoing off the stone walls like breaking glass. "You'll cut us? With what skill? What training? You're a human girl, a weak, cursed little thing who thinks she can threaten orcish warriors." He's right. The bitter truth tastes like ashes in my mouth. I've never held a real weapon before, never trained for combat beyond the desperate street fights of my youth. Against 3 seasoned fighters, I'm nothing more than an annoyance. But when I look at Thali's terrified face, at the way she's pressed herself against the wall behind me, skill doesn't matter. Training doesn't matter. All that matters is keeping them away from her for as long as possible. "I don't need skill," I tell him, shifting my grip on the blade. "I just need to make it hurt." Jorth moves first, darting in from my left, while Mazg circles toward my right. I slash wildly with the curved sword, more hope than technique behind the strike. The edge catches Jorth across the forearm, drawing a line of dark blood that makes him curse and stumble back. First blood to me. The small victory sends fierce satisfaction through my veins, even as I know it won't be enough. Mazg lunges while I'm focused on his partner, massive hands closing around my wrists with enough force to make bones grind together. The sword clatters to the floor as my fingers go numb, all my desperate strength meaning nothing against his brutal grip. "Got her," he announces, lifting me off the ground like I weigh nothing. "What now?" "Now we show the clan what their chief has been keeping as a pet," Varrock says, stepping forward to study my face with cold interest. "Drag her to the centre of camp. Make sure everyone sees." "No!" Thali's scream tears through the air as Mazg hauls me toward the door. "Let her go! Korath won't let you do this!" Korath isn't here. The thought follows me as they drag me from the sanctuary of his chambers, from the warm space where I'd started to believe I might actually be safe. And even if he were, what could he do against his own council? The night air hits my skin like a slap, cold and sharp with the promise of snow. Around the central fire pit, warriors emerge from longhouses and weapon sheds, drawn by the commotion and the prospect of blood. Their faces blur together in the flickering light, some curious, some hungry, all of them eager to see what happens next. Varrock strides ahead of us, his voice carrying easily across the encampment as he calls for the clan to gather. "Come and see what our chief has been hiding. Come and witness the curse that's corrupted our magic." Corrupted. The word only confirms what I've suspected since the moment Korath's blood forging flared in my presence. The mark burned into my collarbone isn't just a scar. It's something that affects his power, amplifies it in ways that neither of us understand. No wonder they want me dead. Mazg throws me to the ground beside the fire pit, with enough force to drive the air from my lungs. The packed earth is cold and hard beneath my palms as I struggle to push myself upright, aware of the circle of warriors forming around us like wolves scenting blood. Behind us, I can hear Thali's voice raised in protest, but it's muffled now, distant. Someone's holding her back, keeping her from following us into this nightmare. Grackle. His weathered face appears at the edge of my vision, one massive hand resting on Thali's shoulder as she struggles against his gentle but implacable grip. There's something like sorrow in his dark eyes as he meets my gaze, but also resignation. He knows what's coming, and he knows there's nothing he can do to stop it. Varrock looms over me, his bulk blocking out the stars, as he raises his voice to address the gathered clan. "This human carries a curse. She's corrupted our chief's magic, made him weak and blind to the danger she represents." Murmurs ripple through the crowd, some agreeing, some uncertain, all of them focused on me with the intensity of predators deciding whether something is prey or threat. "Look at her," Jorth shouts, pointing at where my torn tunic has shifted to reveal part of the mark on my collarbone. Branded with symbols no human should know, marked with power that doesn't belong to her. It doesn't belong to me. The bitter irony of his words makes me want to laugh. Nothing about this mark was my choice, not the pain of receiving it, not the power it seems to channel, not the way it's made me a target for everyone who fears what they don't understand. I push myself to my knees, refusing to grovel before them, even as terror claws at my throat. Whatever they plan to do, I'll meet it with my spine straight and my eyes open. "Where is Korath?" I demand, my voice carrying farther than it should in the cold air. "If you're going to murder me, at least have the courage to face his judgment afterward." Varrock's tusks catch the firelight as his lips pull back in a snarl. "Korath has no authority here. Not anymore. Not anymore." The words confirm my worst fears even as they send fresh rage through my veins. They've moved against him. Whether through politics or violence, they've found a way to remove the only protection I had. "You betrayed your own chief," I spit, struggling to my feet despite the way my legs shake with exhaustion and fear. Your own blood. We saved our clan from his weakness, Mole growls from somewhere in the crowd. From the curse you brought among us. Curse. There's that word again, thrown around like a weapon designed to cut away any sympathy the warriors might feel for me. Make me into something inhuman, something that needs to be destroyed rather than protected. Maybe they're right. The thought whispers through my mind like poison. Maybe whatever was done to me in the camps did make me into something dangerous. Maybe Korath would be safer if I was dead. But then I hear Thali's voice rise above the crowd, clear and fierce despite the tears I can hear in it. She's not cursed. She's good. She takes care of me. Takes care of me. The simple words hit harder than any blade, cutting through the fear and self-doubt to something deeper. Something that has nothing to do with magic or marks or the political games of warrior clans. I do take care of her. The realization floods through me with startling clarity. I've been taking care of her since the day she first brought me food, teaching her to braid shells into her hair, listening to her stories, making sure she doesn't take foolish risks when we walk to the stream. I've been part of a family. The thought should terrify me. Attachments are weaknesses, bonds are chains. Caring about people only gives them the power to destroy you. But standing here in the firelight, with death circling like hungry birds, all I can think about is how Thali's face lights up when she shows me a new treasure she's found. I don't want to escape anymore. The admission cuts through everything else, sharp and undeniable. I want to live, here, with them. I want to protect the family I've found. Varrock raises his hand, calling for silence as the crowd settles into expectant quiet. This human dies tonight, he announces, his voice carrying the authority of someone who believes he's already won. Let her death cleanse the corruption from our... Let her death accomplish nothing more than your own. The voice cuts through the night like a blade through flesh, low and deadly, and carrying enough controlled violence to make every warrior in the circle take an involuntary step back. Korath emerges from the shadows beyond the fire pit, moving with the predatory grace of someone who's spent his entire life perfecting the art of killing. He's alive. Relief floods through me so intense it makes my knees weak. He's here. But even as hope flares in my chest, I can see the tension in his massive frame, the way his golden eyes burn with barely restrained fury. This isn't a rescue. It's the opening move in a war that's been building since the moment he claimed me. Varrock turns to face him, hand dropping to rest on his weapon's hilt. Korath, I was beginning to think you'd run. I don't run from challenges, Korath replies, stopping just outside the circle of firelight. Especially not from ones issued by cowards who move against defenseless humans while their chief is away. Defenseless. The word stings, but I can't argue with its accuracy. For all my desperate fighting in his chambers, for all my determination to stand against them, I'm exactly what Varrock called me, a weak human surrounded by predators. Your authority here is ended, Varrock declares, drawing his blade with a rasp of metal against leather. You've been corrupted by this human's curse, made weak by whatever hold she has over you. Korath's laugh is as cold as the winter wind. The only thing that's corrupted here is your ambition, Varrock, and your cowardice. The insult hits its target. Varrock's face twists with rage as he raises his weapon, the curved blade catching firelight along its edge. I challenge you for leadership of this clan, he snarls, his voice carrying to every corner of the encampment. I challenge you before the war god and these witnesses. Challenge. The word hangs in the air like smoke, heavy with implications I don't fully understand but can feel in the sudden tension that grips every warrior present. You challenge your own chief? Korath's voice carries a note of dark amusement. Your own blood brother? I challenge a man who's forgotten what it means to lead, Varrock spits. A man who'd sacrifice his clan for a cursed human. Korath steps into the firelight, and for the first time I can see the full extent of his controlled fury. His golden eyes burn like molten metal, and when he smiles, it's the expression of something that's found prey worth hunting. "Then face me, brother," he says, the last word dripping with contempt, "and we'll see who the war god favours." Earth is pretty much a desolate wasteland since the orcs came over from Protheka, and being a woman, the best you can hope is to be someone's property. Now, after my curvy body catches Korthar's eye, he'll claim me, and I'll serve him, in any way he pleases.
You're mine now. Listen to this story and more when you get the complete Orc Warriors of Protheka audiobook and ebook bundle.
40 books, 19 audiobooks, 19 ebooks. You even get 1 free novella and 1 free audiobook.
All for a shocking 90% off.
Protheka's magic is eternal, and the complete Orc Warriors of Protheka bundle will bring over 100 hours of that magic to you.
Chapter 18. Korath. The circle of warriors expands, giving us room for what's about to happen. Ancient tradition demands space for blood to flow, for the war god to witness which of us deserves to lead. I draw my blade slowly, letting the rasp of metal fill the silence like a promise of violence. Varrock circles me with the patient hunger of a predator who thinks he's already won. His weapon, a massive two-handed sword with serrated edges, reflects firelight across its scarred surface. He's fought with that blade for 15 years, carved his reputation into enemy flesh with its edge. "Last chance to yield, brother," he calls out, loud enough for every warrior to hear. "Kneel before your betters, and I might let you live as an exile." I don't waste breath on words. Instead, I shift my weight, feeling the familiar settle of combat readiness flow through my muscles. The blade in my hands feels lighter than it should, balanced perfectly for the killing stroke that's coming. But beneath the surface confidence, doubt gnaws at my bones like acid. Varrock isn't just another challenger. He's one of the finest warriors the Black Maw has ever produced. Without my blood forging, this fight becomes a question of pure skill and endurance. And I'm not certain I'm the better warrior. My eyes find Tali at the edge of the circle, tears streaming down her small face as Grockle holds her steady. She shouldn't be watching this. No child should see their brother fight for his life, watch blood spill in the firelight while the clan decides who lives and who dies. "Listen to me," I call to her, my voice cutting through the crowd's murmur. "If things go badly, if I fall, you run. Take Seline and go to the cliffs. Hide until morning, then follow the coast south to Clan Bloodstone." "Don't say that!" Thali's voice cracks with desperation. "Don't you dare say that!" But it's Seline's response that stops me cold. She pushes forward through the crowd, her gray-blue eyes burning with fierce determination, despite the terror I can see lurking beneath. "Don't talk like you're already dead," she snaps, stopping just at the circle's edge. "Fight like you mean to win." Fight like I mean to win. Easy words from someone who's never faced Varrock's blade, never seen him tear through enemy warriors like they're made of paper. But there's something in her voice, a certainty that makes me want to believe victory is possible. I move toward her, ignoring Varrock's impatient snarl behind me. When I lean close enough that only she can hear, the words spill out like a confession. "I don't know if I can defeat him without my magic," I admit, the admission tasting like defeat. Seline shakes her head. "Why couldn't you use it?" I touch her face. "Because I can't bear for it to hurt you." Her hand finds my arm, fingers pressing against scarred skin with surprising strength. "Use it. I can handle whatever you need to end this." She can handle it. The simple confidence in her voice makes something tight in my chest ease, even as fresh worry takes its place. Using blood forging in front of the clan will brand her as cursed beyond any doubt. It will make our exile inevitable. But looking into her eyes, seeing the fierce determination burning there, I realize something has changed. This isn't about protecting her anymore. It's about fighting beside her, about choosing the family we've built over the clan that would destroy it. If I do this, there's no going back, I warn her. Win or lose, we'll be outcasts. Her smile is sharp as broken glass, beautiful and dangerous in the firelight. Then we better make it count. I straighten, turning back to face Varrock with new purpose flowing through my veins like molten iron. The doubt hasn't disappeared, but it's been transformed into something else. Cold determination mixed with the kind of fury that burns everything in its path. Enough talk, Varrock growls, raising his massive blade in both hands. Let's finish this. He comes at me like an avalanche given form, his sword cutting through the air with enough force to split stone. I duck under the first strike, feeling the wind of its passage ruffle my hair, then pivot to drive my blade toward his exposed ribs. Steel rings against steel as he catches my thrust on his crossguard, the impact sending vibrations up both our arms. We break apart, circle each other like hunting cats, each looking for the opening that will end this. He's faster than I remembered. The thought flickers through my mind as I barely avoid his next attack, a diagonal cut that would have opened me from shoulder to hip. And stronger. Varrock presses his advantage, launching a series of brutal overhead strikes that force me to give ground. Each impact against my blade sends shockwaves through my shoulders, reminding me that he has reach and weight on his side. But I have something else. I draw the curved knife from my belt with my offhand, letting a thin line of blood well along my palm as the edge bites deep. The crimson drops hit the packed earth at my feet, and power responds like a hunting dog hearing its master's whistle. The ground beneath Varrock's feet suddenly erupts upward, stone spikes jutting through packed earth to catch at his legs. He leaps backward with orcish agility, but the distraction gives me the opening I need. My sword finds the gap in his armor, sliding between iron plates to score a line across his ribs. Dark blood flows, staining leather and metal, and Varrock's roar of pain echoes across the encampment. Blood forging, he snarls, pressing one hand to his wounded side. Just like the old stories. Just like the cursed magic that destroyed our ancestors. Around the circle I can hear the warriors muttering, some in awe, some in fear, all of them recognizing power they've only heard described in fireside tales. But beneath their voices, I sense something else. The magic feels stronger. Not just the usual rush of power that comes with blood sacrifice, but something deeper. Something that resonates in my bones like struck metal, amplifying the force I can channel through stone and iron. I risk a glance toward Seline and find her watching with intense concentration, one hand pressed to her collarbone, where her tunic hides whatever mark she carries. There's pain in her expression, but also determination, like she's forcing herself to endure something burning. She's doing this. The realization hits me like a physical blow. Whatever that mark is, it's connected to my magic. She's amplifying it. Varrock doesn't give me time to process the implications. He charges again, his sword weaving patterns of death through the air as he tries to overwhelm my defenses. But now I have the earth itself as an ally. Stone rises to meet his blade, deflecting strikes that would have shattered bone. Iron spikes erupt from the ground to force him into predictable movements. The very soil beneath his feet shifts and buckles, making him fight for balance as well as position. "Fight like a warrior!" he bellows, frustration bleeding through his voice as another attack is turned aside by risen stone. "Not like some cave-dwelling shaman! I am fighting like a warrior." The thought burns through me as I press my advantage, blood from a dozen small cuts feeding power into the earth around us. I'm fighting like a dragon. My ancestors didn't apologize for their gifts. They didn't hide their power or pretend to be something less than they were. They used every weapon at their disposal to protect what mattered most. Just like I'm going to do. I slash my palm deeper, letting more blood fall as I channel everything I have into one final working. The ground beneath us cracks and heaves, stone pillars erupting in a rough circle around Varrock. Not to trap him, to funnel him toward where I'm waiting. He realizes the trap a heartbeat too late. As he dodges between rising stones, his path becomes predictable, his options limited to the corridor I've carved for him. When he emerges from the maze of rock, my blade is already moving. The steel punches through his chest armor like it's made of parchment, sliding between ribs to find his heart. Varroc's eyes go wide with shock, then narrow with hate as he realizes he's dying. "Cursed," he whispers, blood frothing at his lips. "You're both cursed." "Maybe," I admit, twisting the blade to ensure the wound is mortal. "But we're alive." He falls backward, my sword pulling free with a wet sound that echoes in the sudden silence. Around the circle, 60 warriors stare at their fallen champion, at the blood-soaked earth, at the stone spikes that still jut from the ground like accusing fingers. They're afraid. I can see it in their faces, smell it in the air like smoke from a green fire. Not just of my magic, but of what it represents. Change. Power they don't understand. A future where the old ways might not be enough. I wipe my blade clean on Varroc's cloak, then turn to face the assembled clan. These warriors have followed me for 8 years, bled beside me in a dozen raids, trusted me to lead them through famine and war. And I'm about to betray that trust. "I'm no longer your chief," I announce, my voice carrying to every corner of the encampment. Effective immediately, I renounce my claim to leadership of the Black Maw clan. The declaration hits like a thunderclap. Warriors who moments ago were watching in respectful silence now erupt in confused shouts, angry questions, desperate pleas for me to reconsider. But I'm not done. "Furthermore," I continue, raising my voice above the chaos, "I leave Gorthul tonight. Anyone who wishes to follow me is welcome. Anyone who chooses to stay will select a new chief by dawn. It's the only way. The certainty settles in my bones like forged iron. Varroc was right about one thing. My presence here will only breed more conflict. As long as I remain, there will always be those who see Seline as a threat, who view my magic as corruption. But if I leave..." My eyes find Thali in the crowd, see the terror and confusion warring across her young face. She doesn't understand why I'm abandoning everything we've built, why I'm choosing exile over the clan that raised us both. She will. The thought carries its own pain, but also hope. Someday she'll understand that some things are worth more than tradition. That family isn't always defined by blood. I stride toward Seline, ignoring the warriors who try to block my path. Onog steps forward as I approach, his weathered face creased with something that might be sorrow. "You don't have to do this," he says quietly. "The clan needs you. Especially now." "The clan needs a leader they can trust without question," I reply, stopping before him. "That's not me. Not anymore." His dark eyes flick toward Seline, then back to my face. "And her? What happens to the human when you're no longer here to protect her?" "She comes with me." The words ring with finality. I reach for Celine's hand, feel her fingers intertwine with mine despite the blood still staining my palm. Her skin is warm against mine, steady and certain in a way that makes the rest of this bearable. "Are you ready?" I ask her. Her smile is fierce as a blade, beautiful as sunrise over the storm-battered sea. "I've been ready since the day I met you." "Then we go." The decision settles in my chest like coming home, even as everything I've ever known crumbles around us. We go, and we find our own path. Together.
Chapter 19. Seline. The flames crackle and spit, casting dancing shadows across the rocky outcrop we've claimed for the night. 5 days of walking have brought us nowhere in particular, just distance from everything that threatened to destroy us. My feet ache despite the sturdy boots Korath found for me before we left, and my shoulders burn from the pack I've been carrying. But it's not the physical discomfort that keeps me staring into the fire instead of sleeping. I ruined his life. The thought circles through my mind like a carrion bird, picking at every moment of doubt I've tried to bury. Korath gave up everything, his leadership, his clan, his birthright, because of me, because of whatever cursed mark burns beneath my tunic, because of the magic that responds to his blood like metal to a lodestone. He's lost in thought beside me, methodically sharpening his knife with a whetstone. The rhythmic scrape fills the silence between us, steady and soothing in a way that shouldn't be possible, given how thoroughly I've destroyed his world. Thali sleeps curled against my other side, her small body warm and trusting despite everything that's happened. She adapted to our exile with the resilience only children possess, treating our journey like an adventure instead of the desperate flight it really is. "You're thinking too loud," Korath murmurs without looking up from his blade. I shift against the stone at my back, pulling my cloak tighter around my shoulders. Just wondering how far we'll need to go before we're safe. "We're safe now." His voice carries quiet certainty. "No one's following us." That's not what I meant, and he knows it. The real question isn't about distance or pursuit. It's about whether we can build something lasting from the wreckage I've created. Whether 3 exiles with nothing but the supplies on their backs can carve out a life worth living. I watch him work, noting the careful precision of each stroke against the steel. His hands move with the same confidence they showed when he fought Varrock, when he channeled power through stone and earth to protect what mattered to him. To protect me. The realization still takes my breath away. He chose me over his clan, over 8 years of leadership and a lifetime of belonging. No one has ever made that kind of sacrifice for my sake. No one has ever thought I was worth it. "I'm sorry," I whisper, the words scraping past the knot in my throat. Korath's hands still. When he looks up, his molten gold eyes reflect firelight like precious metal. "For what?" "For all of it. For the brand. For what it did to your magic. For making you choose." "Stop." His voice cuts through my litany of guilt like a blade through silk. "You didn't make me do anything. Every choice I made was mine. But you wouldn't have needed to make those choices if you'd never met me." The words want to spill out, to give voice to the guilt that's been eating at me since we left Gorthal. Instead, I force myself to meet his gaze, to see the truth burning there. He doesn't regret it. Despite everything he's lost, despite the uncertainty of our future, Korath doesn't regret choosing me. Maybe it's time I stopped regretting it too. The brand beneath my tunic pulses with dull heat, as though responding to the shift in my thoughts. It's been doing that more often since we left, aching when I'm lost in guilt, burning when Korath's magic stirs, settling into warmth when we're close like this, like it's trying to tell me something I'm not ready to hear. "The mark," Korath says quietly, settling his sharpened knife aside. "Will you tell me about it?" My hand moves instinctively to my collarbone, fingers pressing against the fabric that hides the twisted sigil burned into my skin. For weeks I've avoided this conversation. Avoided thinking too deeply about what was done to me in that place, what it means that my body survived when others died screaming. But sitting here by the fire, with Thali sleeping peacefully beside me and Korath watching with patient concern, the walls I've built around that memory feel less necessary. He deserves to know. The thought settles in my chest like truth finally acknowledged. He deserves to understand what he's bound himself to. "It happened in the death camp," I begin, my voice barely above a whisper. "There was a man there, Rusk. He brought people in for experiments." Korath's jaw tightens, but he doesn't interrupt. "They did things to us. Magic, torture, things I don't have words for." My fingers worry at the hem of my tunic, finding patterns in the worn fabric. The brand was part of it. They would heat this metal sigil until it glowed like a star, then press it into our skin while channeling magic through it. The memory makes my stomach twist, bile rising in my throat. I can still smell the burned flesh, still hear the screams that echoed through those underground chambers. Most people died, I continue, forcing the words past the tightness in my chest, some instantly, some over days as the magic ate at them from the inside. But my body, it took the mark, healed around it. They said I was useful. Useful. The word tastes like poison on my tongue. That's all I was to them, a tool that could survive their experiments when others couldn't. I never knew what it was for, I admit. Just that everything hurt when they worked their magic, and the brand would burn like they were pressing hot iron to my skin all over again. Korath leans forward, his massive frame seeming to fill the space between us. It amplifies magic, specifically blood-forged magic. I nod, though hearing him say it makes something twist in my chest. I figured that out when your power started reacting to it, but I don't understand why it doesn't hurt when you use it the way it did with them. His eyes narrow thoughtfully. Different intent, maybe. Those bastards were trying to hurt you, to break you. When I use my magic. He trails off, studying my face in the firelight. When you use it, you're protecting me. I finish softly. Always. The word carries weight, promise, certainty that makes the brand beneath my tunic pulse with sudden warmth. We sit in silence for a long moment, watching flames dance and spark. Thali stirs against my side, murmuring something unintelligible before settling deeper into sleep. Can I see it? Korath asks. My hands freeze on the ties of my tunic. The brand is ugly, twisted lines that form no pattern I recognize, raised flesh that's never quite healed properly. It's a mark of ownership, of violation, of everything I've tried to leave behind, but it's also the thing that connects us. The reason his magic sings when I'm near, the source of the power that saved us both. Maybe it's time to stop hiding. I untie the laces slowly, my fingers trembling despite my determination. The fabric falls away from my shoulders, bearing the mark to firelight and Korath's steady gaze. His breath catches, not with revulsion or fear, but with something that might be recognition. It's old magic, he murmurs, leaning closer to study the twisted sigil. Older than anything I've ever seen. The brand pulses as he speaks, sending waves of heat through my chest. Not painful heat, something deeper, warmer, like recognition answering recognition. May I? He raises one hand, hovering inches from my skin. I nod, unable to find words for what I'm feeling as his fingertips brush the raised flesh of the mark. The moment we make contact, power flares between us like lightning seeking ground. The brand stops burning. For the first time since it was carved into my skin, the mark doesn't ache. Instead, it warms like sunlight on stone, like coming home after a long journey through cold wilderness. Gods! Korath breathes, his hand flattening against my chest. It's not fighting me anymore. Because you're not trying to break me. The realization flows through me like clean water, washing away years of pain and confusion. You're trying to heal me. Magic hums between us, blood-forged power that no longer feels like violation, but like completion. Like two pieces of something broken finally finding their way back together. Try using your magic, I whisper, covering his hand with mine. I want to understand what this is. Korath draws his knife with his free hand, making a shallow cut across his palm. Blood wells, dark in the firelight, and power responds like a tide rushing to shore. But this time it feels different. Stronger, yes, but also right. Like this is how magic is supposed to flow, how power is supposed to feel when it's shared instead of stolen. The stones around our fire shift and reshape themselves, forming a perfect circle of raised earth that will shelter us from wind and rain. The working should have left Korath pale and shaking. Blood forging always demands its price. Instead, he looks energized, alive in a way I've never seen before. It doesn't hurt you anymore, he says, wonder colouring his voice. I shake my head, marvelling at the warmth spreading through my chest where his hand rests against the brand. It feels complete. Like I feel complete. The thought whispers through my mind, dangerous and hopeful in equal measure. Like this is where I belong. For so long, I've defined myself by what was done to me. Victim, prisoner, experiment, exile. But sitting here with Korath's hand warm against my skin and magic flowing between us like shared breath, I feel something I thought I'd lost forever. Purpose. Not the purpose others tried to force on me, but something I choose for myself. Someone I choose to stand beside, to fight for, to build a future with. The brand pulses one more time beneath Korath's palm, then settles into steady warmth, like a heart finding its rhythm after too long beating out of time. What happened to you in that place was evil, Korath says quietly, his thumb tracing the edge of the mark with infinite gentleness. But what you've become because of it, that's something else entirely. I lean into his touch, feeling tears prick at the corners of my eyes. What have I become? His smile is soft as dawn breaking over mountains, fierce as the fire that burns between us. Mine, he says simply, and I'm yours. Yes. The word echoes through every fibre of my being, through the mark that no longer burns, through the magic that flows between us like promise made manifest. Yes.
Chapter 20. Korath. The swamplands of southeastern Tluz stretch before us like a fever dream painted in shades of green and brown. Moss drips from twisted branches overhead, creating a canopy so thick that sunlight filters through in scattered coins of gold. The air hangs heavy with moisture and the rich scent of decay, while somewhere in the distance, a brox croaks its three-eyed warning to unseen predators. Thali darts between the massive roots of ancient trees, her bare feet sure on the slick ground despite the treacherous footing. She's adapted to our journey with the resilience that only children possess, treating each new landscape like a gift unwrapped especially for her wonder. Look! She spins around, her amber-green eyes bright with excitement as she points to a cluster of luminescent fungi growing from a fallen log. They glow like the lumiolas back home, but they're not flying home. The words sit strangely in my chest. Gorthul isn't home anymore. Hasn't been since the moment I chose Seline over everything I'd built there. But watching Tali's delight at every new discovery, I realize she's already building new definitions of belonging. Don't touch them, I call out, adjusting my pack as I navigate around a pool of stagnant water. Some swamp fungi are poisonous. Thali nods solemnly, then immediately crouches down to examine a peculiar vine that spirals up the nearest tree trunk. Her attention span for warnings lasts exactly as long as it takes for something more interesting to catch her eye. Seline walks beside me, her gray-blue eyes tracking Thali's movements with protective attention, even as she takes in the alien landscape around us. The past week of travel has changed her, not just physically, though the sun has brought out more freckles across her nose and cheeks, but in ways that run deeper. She moves with less of the defensive tension that used to define her every gesture. She's fearless, Seline observes, watching as Thali leaps from root to root like some woodland sprite. Doesn't she realize how dangerous this place could be? She knows. I step over a tangle of thorny vines, then extend my hand to help Seline across. The brief contact sends familiar warmth up my arm. The magic that flows between us has grown stronger since that night by the fire, more natural. But she also knows we're here to protect her. Trust. It's such a simple concept, yet watching Thali explore with complete confidence in our ability to keep her safe, I'm struck by how rare true trust really is. How precious. You raised her well, Seline says quietly, and there's something in her voice that makes me glance at her more closely. The The compliment sits uncomfortably in my chest. Praise for my parenting feels foreign. In Orcish culture, children are raised by the clan, not individuals. But Thali and I never had a clan in the traditional sense. Just each other, and the weight of survival pressing down on both our shoulders. I did what I had to, I reply, then immediately wish I'd chosen different words. They sound dismissive, like raising my sister was some burden I bore reluctantly, instead of the most important thing I've ever done. Ahead of us, Thali discovers a patch of strange purple flowers growing directly from the swamp water. She kneels at the edge of a shallow pool, her reflection wavering as she reaches toward the blooms. Thali, wait. Seline moves forward quickly, her hand catching my sister's wrist before those small fingers can touch the petals. Those look like numiscu blossoms. The sap paralyzes anything that touches it. My chest tightens with a mixture of gratitude and something that might be fear. In my focus on navigating the swamp's physical dangers, I missed the botanical ones entirely. But Seline caught it, protected Thali without hesitation. How did you know that? Thali asks, settling back on her heels with obvious disappointment at being denied her prize. I learned a lot about dangerous plants in the camps, Seline explains, her voice carefully neutral. Knowledge that kept me alive. The camps. Even now, weeks after our first real conversation about her captivity, the casual references to that horror make rage kindle in my chest. Not at Seline, never at her, but at the humans who used her, broke her, marked her for purposes she's still discovering. Come on, I say, offering Thali my hand to help her up. Let's find drier ground for midday rest. We walk in comfortable silence for a while, following what might charitably be called a path through the endless green maze. The swamp teems with life, hidden splashes as creatures disturb the water, the rustle of small animals moving through underbrush, the occasional cry of some bird I can't identify. This landscape couldn't be more different from the rocky hills and sparse grasslands around Gorthul. Everything here is lush, alive, overwhelming in its abundance. Like the world decided to pour all its growing energy into this one place and see what happened. It's beautiful, Seline murmurs, echoing my thoughts. Dangerous, but beautiful. I study her profile as she takes in our surroundings. The wariness that used to define her every expression has softened into something more open, more willing to find wonder even in uncertain places. It makes something shift in my chest, a recognition that goes deeper than physical attraction. She sees beauty where others would see only threat. The realization strikes me with unexpected force. Even after everything that was done to her, she still looks for light. The first time I used my blood magic, I find myself saying, the words emerging without conscious decision. I was 8 years old. Seline's attention sharpens, though she doesn't turn to look at me directly. Ahead of us, Thali has discovered a fallen log that bridges a particularly wide stretch of water and is using it as a balance beam, her arms spread wide for stability. My mom died in childbirth, as many Orcish women do. It took Thali's mom a long time to conceive, and she too died in childbirth. But my father had 2 children, and even as young as 8, he wanted me to go on raiding missions. I just didn't know he'd be killed while I was on one. The memory tastes like copper and ash in my mouth. The Ironfang clan invaded while many of the warriors were away. Thali was barely a year old, couldn't even walk yet. The elders were arguing about what to do with us, whether to split us up, send her to a nursing mother in another clan. I step carefully around a patch of ground that looks suspiciously soft, my boots squelching slightly in the mud. The physical discomfort feels appropriate somehow, a small echo of the pain that memory still carries. I couldn't let them separate us. She was all I had left of family, of anything that mattered. My voice roughens despite my efforts to keep it steady, so I cut my palm with my father's hunting knife and pressed it to the stone floor of the longhouse. The magic had responded instantly, hungrily. Power flowing through my blood into the earth beneath our feet, reshaping it, making the ground itself tremble with barely contained force. The stone cracked from wall to wall, I continue, watching Thali reach the other side of her makeshift bridge and punch the air in triumph. Split right down the middle like the earth itself was choosing sides. Every orc in that room felt it. Felt my power claiming territory, demanding recognition. Demanding they acknowledge what I was willing to do to protect her. They let us stay together after that. Gave me the resources to raise her, train her, keep her safe. But the price... I flexed my left hand, feeling the familiar ache and scars that never quite healed properly. Blood magic always demands payment. Every time I use it, it takes something from me. Strength, blood, pieces of myself I can never get back. Seline stops walking, turning to face me fully. Her gray-blue eyes are soft with understanding, with recognition of shared burdens. "But you kept using it anyway," she says quietly. "To protect her. To protect her. To lead the clan. To survive." I meet her gaze, seeing my own history reflected in her careful attention. My entire life, my magic has been both gift and curse. The thing that saved us and the thing that marked me as different, dangerous, not quite trustworthy. Until you. The words want to spill out, to give voice to the truth that's been growing in my chest since that first night she responded to my power. Until the magic found something it wanted to heal instead of harm. "I understand," Seline says, and the simple statement carries weight beyond its words. Carrying something that makes you necessary but never quite welcome. Being useful but never truly safe. Yes, she does understand. The brand that marks her, the way it amplifies magic while making her a target. It's not the same as blood forging, but the isolation is familiar. The burden of being needed for what you can do rather than who you are. Thali's voice breaks through our shared moment of recognition, bright with discovery and completely unconscious of the heavy conversation happening behind her. "There's a whole family of Brocks here. Come look. They're so fat and funny." I watch Celine's face transform as she focuses on my sister. The careful attention, the genuine warmth, the protective instinct that's become as natural as breathing. She moves toward Thali without hesitation, kneeling beside her to examine the three-eyed amphibians basking on a moss-covered log. "Don't get too close," Seline warns gently, but there's affection in her voice rather than sharp concern. "Brocks can jump much farther than they look like they should be able to." Thali giggles. A sound like wind chimes in the summer breeze. Everything in this swamp is sneaky. The flowers that look pretty but hurt you. The ground that looks solid but isn't. The Brocks that look fat but can probably leap over my head. "Exactly like people," Seline murmurs. And something in her tone makes me wonder if she's thinking about herself. About how she must look to others. Small, fragile, broken, when the truth is so much more complex. She isn't just survival. The thought crystallizes as I watch her with Thali, patient and protective and utterly without the self-pity that would be justified given what she's endured. She's strength, the kind that bends without breaking, that finds ways to grow, even in impossible circumstances, like these swamp plants that flourish in conditions that would kill anything else. Like Thali's laughter echoing through a landscape that could swallow us all without trace. Like the warmth building in my chest as I realize I'm not just bound to Seline by magic or attraction or even gratitude for her acceptance of my sister. I'm falling in love with her. The recognition hits like lightning, sudden and illuminating and impossible to ignore. Not the desperate claiming of that first night we came together, driven by power and proximity and the animal need to possess. This is something deeper, built from watching her choose kindness when she could choose bitterness, protection when she could choose self-preservation. Built from the way she makes Thali laugh, makes my sister feel safe and valued and heard. The way she's become not just my lover but my partner in the most important responsibility I've ever carried. "Korath?" Celine's voice pulls me back to the present, where she's standing with Thali's hand in hers, both of them watching me with expressions of mild concern. "You looked like you'd seen a ghost." I've seen the future. The thought whispers through my mind, dangerous and hopeful in equal measure. And for the first time in my life, it doesn't terrify me. Just thinking, I reply, moving to join them beside the Brox pond, about how far we've come. Seline's smile is soft, understanding flooding her eyes as though she can read the truth written across my face. We should keep moving, she says gently. Find higher ground before the afternoon rains start. But as we gather our things and continue deeper into the swamp, Thali chattering about everything she's discovered, I catch Seline watching me with the same careful attention I've been giving her. She feels it too. The knowledge settles in my chest like truth, finally acknowledged. This thing growing between us, stronger than magic, deeper than desire. Love.
Chapter 21. Seline. The camp Korath chose sits on a rare patch of solid ground, surrounded by the twisted roots of ancient swamp trees that form natural barriers against the wetlands beyond. Thali has arranged her collection of the day's treasures in careful rows: smooth stones, interesting shells, a piece of driftwood shaped like a miniature equus. She hums tunelessly as she works, completely absorbed in her makeshift museum. I watch her from where I sit cross-legged on my bedroll, mending a tear in Korath's cloak with the bone needle he'd fashioned for me. The repetitive motion of stitching soothes something restless in my chest, though I can't shake the feeling that we're being watched. The swamp holds too many shadows, too many places for things to hide. Seline, look at this one. Thali holds up a piece of what might be fossilized wood, its surface smooth and dark as polished stone. It feels warm, like it remembers being alive. The wonder in her voice makes me smile despite my unease. Everything is still magic to her, still worthy of excitement and careful examination. I envy that ability to find joy in small discoveries, to trust that the world holds more beauty than horror. It's beautiful, I tell her, setting aside the mending to accept the fossil. The wood is warm against my palm, worn smooth by countless years of water and time. Maybe it's from one of those ancient typh trees, the ones that used to grow as tall as mountains. Thali's eyes go wide. Really? How do you know about ancient trees? Because I had to learn everything that might keep me alive. The thought carries the bitter taste of memory, but I push it down. Thali doesn't need to know about the desperate education that came with captivity, the way I absorbed every scrap of knowledge that might prove useful. I read about them once, I say instead, which isn't entirely a lie. Before. The sound cuts through my words like a blade through silk, a branch breaking, but not with the random crack of settling wood or animal movement. This break has weight behind it, deliberation, purpose. My blood turns to ice water in my veins. Number. The denial screams through my mind even as my body responds with trained efficiency, dropping the fossil and reaching for the hunting knife Korath left within my reach. Not here, not now, not with Thali. Thali! My voice comes out steady despite the terror clawing at my throat. Come here. Right now. Something in my tone cuts through her absorption in her treasures. She looks up, amber-green eyes immediately alert to danger, even if she doesn't understand its source. What's wrong? Before I can answer, they step into our small clearing. Two men in the rough leather and metal of human scouts, their faces bearing the particular hardness that comes from years of hunting other people. I know those faces. I've seen them in nightmares, in waking moments when memory crashes over me like a wave. Jorik and Halfdan, Rusk's dogs. Well, well. Jorik's voice is exactly as I remember, rough as gravel, edged with the kind of casual cruelty that finds amusement in others' pain. Look what crawled out of the camps to play house with the greenskins. My hand tightens on the knife handle. The blade feels too light, inadequate against the weight of memory, and the reality of two armed men who've spent years perfecting violence. But it's what I have, and between me and Tharli, it has to be enough. Hello, Seline. Halfdan's smile is all teeth, predatory and patient. Captain Rusk's been looking everywhere for you. Seems you took something that doesn't belong to you when you ran. My brand burns against my collarbone, the skin heating as though the metal were being pressed there fresh. They know. Of course they know what was done to me, what mark I carry. They were there, holding me down while... Number. I force the memory back, focusing on the present. On Tharli, who's moved closer to me, but hasn't yet understood the true danger we're in. I don't know what you're talking about. I lie, buying time, hoping against hope that Korath will return before this gets worse. Course you don't. Jorik draws his sword with casual confidence, the steel singing as it clears the scabbard. But see, that mark you're hiding under all those clothes. That's valuable property. And the captain, he don't like it when his property goes missing. Tharli's sharp intake of breath tells me she's finally grasped what's happening. When I glance at her, I see confusion and fear warring in her young face, but also something else. Trust. She's looking at me like I know what to do, like I can fix this. She believes in me. The realization cuts through the paralyzing fear, replacing it with something harder, sharper. She thinks I'm strong enough to protect her. Tharli, I say quietly, never taking my eyes off the two men. Remember what Korath taught you about running? About getting to safety? But I won't leave you. Yes, you will. I pour every ounce of authority I possess into the words. When I say run, you run to the water and you hide. Don't come back until Korath finds you. Halfdan chuckles, the sound low and ugly. Cute, teaching the little beast to scamper. But we're not here for the Orkling pet, girl. Just you and that pretty mark you're wearing. The casual dismissal of Tharli, calling her a beast, a pet, ignites something volcanic in my chest. How dare they? How dare they look at this bright, curious, brave child and see something less than human? How dare they stand in our camp, our space, and threaten everything that's become precious to me? You're not taking anyone anywhere, I say, rising to my feet with the knife held ready. The weight feels more familiar now, like an extension of my will rather than an inadequate tool. Jorik laughs outright. Look at this, Hal. The camp rat thinks she's a warrior now. Few months playing pretend with the orcs and she's forgotten what she really is. What I really am. The words echo through my mind, carrying all the weight of months in captivity, of being reduced to property, to useful flesh, to a canvas for magical experimentation. They want me to remember being powerless, being nothing more than what was done to me. But I'm not that anymore. I haven't been that since the moment Korath looked at me and saw something worth protecting, since Tharli decided I was worth trusting, worth loving. I remember exactly what I am, I tell them, shifting my weight forward onto the balls of my feet. The question is whether you're smart enough to walk away before you find out. Halfdan's expression shifts, humour fading into something more calculating. She's got teeth now, Jorik. Might be more fun than we thought. The threat in his voice makes my skin crawl, but I don't let it show. Can't let it show, not with Tharli watching, not when her safety depends on my ability to be stronger than my fear. Run, I whisper to Tharli, and she moves without hesitation, darting toward the water with the fluid grace of a child raised by orcs. Smart girl, brave girl. Jorik lunges after her, clearly thinking she's the easier target, and something primitive and furious explodes in my chest. Number, not Tharli, never Tharli. I move without conscious thought, the knife leading as I throw myself between him and my sister. Because that's what she is now, what she's become. Family. The most important thing in the world. The blade finds the soft spot between Jorik's ribs, sliding in with surprising ease. He looks down in shock, like he can't quite believe what's happened, and I twist the knife the way I learned in darker moments than I care to remember. His blood is hot against my hands, copper bright and final. When he falls, it's with the heavy sound of meat hitting earth, graceless and somehow smaller than he seemed when he was standing. Halfdan roars something I don't process, coming at me with his own blade raised. But I'm already moving, already committed to this path. The knife comes free with a wet sound that should horrify me but doesn't. Can't. Not when Thali's life hangs in the balance. This time the strike is messier, my angle wrong, but desperation lends strength to the blow. Halfdan staggers back, hand pressed to the spurting wound in his neck, his eyes wide with disbelief. "You," he starts to say, but the words dissolve into a gurgle of blood and air. He drops to his knees, then forward onto his face, twitching once before going still. Silence crashes over the clearing like a physical weight. The only sounds are my ragged breathing and the distant splash of Thali reaching the water. Both men lie motionless in spreading pools of crimson that look black in the filtered swamp light. I killed them. Both of them. The knife slips from my fingers, hitting the ground with a small final sound. My hands are covered in blood, their blood, and I should feel sick, should feel horror at what I've become. Instead, I feel steady, grounded, like something that's been loose inside me has finally clicked into place. "Seline!" Korath's voice cuts through the clearing, raw with panic and fury. He crashes through the underbrush like a force of nature, taking in the scene with eyes that miss nothing. The bodies, the blood, my blood-stained hands. "Where's Thali?" His voice carries the kind of deadly calm that precedes violence. "Safe." The word comes out stronger than I expected. "In the water, hiding like you taught her." Relief flickers across his features before his attention returns to the dead scouts. "They came for you." It's not a question. He knows, has probably known since the moment he saw their faces, that this was always a possibility, that my past would eventually catch up to us. "They were Rusk's men." I flex my fingers, watching the blood crack across my knuckles. He knows all about Rusk, about the jerk and what he did to me. They knew about the brand. They came to take me back. Korath's jaw clenches, gold eyes flaring with that inner fire that speaks of barely leashed power. "They're dead. I killed them." The admission should feel like a confession, but it doesn't. It feels like truth, clean and necessary. For Thali, to protect her. Something shifts in Korath's expression, pride mixing with fierce approval. He steps closer, his hands coming up to frame my face despite the blood coating my skin. "You are strong," he says, and the words carry the weight of absolute conviction. Stronger than they ever were, stronger than they ever could have made you. Strong. The word settles into my bones like truth finally recognised. Not broken, not tainted, not property to be reclaimed or used. Strong. The brand on my collarbone warms, but this time it doesn't burn. Instead, it feels like recognition, like a bridge spanning the space between Korath's magic and my own hidden power. Like a bond that can't be broken by distance or time or the violent remnants of my past. "I'm not who I used to be," I whisper, though I'm not sure if I'm telling him or myself. "No," Korath agrees, his thumbs brushing across my cheekbones with infinite gentleness. "You're who you chose to become. A warrior, a protector. Mine. His. Not in the way the camps tried to own me, not as property or possession, but as a partner, as equal, as someone worth fighting beside instead of fighting for." The sound of splashing announces Thali's return, her voice calling our names with the particular pitch that means she's trying to be brave but needs reassurance. I turn toward the water, toward family, toward the future I'm finally strong enough to claim. I am no longer a captive. this huge orc brings out the animal in me.
In a world where humans have been driven underground, living like rats is the only way to stay safe from the marauding orcs.
All my life, my only job has been to make sure I have enough to eat.
These orcs of the Burning Sun clan will vow to keep their human mates safe.
There is a nobleness to these giant savages, alpha male warriors who will protect their women at all costs.
Get this complete series of books following the Burning Sun clan for 70% off. Each book is a full-length monster romance that features a giant orc with eyes for his beloved, curvy human. Happily ever after guaranteed.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
This bundle will show you that size really does matter. Chapter 22. Korath. The bodies need to move before the scent of blood draws scavengers. I've seen what happens when carrion beasts catch the smell of human flesh. They'll circle for hours, and some of them are bold enough to test living prey. I grabbed Jorik first, hauling his dead weight by the shoulders. The bastard's heavier than he looked alive, all muscle and gristle gone slack. Blood trails behind us as I drag him toward the deeper swamp, far enough from camp that whatever comes to feed won't bother us. Seline watches from where she stands frozen, blood still coating her hands like war paint. She killed them both, protected Thali, protected what's ours. Pride burns through my chest, fierce and territorial. My woman is a warrior. Halvdan takes more effort. The angle of his wound makes his body catch on every root and stone. By the time I've hauled both corpses into the murky water where the bog will claim them, sweat beads across my shoulders despite the cool air. When I return to camp, Seline has cleaned her hands in the stream, but her clothes still bear dark stains. Thali sits close beside her, chattering about the shells she dropped when she ran, but her voice carries the high, breathless quality that means she's working through fear. The pretty blue one cracked when I dropped it, Thali says, turning the broken shell over in her small hands. But maybe it's still good? Maybe I can fix it with tree sap? We'll find you another, Seline promises, and her voice is steady despite the tremor I can see in her shoulders. Even prettier than the first. I build up the fire as the sun begins its descent, the flames casting dancing shadows across our small sanctuary. Dinner is simple, dried meat and journey bread, with sweet berries Thali gathered yesterday. Normal things. Safe things. But I watch Seline throughout the meal, noting how she startles at every small sound, how her eyes keep darting toward the places where the men emerged. She's holding herself together through will alone. Thali's yawns grow longer as full darkness settles over the swamp. I bank the fire and spread her sleeping furs, listening to her sleepy rambling about tomorrow's shell-hunting expedition. Will you tell me the story about the warrior who tamed the Leviathan? She asks, settling into her bedroll with the boneless exhaustion of childhood. Tomorrow, I promise, brushing her wild hair back from her face. Sleep now, little sister. She's out within minutes, breathing deep and even. Safe, protected, alive because Seline chose to fight rather than run. I wait until Thali's breathing settles into the rhythm of true sleep before I move. Seline sits staring into the fire, her knees drawn up to her chest, arms wrapped around her shins like armor. Come, I say quietly, extending my hand. She looks up, confusion flickering across her features. Where? Away from listening ears. Understanding dawns. She takes my hand, letting me pull her to her feet. I lead her to a cluster of rocks 20 paces from camp, close enough that I can still see Thali's sleeping form, far enough that our words won't wake her. The largest boulder provides a natural windbreak, creating a pocket of relative warmth. Moonlight filters through the canopy above, turning everything silver in shadow. Sit, I tell her, settling against the stone. She perches on a smaller rock across from me, the distance between us feeling deliberate, defensive. Are you all right? The question comes out rougher than intended, weighted with everything I can't quite put into words. She killed 2 men today, spilled blood to protect what matters most. That changes a person, marks them in ways that don't always heal clean. She shakes her head, the motion sharp and brittle. Her voice cracks. Those men, Jorik and Halvdan, they were the ones who captured me, who dragged me to that place. The camp. The death camp where they marked her, tortured her, branded her skin with magic she still doesn't fully understand. Rage builds in my chest, molten and violent. If those bastards weren't already dead, I'd kill them myself. Slowly. I didn't think they'd find me, she continues, words spilling out in a rush. I thought I was far enough away, that enough time had passed. But they were hunting me, still hunting me. They're dead now. The statement carries all the finality I can pour into it. They'll never hunt anyone again. But there will be others. She looks up at me, eyes bright with unshed tears. Don't you see? I'm putting you in danger. Both of you. Thali could have been... She stops, swallowing hard. I should go, before more of them come. The words hit like a physical blow. Go. As if she could simply walk away from this. From us. From what we've built together. I move before conscious thought takes hold, crossing the space between us in 2 strides. My hands frame her face, tilting her chin up so she has to meet my eyes. Listen to me. My voice comes out low, fierce. There is nothing on this planet that will keep me away from you. Nothing. You are not going anywhere. She tries to shake her head, but my grip prevents the movement. Korath, you don't understand. I understand perfectly. Threats will come. Enemies will find us. We'll face them together. All of them. My thumbs brush across her cheekbones, feeling the dampness of tears she's trying not to shed. You think I'd let you walk into danger alone? You think I'd choose safety over having you beside me? Why? The word breaks on a sob. Why would you do that for me? The answer rises from somewhere deeper than thought, truer than anything I've ever spoken. Because I love you. She goes perfectly still beneath my hands, eyes widening with something like shock, as if the possibility never occurred to her. Can't you feel it? I continue, letting the truth pour out of me. This connection between us? The way your magic calls to mine? The way everything feels right when you're close and wrong when you're not? Her breath catches. You love me. I've never known what those words could mean before you. The admission tears something open in my chest, leaves me raw and exposed. I thought love was weakness. Something that made warriors soft, made chiefs fall. But with you, I trail off, searching for words that don't exist. How do I explain that she makes me stronger instead of weaker? That protecting her doesn't diminish me but completes me. With me, what? She whispers. With you, I understand why men fight wars. Why they'd burn the world down to keep what matters safe. She stares at me for a long moment. Then I can see her processing, believing, accepting. When she speaks again, her voice is barely audible. I love you too. The words hit me like lightning, electric and transformative. I pull her against me, crushing her mouth beneath mine with all the desperate hunger that's been building since the moment I saw those bastards threatening what's mine. She responds with equal intensity, her hands fisting in my hair, her body pressing against mine like she's trying to disappear into my skin. The kiss tastes like tears and blood and promises neither of us knows how to keep. When we break apart, both breathing hard, her eyes are bright with something that has nothing to do with sorrow. Show me, she whispers against my lips. Show me how much. I don't need to be asked twice. As much as Samara and I want to finish what these 2 characters have started, that look Looks like this chapter is about to get too hot for this platform to handle.
Unfortunately, we have to pause here because their guidelines won't allow us to reveal the spiciest details.
They keep bringing you these free audiobooks. We have to follow their rules.
But don't worry. You can experience the full, unabridged version over at worldsofprotheka.com, where the boundaries of passion and fantasy collide.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off any of our unabridged audiobooks set in the rich and immersive worlds of Protheka.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
With these scenes, it will be unforgettable. We stay like that for long moments afterward, her body still wrapped around mine, both of us breathing hard. The magic between us settles into something deeper than before, more permanent, like something that was loose has finally locked into place. Do you feel that? I ask against her throat. She nods, still catching her breath. Stronger. Like we're... She trails off, searching for words. Bound, I finish. Truly bound. She pulls back to look at me, her eyes soft and wondering. Is that what this is? A bond? Magic seeks balance often. It seems like we find that in each other. I trace the mark on her collarbone, feeling the magic humming beneath her skin. I think that's what we've made tonight. She smiles and it transforms her entire face. Good. I like the sound of being bound to you. I pull her closer, wrapping my arms around her as if I could absorb her into my very bones. Mine. Bound to me now in ways that go beyond choice or circumstance. Let whatever enemies come, we'll face them together.
Chapter 23. Seline. We keep travelling, soon finding ourselves among short mountains and cliffs. Still, we head south, hoping it will be enough to hide us. The narrow valley presses in around us like the walls of a tomb, jagged stone rising on both sides until only a sliver of grey sky remains visible overhead. Every shadow could hide a predator. Every sound echoes strangely off the rock faces, making it impossible to tell if that scraping noise came from loose stones under our feet or something stalking us from the caves that pock the mountainside like dead eyes. My shoulders stay hunched, tension coiled between my shoulder blades as I scan the rocky terrain. Tharli walks between Korath and me, her usual chatter subdued by the oppressive atmosphere. Even she can sense the wrongness here, the way the very air seems to whisper of danger. I don't like this place, she says quietly, her small hand finding mine. It feels hungry. I squeeze her fingers, understanding exactly what she means. The caves yawn open at irregular intervals, black mouths that could swallow us whole. Anything could be watching from those depths. Waiting. Korath moves with predatory grace ahead of us, his massive frame somehow managing stealth despite his size. But I can see the tension in his shoulders too, the way his hand never strays far from his weapon. He's as uneasy as I am. How much farther through this pass? I ask, keeping my voice low. Should open up within the hour, he replies without turning. But there's something else. He stops, tilting his head like he's listening to something I can't hear, or feeling something. When he looks back at me, his golden eyes hold a strange intensity. Neptherium, he says, close. Very close. The word sends ice through my veins. Neptherium means mines, and mines mean... humans. I breathe. He nods grimly. We need to... The whistle of arrows cuts through the air. Korath throws himself sideways, dragging Tharli with him as projectiles clatter off the stone where we'd been standing. I dive in the opposite direction, heart hammering as more arrows rain down from the cave mouths above. Surrender the marked one! The voice booms off the valley walls, magnified and distorted until it seems to come from everywhere at once. But I know that voice, know it in my nightmares, in the burning memory of chains and screaming and the smell of charred flesh. Captain Damar Rusk. He emerges from the largest cave opening, flanked by 24 human soldiers in blackened mail. The same uniform I remember from that hellish place. The same cruel faces beneath identical helms. My mouth goes dry as desert sand. Rusk himself hasn't changed. Still tall and lean like a blade, with pale eyes that hold no warmth and a mouth that curves in permanent disdain. Still wearing that damned crimson cloak that used to sweep past my cell, always a harbinger of fresh torment. "Hello, little marked one," he calls down, his voice carrying easily in the enclosed space. "Did you think you could run forever?" I press myself against the stone wall, Thali trembling beside me. Korath has positioned himself between us and the soldiers, but I can see the calculation in his stance. We're outnumbered, surrounded, trapped in this narrow valley like animals in a pen. "I've been tracking you for months," Rusk continues conversationally, as if we're old friends catching up. "Following the reports of an orc with unusual magical strength. Of course, that led me straight to you." More soldiers emerge from caves on both sides of the valley. Crossbows trained on us, swords gleaming in the weak sunlight. My count reaches 30 before I stop trying to track them all. "You see," Rusk says, beginning a careful descent down the rocky slope. "You never understood what you were, did you? What we made you." The words hit like physical blows. Made me? My hand automatically goes to the brand on my collarbone, the raised flesh that burns whenever Korath uses his magic. "That mark isn't just decoration, little weapon. You were bred for it, shaped for it. Do you think it was a coincidence that you survived the branding when thousands of others died screaming? That your body accepted what would have killed any normal human? My legs threatened to give out, bred, shaped, like livestock, like a tool manufactured for a specific purpose. Your parents weren't refugees fleeing orc raids," he continues, each word a nail hammered into my coffin. "They were breeding stock, carefully selected for magical sensitivity, for compatibility with Nephtherium infusion. The world tilts around me. Everything I thought I knew about myself, about where I came from, crumbles like sandcastles in a tide. I wasn't just captured, I was created, designed from birth to be exactly what they made me. 20 years of careful breeding programs," Rusk says, now close enough that I can see the satisfied gleam in his pale eyes. "Hundreds of failed attempts, but you were perfect, the ideal amplifier, a weapon that could turn any hedge wizard into a conqueror." Thali makes a small, frightened sound. I pull her closer, trying to shield her from Rusk's words, even as they tear through me like claws. "I had such plans for you," he continues. "First, I would have used your power to sweep across clues. Every orc clan, every human settlement, every resource-rich territory would have fallen before us. And then..." His smile turns predatory. "Then I would have sold you to the highest bidder. The Dark Elf Kings pay quite well for unique weapons." "You're not taking her anywhere." Korath's voice cuts through the valley like a blade, low and dangerous and absolutely final. He steps forward, placing himself squarely between Rusk and us. Rusk laughs, the sound echoing off stone. "One orc against 30 trained soldiers? I admire your courage, beast, but this ends only one way." "Then it ends with your blood on my hands." I can see Korath calculating, weighing options. But there aren't any good ones. Too many enemies. Too little cover. No escape route. He's going to die protecting us. Thali and I are going to watch him fall. And then... My hand finds Korath's knife at his belt. The blade slides free with a whisper of steel. "Seline, no." His voice holds a warning, but I'm beyond listening to warnings. I've spent my entire life being shaped by other people's choices. Bred to be a weapon, trained to be a victim, marked to be a tool. Always reacting, never choosing. Not anymore. The knife bites into my palm, blood welling bright and red. Before Korath can stop me, I grab his already wounded hand, pressing our cuts together. The effect is immediate. The brand on my collarbone erupts in fire, but not the burning agony I'm used to. This time it feels like a door thrown wide, like chains falling away. Power floods through me, Korath's magic amplified and transformed, fed by whatever twisted gift those bastards carved into my flesh. "Seline!" he starts, but I cut him off. "Together," I say, feeling the magic building between us like a storm about to break. All of it. Everything. I don't try to control the flow this time. Don't try to moderate or contain it. Instead, I tear down every barrier between us, letting his blood magic pour through me like molten gold. Our joined power reaches out, seeking the Nephtherium veins that run through these mountains like a spider's web. The response is immediate and devastating. The ground beneath our feet begins to tremble. Dust rains down from the cave mouths above as the stone itself starts to sing with power. Through our joined hands, I can feel Korath's magic expanding, reaching deeper into the mountain's bones than it ever could alone. "What?" Rusk's confident demeanour cracks as the first boulders begin to shift. Korath's eyes blaze molten gold, power radiating from him in waves that make the air itself shimmer. But he's not struggling to control it anymore. The magic flows through him like it was meant to, natural as breathing. The Nephtherium responds to our call. Veins of the precious ore heat and expand, cracking the stone around them. What starts as hairline fractures spreads rapidly, spiderwebbing through the mountain face with sounds like thunder. "Kill them!" Rusk shouts, but his soldiers are already backing away as rocks begin to rain down around them. Too late. The magic builds to a crescendo, Korath's will shaping it into something precise and terrible. The mountain face above the soldiers doesn't just collapse, it flows like water, stone reshaping itself according to his design. Tons of rock cascade down in a controlled avalanche that blocks every exit from the valley, except the one behind us. Screams echo off the stone walls as the avalanche swallows Rusk's soldiers. Some try to run. None make it far enough. When the rumbling finally stops, silence settles over the valley like a shroud. Where 30 armed soldiers had stood moments before, only broken stone remains. Not even enough space between the rocks for bodies to be visible. Rusk himself managed to reach higher ground, but he's trapped now on a narrow ledge with nowhere to go. His face has gone pale as chalk, all his earlier confidence evaporated. "Impossible," he whispers, staring at the devastation below. "You can't. The power required to move that much stone." I release Korath's hand, the flow of magic tapering off but not disappearing entirely. It still hums between us, ready to answer if we call. The brand on my collarbone has stopped burning. Instead, it feels warm, settled, like something that finally fits properly. "I'm not your weapon," I call up to him, my voice carrying clearly in the sudden quiet. "I never was." For the first time in my life, the words feel true, because this time I chose. The power that flows through me isn't something inflicted on me by cruel hands and burning brands. It's something I claimed, something I shaped to my own will. Rusk opens his mouth, probably to threaten or bargain or plead, but more stone shifts above his perch, responding to Korath's will. The captain's words die in his throat as he scrambles for purchase on the crumbling ledge. "Please," he finally manages, "I can offer you—" The ledge gives way. His scream cuts off with a sickening crunch as he disappears into the gaps between the fallen stones. Then even that fades, leaving only the sound of settling rock and our own ragged breathing. It's over. They're all dead. And for the first time since I can remember, I'm not afraid of what I am, because I chose this. I chose him. I chose us. The power that runs through my veins isn't a curse anymore. It's a gift I finally know how to use.
Chapter 24. Korath. The sound of waves against stone carries on the salt-tinged breeze, mixing with Thali's delighted laughter as she discovers another cache of shells tucked into the tide pools. 3 weeks we've been here, and she still acts like each dawn brings new treasures to uncover along this stretch of coastline. "Look, Korath!" She bounds toward me with her latest prize, a spiral shell the size of her fist, its surface gleaming with pearl-like patterns. "It's singing!" She holds it to her ear, amber-green eyes wide with wonder. The same expression she wore when she was barely walking, finding fascination in every shadow and sound. Some things never change, no matter how far we've traveled or what we've left behind. "The ocean spirits are trapped inside," I tell her, settling the massive timber I've been dragging into place. "They whisper secrets to those brave enough to listen." "What kind of secrets?" "Where the best shells hide, which tides bring the smoothest stones, how to build houses that won't fall down when your brother gets clumsy with the construction." Seline's laughter drifts from where she's working on the walls of what will become our main room. The sound still catches me off guard sometimes. Light and genuine, nothing like the sharp, defensive bark she used when we first met. This laugh belongs to the woman who chose to stand with me against Rusk's soldiers, who claimed her power instead of running from it. "I heard that!" she calls without looking up from where she's carefully fitting stones together. "And for your information, these walls are going to be perfectly straight. Unlike certain support beams I could mention." I grunt, examining the timber. Maybe it leans slightly to the left, but it's solid Neptherium-touched ironwood, harder than steel and flexible enough to withstand the coastal storms that roll in from the southern seas. A little character in the grain never hurt anything. The foundation we've laid follows the natural curve of the cliff face, working with the stone rather than fighting it. Seline suggested the design. Something about how water flows around obstacles instead of through them. Smart thinking from someone who understands survival. 3 separate sleeping chambers branch off from the central gathering space, with thick walls between them for privacy. Storage rooms for food and supplies. A workshop where I can practice my blood forging without accidentally setting anything on fire. Everything planned and built with our own hands, exactly the way we wanted. No clan rules. No death camps, no one else's expectations or demands. Just us. "The walls need to be higher here," Seline says, running her hands along the stone. She's gotten good at reading the flow of my magic through the rock, sensing where the mineral veins run strongest. "If we build up another 2 feet, we can install proper shutters for the storm season." I move to where she's working, letting my palm rest against the stone beside hers. The familiar warmth builds between us, magic flowing from my blood into the Neptherium deposits that streak through the coastal cliffs like silver threads. Under our combined will, the stone reshapes itself, growing upward in smooth, even courses. No pain this time. No weakening drain that leaves me hollow and shaking. When Seline channels my power, it feels like breathing. Natural. Right. The way it was always supposed to be. She glances up at me, gray-blue eyes bright with satisfaction. Better. Perfect. And it is. The wall rises straight and true, fitted so precisely that no mortar will be needed. Strong enough to weather anything the coast can throw at us, but still shaped with the organic curves that make this place feel like home instead of a fortress. Thali has abandoned her shell collection to investigate our progress, scrambling up onto the half-built wall with the fearless agility that gives me nightmares. At 9 years old, she still thinks she can climb anything, jump from any height, explore any dangerous-looking cave without consequences. "When will the roof go on?" she asks, balancing on the narrow stone edge like it's solid ground. "Carefully," I tell her. "Down." She rolls her eyes but obeys, dropping lightly to the sand. "I want to help with the roof." "You can help by not falling off it." "I won't fall. I'm not clumsy like—" A splash from the direction of the water cuts her off, followed by creative cursing. We all turn to see Seline, waist deep in the tide pool she'd been using to wash the morning's construction dust from her hands. Her copper-gold hair has escaped its braid and hangs in wet tangles around her face. "The rocks are slippery," she announces with wounded dignity, water streaming from her clothes. Thali dissolves into giggles. "I thought you said water flows around obstacles." "Water is treacherous," Seline corrects, wading back toward shore. "It lies in wait, pretending to be helpful, then attacks when you're not paying attention." I wade in to help her out, catching her elbow as she navigates the uneven stones. Her skin is cold from the water, but warm underneath, and when she looks up at me, there's something in her expression that makes my chest tight. Gratitude, maybe, or wonder, like she still can't quite believe this is real. Neither can I most days. A month ago, I was preparing to die fighting 30 soldiers in a mountain pass. Now I'm building a home with the woman who saved my life and my sister who's finally free to be a child again. No councils questioning my decisions. No warriors challenging my authority. No clan obligations pulling me in directions I don't want to go. Just the three of us and the sound of waves and the satisfaction of creating something that belongs only to us. "We'll need to stock up before storm season," Seline says, wringing water from her braid. "The fishing boats that passed yesterday, they might trade for worked stone. I could make jewelry or—" She trails off, still not entirely comfortable with long-term planning. Too many years of surviving day by day, never knowing what tomorrow might bring. But she's learning. We're all learning. "There's a settlement 2 days north," I tell her. "Traders, mostly. Neutral ground. They won't ask questions about an orc and a human living together. And Thali will charm them into giving us their best prices." It's true. My sister has always had a gift for making people forget their prejudices. Something about her fierce curiosity and complete lack of fear when it comes to strangers. She'll have half the settlement wrapped around her finger within an hour. The afternoon passes in comfortable work. Thali sorts her growing collection of shells and stones, creating elaborate patterns in the sand, while she tells elaborate stories about sea spirits and underwater kingdoms. Seline and I continue raising walls, our magic flowing together as naturally as breathing. By sunset, we've completed the main structure. Tomorrow, we'll start on the roof, proper wooden beams covered with slate and sealed against the weather. But for now, it's enough to stand in the doorway and see the space we've created. 4 walls and a floor, nothing elaborate or grand, but it's ours. "It needs a name," Thali announces from where she's building a miniature castle out of shells. "All proper homes have names." "What do you think?" Seline asks, settling beside her in the sand. Thali considers this with the seriousness she brings to all important decisions. Something with stone in it, and wave, because of the cliffs and the water. "Stonewave Keep," I suggest. "Too formal," Seline objects. "This isn't a keep. It's a haven. Stonewave Haven?" "Perfect," Thali declares, and somehow that settles it. Stonewave Haven. The first place that's ever truly belonged to me. Not inherited from my father or conquered from enemies or assigned by clan tradition. Built with my own hands and blood, shaped by my own will. Ours. The stars are coming out over the water, bright and clear in the salt air. Thali has curled up against Seline's side, exhausted from a day of exploration and construction. Seline's hand rests gently in my sister's wild hair, and something in my chest loosens at the sight. Family. Not bound by blood or clan law or necessity, but by choice. By the decision to stand together against whatever comes. "Thank you," Seline says quietly, her voice barely audible over the waves. "For what?" "For this. For choosing us over everything else." I reach out to brush a strand of hair from her face, my fingers lingering against her cheek. "You saved my life in that valley. Both of you did. You saved ours first. Maybe, or maybe we just found each other at the right moment, when we all needed saving, when the alternative was losing everything that mattered." "We should go inside," she says, as Thali's breathing deepens into sleep. Long day tomorrow. Tomorrow we'll work on the roof. Next week we'll build proper furniture. Before winter, we'll have completed the workshop and storage rooms. Simple goals, practical plans, no grand conquests, no clan politics, no death camps or magical experiments or soldiers hunting us through mountain passes. Just a home by the sea, and the people who chose to build it together.